049, 160, 46, 77, 8, 2, 7.
If you name it or you will find it, or you can maybe task it. Okay, that's everything is. I will name it.
אני שולח לך גם בוואטסאפ.
So you are. I'm the second one. I first start with the French presentation.
In Lyon, yes,
And Haifa is the recap.
Morgen. Morgen.
זה עדיין, זה כנראה, יכול להיות, לא, גם יכול להיות שנמצא יש. אבל אני גם יכולה לעשות בלי זה, בגלל לעשות לשלוח לי הודעה. כן. עכשיו, איך אני עושה את זה פה, כן? אוקיי. לא צריך אפס אפס, צריך פלוס. אוקיי. אוקיי.
Kelly, you are the second shift?
Yeah. But I have the key, so they got the keys.
מצוין.
יש לך במייל?
במייל, בוואטסאפ אתה יכול לשלוח לי?
כן.
בוואטסאפ של הקבוצה זה יהיה מצוין.
כן, משום מה, שאני עושה את זה.
כן. יופי. יופי. בסדר, וזה הכל יהיה בעברית, כן? לא, זה אפשר, אבל עברית מאוד קל. לא, רק כלום. אני רוצה את
Everybody. And we will have to discuss anyway.
אז את צריכה להגדיר אותו ביציאה, לבצע את הסאונד הזה. זה דרך שאם זה אוטומטי, זה מוציא סאונד ווידאו.
לבטל את מה שהיה
What we can do maybe, we present the draft and say, okay, this is the stage we are in, and we would like to present you.
הצלחת לנגן שהשיר לא יוצא.
אחד. אחד ניסיון.
יש. כן, אבל לא, רואים את זה ככה, אני אעשה קלוס-אפ על זה.
מה? בסדר? אפשר להתחיל? אוקיי. Good morning, the last coffee drinker and cookies. We're going to start now. Good morning, everybody. We're going to start now the first session for the day. We're going to have 3 sessions. I was told, and rightfully to say, that because of the changes of the schedule, we're going to have today 3 sessions. And in the end of the first session, we're going to have sort of a workshop regarding the OUV and some kind of a preliminary discussion, which will be, of course, to be continued later online, and I will say it again in Poland next year. The chair, there will be also some technical and information regarding the tour tomorrow, but it will be later, and regarding the change of the clock tonight, so you have to know it, that Israel is moving to summertime tonight, so the ones who want to be on time for the tour in the Rambam should be really careful, or to the train, or to the plane, or to the... Yes, Regina. Be aware. The first session is about World Heritage, surprisingly, about nominations and about serial nomination. And the chair and the discussant of this session will be planner Guy Kavanaki. He's the chairperson of the Israeli Advisory Committee for World Heritage, which is the mechanism we have today in the absence of World Heritage Committee. Guy, please.
Okay, thank you, Eran. And it's a pleasure to be here with you this morning and to meet some acquaintances from near and from afar, and to discuss Mendelsohn, the great works of Mendelsohn. So please, I will begin with a clarification about Israel and UNESCO. So as you might know, for political reasons, Israel withdrew its membership from UNESCO, but not from the World Heritage Convention. So Israel is still part of the World Heritage Convention, and that's why the professionals that work with UNESCO, all of us are volunteers in Israel. We're not paid by the government to do this work. We are volunteering, which has advantages and disadvantages. So we keep on doing our work. So our session this morning will deal with World Heritage nominations and with Mendelsohn. And you have toured yesterday. You saw some of the buildings and some of the sites in Israel, and you saw what masterpieces they are. And I think in the morning session we will deal with some challenges. One of the challenges is how to translate, what you have seen on these tours, and really the great art and the masterpieces into a methodological, and one might say even bureaucratic way of thinking. Because if you want to have a nomination for a World Heritage Site, you must undergo certain procedures, and you must fill in some forms, and you must analyze, and you really have to know what are the values of the sites, what are the attributes, and it's a challenge. It's an intellectual challenge, but it has many benefits. So we can discuss this morning. And I would also like to raise the topic of modern architecture. First of all, you know that ICOMOS did a gap analysis a few years ago, and one of the results was that there are not enough World Heritage sites that represent the modern architecture. And our colleague, dear Mike Turner here in Israel, recognized this, and he was a big supporter of the nomination of Tel Aviv, one of our inscribed World Heritage sites. Tel Aviv, which part of the inscription is for its modern architecture. And we know that we've also, I think with Jörg, we've discussed on Zoom the challenge of how to make the communities, communities are an important part of preservation and of preserving heritage. So how to make modern heritage more, I would say edible, it's not the right word, להנגיש אותה, more accessible to the public. Because many times, the public, at least in Israel, loves to hate modern architecture. So maybe it's not the case with Mendelsohn, but it's a challenge. So we have some experts from overseas with us this morning, and our first speaker is Pierre-François Toules. He's an independent consultant since 2014, specializing in cultural heritage and in particular in the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. He's also a member of ICOMOS and of the International Cultural Tourism Committee. So I'm happy to invite Pierre-François Toules.
Thank you. You have to, session one, where is it? Session one, here. And after. Okay. Okay. Thank you for your invitation. First of all, I have to insist on the fact that I am not a specialist of Erich Mendelsohn, but I know the World Heritage Convention a little. So in this paper, I will briefly present some elements about the notion of serial property before giving an overview of the sites inscribed on the World Heritage List that can be related to modern architecture and properties related to the work of an architect. Not forgetting, of course, some elements about Erich Mendelsohn himself and the World Heritage List, so it looks like an introduction to this workshop. So on the World Heritage List, it's quite long to explain all, but there is now 1,157 sites, and it's easier, 900 cultural sites. 900 cultural sites, and there are 43 transboundary sites actually on the World Heritage List. So, next. So serial nomination, a World Heritage Convention, because there is a project of a serial nomination. So I begin with this. The first serial, it's quite older than Erich Mendelsohn. The first serial property was inscribed in the World Heritage List in 1979, the second year of the inscription, and includes 3 cultural properties: the prehistoric sites and decorated caves of the Weser Valley in France. You can see the cave of Lascaux, and 18,000 years old, about. Rock drawing in Valco Monica in Italy, and Abu Simbel and Philae in Egypt, so 3,300 years. The notion was not yet defined in the operation guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. This operational guidelines is the reference text for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention and for nomination. And this notion of serial nomination will be in the version of document in 1980. It is interesting to note that the notion of serial properties was applied only for cultural heritage at first. It was after 7 or 6 years for natural sites too. And in 2005, the World Heritage Convention decided to allow a serial transboundary or transnational nomination to be registered of the quota of a single ingrid state party. This decision led to the examination of an increasing number of such property, but now it's quite stable from 10 years, about 10 years. Various sessions of the World Heritage Committee. The World Heritage Committee is a meeting, an annual meeting. and several meetings between 2008 and 2010 have clarified the issue related to this property and led to the revision of the operational guidelines, notably on how each element of the series should contribute to the outstanding universal value. We'll talk about this notion after with the other presentation of the property as a whole, and to the adoption of a specific format for tentative list. Tentative list is the first step, and after the property has to be inscribed in the tentative list of each country. So it's 5 countries for this nomination, for example. And after you can present it after for an examination by the World Heritage Committee. So ICOMOS, which is the organization who made the evaluation for the World Heritage Committee, which is composed of 21 state parties, but there's a scientific evaluation made by ICOMOS for cultural heritage, for cultural sites, has developed a specific evaluation format in 2009 that takes into account the following question: what is the justification for a serial approach? Or were the selected sites chosen? How does each relate to the other or UV of the property? Does the comparative analysis justify the selection of properties? Are the components of the property related by function? And is there an overall management framework of all components? So this is explained in this paragraph of the operational guidelines. Nominated serial property includes 2 or more components. Components should reflect cultural, social, and functional links. Each component part should contribute to the OUV, and it's important, provided the series as a whole, the OUV, and not necessarily its individual component parts of its OUV. So some recent decision. It's important to note that in the recent decision of the World Heritage Committee on serial listing, the emphasis on coordinated management on the listed property, both in terms of the management plan and protection and conservation. You can see with Frank Lloyd's right, it's a recommendation at the inscription. The property is inscribed, but the World Heritage Committee recommends some plans to make. And for example, the appropriate coordinated management of the serial property and elaborating upon an implementing management plan for those individual components where they do not exist. So there was no local management, local plans for several components in this nomination, and it's a big problem. Normally, you have to be a local management plan for each component of the property. Same thing with Colony of Benevolence. It was the last meeting of the World Heritage Convention, the World Heritage Committee, sorry, with the recommendation ensuring management of the property as a unified whole, especially that conservation approaches evolve in the same direction. Quite important too. And another recommendation about Chinese property, strengthening and making more explicit for an operational point of view the links between the overall management plan for the property and the other plan existing for individual components. So the World Heritage Committee requests to answer the management of a serial property as a unified whole. It's very important, with an effective and explicit operational coordination between management plans existing for the individual component parts of the site and the overall management plan for the property. So we arrive now, there are very few properties on the World Heritage list that are directly linked to an architect before the end of the 19th century and especially the 20th century. Here are 3 examples. The first is city of Vicenza with Palladio Villas. It was an extension. At the beginning, it was just the city of Vicenza and the Palladio works in Vicenza. After, they were an extension with his villas around Vicenza. The fortification of Vauban in France with 12 components, and not expressed in the title of the property, but the castle and town walls of King Edward in Gwynedd for the castle of the end of the 13th century, with the architect James of St. George, with the Capetian style building of the end of the 13th century. We arrive now at something more close with Erich Mendelsohn. it is worth noting that it was a serial property concerning the 20th century architects that constituted the first transcontinental series and the one with the most states party at the same time of its inscription in 2016. 7 countries. This record was equalized 2 years ago by the Great Spa Town of Europe for cultural properties. And for Le Corbusier inscription, there was a first application with 19 components. We have been reduced to 17 components. Sorry, it was even 22 for the first application, reduced to 19, and after it was 17 when the property has been inscribed in 2016. So 3 have been omitted, and 1 site has been added, the Complexe du Capitole in Chandigarh in India, which was not in the first application. The property so has been listed on its 3rd appearance before the committee. This is the maximum, 3 presentations with the committee. So from 65 buildings of group designed by Le Corbusier that survived, 17 had been selected in the submission. So I arrived to the point of the 20th century and architects on the World Heritage List. I will quickly mention many of the properties inscribed in the 20th century that can be linked to the modern movement, or they are a form or prefiguration of it. They are rather single monuments, but they are also, in the sense of the convention, some historic ensembles or urban centers. So we can see Stocklet House in Brussels, in Belgium, Centennial Hall in Wrocław. We spoke about it yesterday. In Germany, Sovereign Coal Mine Industrial Complex in Essen, because in the OUV, the architectural design is mentioned as a part important of the OUV. Vandel Fabric in the Netherlands, Tugeden Villa in Brno in Czechia, Sydney Opera House in Australia, in Oceania, or in other continents. You have also urban center. 3 years ago, Ivrea in the Piedmont not far from Torino, industrial city of the 20th century, or Asmara, a modernist African city in 2017. In America, we have also Ciudad Universitaria of Caracas in Venezuela, or the University of Mexico, inscribed in 2007, and from Israel, White City of Tel Aviv in 2003. It was important to notice the study filling the gap the year after with the lack of inscribed properties about modern architecture, but we are going to see that the gap is filling now quickly because there has been after a lot of inscription. So we have also the Chile House in Hamburg. It's a building. This building is part of a larger complex, so in Hamburg, but is mentioned in the title of the property. All this is for the comparative analysis. It can be mentioned after in a comparative analysis. And we are arrived to the serial properties devoted to several achievements of one architect. Oh no. Oh. Sorry. It's like before. Here's the unique properties that have been listed and whose architect name has been put forward for the in the title and in the OUV, Outstanding Universal Value, that has been recognized by the World Heritage Convention. So we have a church in Uruguay, Rietveld Schroeder Huis in Netherlands, and Luis Barragan House and Studio in Mexico. So 1 monument, 1 architect, and 1 property. After, this brings us to the serial properties devoted to several achievements of 1 architect. We have Horta for Brussels in Belgium, and 2 years ago it was the works of Plečnik in Ljubljana in Slovenia. We will notice that these 2 serial properties are also linked to a single city, Art Nouveau, Horta, Brussels, not elsewhere. This is a particular case of Barcelona with 2 serial properties directly linked to the work of an architect. Gaudi was not from Barcelona, but from Reus in Catalonia. 3 sites were inscribed in the first inscription in 1984, and 4 included the Nativity facade and the crypt of Sagrada Familia in 2005 from a new submission of 12 components. But work proposed of Gaudi works elsewhere in Catalonia, elsewhere in space, in Cantabria, for example, were not selected. And the other example, Luis Domenech y Montaner is not mentioned in the title, but the nomination is 2 of his building. There is an example of urban center linked to an architect who supervised the overall plan and produced several major buildings, is Le Havre in France with Auguste Perret. And we come to other property with Le Corbusier, which would come closest to an inscription proposal around the work of Erich Mendelsohn. It's the work of Frank Lloyd Wright with 8 buildings. In its evaluation, ICOMOS evokes the possibility of a future extension of the series to include 5 other buildings located in the United States of America and 1 in Japan. And then are the architects who are already widely recognized on the World Heritage List, particularly in the OUV of the properties that have been inscribed. We have 2 examples. Walter Gropius. Walter Gropius is recognized 3 times, not in the title of the property, but is widely mentioned in the OUV of these three properties: Fagus Factory in Asfen, Germany, Bauhaus sites in Germany too, the 3 sites in Germany, and Berlin Modernist Housing Estates in Germany too. So the gap is filling now with some inscription. Oscar Niemeyer, we can say 3, even 4 property just for him. In Brasilia with the urbanist Lucio Costa, in Pampulha Modern Ensemble in Brazil, and this year, because there was an extraordinary session of the World Heritage Committee in January this year, with 3 sites in danger, who have been inscribed. Perhaps you have mentioned the Historic Center of Odessa, for example. 5? 2, 3 cultural. What? 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. So 5 sites as an extraordinary session. No, it was just 3. I'm sorry. So 3 sites, and so with the site in Lebanon, in Tripoli, you can see it, and you can even include Le Havre, because in Le Havre, one of the main buildings, the Volcan, it's the center of the city, was built by Niemeyer too. So quite even 4 properties with Oscar Niemeyer. And there is also the tentative list, not inscribed yet on the World Heritage List, but they are managed to. And one of the most important is the architectural works of Alvar Aalto, inscribed 2 years ago. So the project is in progress. Some inscription of the tentative list are older, 15, 20 years old, and are not active yet. Here it's active. It's important because it's in Finland, only in Finland, and there is no modern architecture on the World Heritage Site in Finland, and quietly nothing in Scandinavia. So it's another geocultural region of Europe not recognized as modern architecture yet. And for your proposition, there is also Tel Aviv. There is some properties in Germany. In Poland, in Wrocław, there is Orlo Centennial. It's quite different, but there is a link too. So it's quite important to note that it's a country which is not recognized yet for modern architecture. And it's just interesting to note also that the Alvar Aalto route is recognized as a route of itinéraire cultural rules of the Council of Europe, itinéraire culturel du Conseil de l'Europe in French. And Israel is linked with this, is not part of Council of Europe, but is also a site in one yard site, Iter Vitis. So it's possible to have a cultural route, not with the United States, but with the European country and Israel. More for the record, more of the tentative list in Hungary with Andor Lechner, Henri van de Velde in Belgium, but is recognized in Bauhaus with work in Weimar. More and more on the tentative list again in Lisbon in Portugal. The title is in French because we have two languages to make the nomination dossier, English or French. The Modernist Scent of Gdynia in Poland, inscribed in 2019. Again, in Ukraine, in Kharkiv, this site on the left, and also in Tehran, Iran, 2 years ago, so perhaps it's in progress too, and in Uruguay also. So we arrive at Erich Mendelsohn and the World Heritage List very quickly. Several property refers to Erich Mendelsohn, properties already inside. In general, in the historical part of the nomination file, this allows us to recall all the exchanges between this architect whose work has been recognized on the World Heritage List. So the Centennial Halls in Wrocław in Poland. The second criteria was proposed by the state party, mentioned Mendelssohn. The combination of this building material were used by Berg as a structural element to a great extent determined key position. Breslau was one of the leading centers of modern movement in Europe and was shown by the work of Mendelssohn, Paul Six, and other architects. So it was mentioned in the OUV proposed by the state party in 2006, but it was not kept in the inscription. It was just this part was kept by the World Heritage Committee. We spoke about it yesterday in the dossier of architecture of Frank Lloyd Wright. There is a lot of mention about Erich Mendelsohn. It's the Alstein Tower. It's completely original and strongly biomorphic work, notable for its fluidity of form, sense of movement, and symmetry. So there is a lot of mention of Erich Mendelsohn in this application dossier. There is also a quote of Erich Mendelsohn in the nomination dossier of Wright. You can see it. Enough time, but it's important to note the only comparison in the comparative analysis with a work of Mendelssohn was made in Vandel Fabric with a red flag factory in St. Petersburg, Leningrad, St. Petersburg, in Russia today. So we can see it very quickly. It meets the problem of integrity. I think it was in 2015 and after restoration in 2018. It has been restored, but I don't know where well exactly. So as a conclusion, how can I say very quickly with Erich Mendelsohn, World Heritage, in the context of the nomination of Mendelssohn works, it is therefore important to consider the overall management, protection and conservation. As this will be a serial nomination, the justification of the selection component is very important. This is the integrity of the series. Each component must carry a share of the proposed OUV, but there is also the question of the integrity and authenticity of the components. Compositional integrity, integrity of the building themselves, possible degradation, and integrity of the environment as well as authenticity of the environment. For example, Wasman House, there is no problem. I think for me, in my opinion, there is a possible OUV for this building. There is integrity of composition, authenticity, but there is a problem of integrity of the environment with a building very close to the building, and authenticity of the environment too, because when it was built, there was this window to see the hill towards Jerusalem, etc. And today there is some building very old, very tall, just for 200 meters, something like that, perhaps a little bit more. But it's a problem. It's not. It can be. It's a problem, but it's just to show an example about that. So very quickly, as far the criterion 1 is concerned, so it will be talk after the criterion. Criterion 1 seemed to be difficult to meet for such a serial nomination. In general, this criterion 1 is to represent a masterpiece of human creative genius. There was more than 250 sites, but last 10 years it was about 20 sites only. So, however, the special case of the Einstein Tower, it's Potsdam. I think it's a little bit different, which was the subject of an article of ICOMOS thematic study on the heritage of astronomy. You can see it here. But the title of this conference, Architecture of Dialogue, makes criterion 2 obvious to me. We have seen the exchanges with Wroclaw, with Wright, etc., with the work of Erich Mendelsohn itself. The criterion to exhibit, you can see it. And in the evaluation of the work of Le Corbusier, it is mentioned that it is very important to take account the respective cultural works and the influence that the works had. So perhaps this criterion is more obvious for a nomination, a serial transboundary nomination for the works of Erich Mendelsohn. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you. Sorry for my English.
No, thank you very much. It was very nice. Thank you, Pierre-François, for sharing your thoughts about serial nominations, about criteria, and transboundary nominations, management, and integrity. So we'll now further explore these topics, and we will hear the presentation about biographical or thematic approaches of serial transnational world heritage. And I will invite Professor Jörg Haspel from Germany. He graduated in architecture and urban planning. He's an architect and urban planner. From 2012 to 2021, he was president of ICOMOS Germany. And since 2014, he's chairing the board of trustees of the German Foundation for Monument Protection. And he's a permanent member, Jörg is a permanent member of the expert group on urban heritage conservation of the federal government in Germany, and the founding member of the International Scientific ICOMOS Committee on the 20th Century Heritage Preservation. He's a teacher and a researcher, and of course he can contribute to the topic of Erich Mendelsohn, great work. So please, Jörg.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for the introduction, and thank you very much for being invited to the Technion. Yesterday we heard about schools of architecture, and one school of architecture which is also internationally renowned is the Technion, and I'm very glad to be here before you celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Technion, which was founded in 1924 next year. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for organizing the whole meeting here and the conference and the excursion and also the accompanying and following discussion. I think it is a big event for us, not only to have an online meeting, but to have a real personal meeting with delegations from Spain, from the US, of course from Poland, of course from other European countries. That's really great, and I'm very thankful. I would like to talk about World Heritage and the question of a thematic or biographical approach. And first of all, I will put up the question, thematic or biographical approaches. Then I would talk about my experiences with World Heritage sites and nominations in Germany. I will skip the third chapter, Modern World Heritage in Germany, and the updating of the German tentative list, and come to a closing chapter on filling the gaps with modern World Heritage proposals by the work of Erich Mendelsohn. World Heritage transnational serial nominations embody the essence of the spirit of the World Heritage Convention, the principle of the universal value of heritage for humankind, and the role of transnational cooperation in the recognition and conservation of the world's heritage. This is how E-Commerce Europe recently summed up its experience with the nomination and management of multinational World Heritage sites. At present, however, only a neglectable number of World Heritage sites meets these high expectations. Only 43 of 1,154 World Heritage sites, or just under 5%, are currently registered as transboundary properties, while a multiple cultural heritage sites accounts even less than 24 of 890 entries. So the vast majority of World Heritage procedures may stimulate cross-border understanding and cooperation, but they do not require transboundary cooperation. However, as we have already learned, an estimated 1/3 of the World Heritage sites are serial nominations. That means multi-part nominations that are not supported by 2 or more nations or signatory states, but are composed of several physically separated components on a local level, on a regional level, or on a national level. We already saw the works of Gaudi and, for example, the townhouses of Victor Horta in Belgium. And there are other examples in Europe which are comparable. This is true on a national level for the 3 Bauhaus sites in Germany or the 8 buildings in the US by Frank Lloyd Wright. My papers are very extensive, so I have to organize it here. Come back. And a totally new dimension geographically and also to the complexity was the World Heritage Series, which has previously been inscribed by the works of Le Corbusier with 17 objects, as we learned already, in 7 countries and on 3 continents. The architectural work of Le Corbusier, an outstanding contribution to the modern movement, was perceived as a signal and an encouragement for multilateral reorientation of the World Heritage policy, especially for modern heritage. And I think it was one of the motives for our initiative to think about Erich Mendelsohn. At a first glance, one would like to think, at least when looking through this list of UNESCO registers, that serial World Heritage initiatives for monuments and sites of modernism from the 20th century follow a biographical or monographic approach more often than for earlier centuries. They define the representative cross-section of outstanding masterpieces or aim to document the world's significant concentrate of a life's work like Antoni Gaudi, Victor Horta, Frank Lloyd Wright, or Le Corbusier, but they are incomparable with the inscription of serial heritage sites of previous epochs. You mentioned, Pierre-François, you mentioned Vauban and Palladio, but you also must be aware that Vauban, that is a typology of building. These are fortresses of the Baroque area, so it's not only about Vauban. And in the case of Palladio, these are the Palladian villas, so it is a stylistic and regional approach which led to the inscription. Critical UNESCO and e-commerce observers can argue, and they have argued, that the 20th century seems to distinguish itself more than earlier epochs through a kind of whip list, a very important person list of world-famous modernist architects, and inscribe itself in the World Heritage or in the collective memory of mankind instead of tracing the significance of the last century on the basis of most influential movements and achievements. So they leave behind something like a who is who of 20th century modern architecture, instead of getting to the bottom of epochal inventions and improvements and developments like war, like colonialism, like mass media, like mass transport, like electronics, aerospace, electrification, and so on and so on. Mockers are joking that the list of Pritzker Prize winners should be possible serve as a global tentative list for future nominations. Even those who do not share this polemical reproach of name-dropping or star cult may understand the question of what contribution can be provided by a biographically motivated heritage series. How do they contribute to a better understanding of the last century, and even how do it geographically to a chronologically, typologically, or thematically more balanced UNESCO list? For example, the GAP report, which has already been mentioned, of ICOMOS, was an important impulse for the representative reorientation of UNESCO's World Heritage Policy in 2009. The analysis, written in 2000 or between 2002 and 2004, speaks of three complementary frameworks categories. That is, the typological framework, approved in the definition of cultural heritage, a chronological regional framework, that means time and space related, and a thematic framework, which means the response of people to cultural environment and to changing challenges of the environment. There is no biographical evaluation mentioned or recommended. Here you see the frameworks which I already presented to you. And what applies in general to World Heritage has apparently also recently found an expression in the consideration of monument values and World Heritage potentials of the 20th century. The newest study prepared by the Getty Conservation Institute in cooperation with the 20th Century Heritage Committee of ICOMOS, which is called the 20th Century Historic Framework, a tool for assessing heritage places, and that means also for assessing World Heritage places and candidates. It focuses exclusively on the last century, only on the 20th century, and distinguishes a spectrum of 10 sectors to which the heritage of modernism can be assigned. Obviously, a biographical perspective of investigation and selection does not promise much gain or an additional benefit in identifying and promoting underrepresented categories in the World Heritage List. Also, the proven instrument of the comparative, the so-called thematic bibliographies and studies as they were represented here, which is preferred by ICOMOS for the exploration of World Heritage gaps, does not yet know an access via the global evaluation of artists, architects, engineers, or other creators' biographies and oeuvre catalogues, at least not among the 26 thematic studies which have already been published so far until 2021. My following case study is based on the analysis and experience with the nomination and management of World Heritage Sites of 20th century in Germany, with a special focus on Berlin-Brandenburg. And the current procedure for updating the German list may offer an opportunity to discuss it more timely today. But unfortunately, we have to confess that Erich Mendelsohn's architecture of dialogue, as we have labeled our meeting here today, is not yet on the current proposal list of the Federal States of Germany. And so far, Erich Mendelsohn's name is also not mentioned in Israel's tentative list with, I think, 15 nominees up to date, and nor in any other tentative list worldwide. It should be noted that in advance that 51 heritage sites are currently listed in the Federal Republic of Germany, and 48 of which are cultural properties. At least about 20% are part of a transboundary World Heritage Site, and about 20% or more than 15% are attributable to the modern era of 20th century heritage. Some of them have already been presented. The World Heritage profile of the Federal Republic is thus more multinational and younger than the vast majority of the 194 signatory states of the World Heritage Convention. And you see Germany is also sharing the works of Le Corbusier with 2 villas in the Weißenhof-Siedlung in Berlin, in Stuttgart, sorry. And by comparison, you see here, these are the World Heritage Sites of Israel, and it is only the white city of Tel Aviv, which belongs totally to the 20th century and to modern heritage. The Bauhaus sites of Weimar and Dessau, which comprises 7 components and which are located in 3 different eastern states. They represent something like a regional World Heritage series of modernism, and they are highly regarded also abroad. It covers, as you can see here, the Bauhaus site in Weimar, the Bauhaus in Dessau itself, and the Bauhaus School, or the School of the Trade Union in Bernau, in Bamberg. And it covers, as it also was already mentioned, the work of Walter Gropius, the founding director, as well as the work of Hannes Meyer, his successor. As a local World Heritage series, 6 Berlin modernism housing estates have been inscribed in the World Heritage List in 2008. They are covering the development of social housing, not of housing architecture or residential architecture, of social housing and urban planning reform in the span of World War I up to the Great Depression in 1930. And they are located in 7 different boroughs or 7 different districts, and 7 different conservation authorities are responsible. And at present, they are owned by 2 building societies or housing companies, a privately bought and joint stock and real estate company, and a non-profit building company and housing cooperative founded in 1892. With regard to our conference topic, one could ask about the role of Erich Mendelsohn for the Berlin World Heritage settlements. It is well known that he made notable contributions in the field of modern housing architecture during the Weimar Republic, and furthermore, Mendelsohn is mentioned among the founding members of the November Gruppe, as it was mentioned yesterday. He was involved in the activities of the so-called Arbeitsrat für Kunst, the Working Council for Art, and he belonged also to the Ring, to the Ring architects, who were responsible for the housing estate Siemensstadt, which also is nicknamed as Ringsiedlung because of its architects who were involved. The name of designers responsible for UNESCO housing estates in Berlin reads like a list of champions of Berlin's avant-garde architecture in the golden 20s, but the list sounds also exclusive. So much that even the founding Ring member, Erich Mendelsohn, is missing. His name does not appear among the modern architects of social housing organized by the municipal and social democratic city administration. Erich, thank you very much. Erich Mendelsohn's spacious complex, Avoga complex, is also not inscribed because it was a private investment and also other reasons. So now I will skip a chapter and come to the closing chapter, filling the gaps. You can leave it. Among the gaps that stand out from a German perspective in a biographical approach to the World Heritage List and all the 186 national tentative lists, the name Erich Mendelsohn has been missing for some times. After all, it was an architect whose buildings, as well as his sketches and publications, served as a guiding light for the building production in the last century and still exerts a strong fascination today. His architectural practice was not only considered to be the largest in Europe during the interwar period, only Albert Kahn's office is comparable with about 600 collaborators, but many famous architects from all over the world passed through his school, or if you not want to call it school, his atelier, his office. And some of these buildings were considered icons of a expressionist or dynamic or organic modernist architecture during the interwar years. It was only one generation ago when the so-called Docomomo tentative list of Hubert and Henket recommended the nomination of Mendelssohn's Dialogue Pavilion in the United Kingdom. But the input was ignored by the state parties responsible for nomination. And a decade later, it was ICOMOS and TICI, the International Council on the Conservation of Industrial Heritage, Germany. They submitted the proposal to nominate the Einstein Tower in Potsdam as a masterpiece of expressionist or organic modernism, but also as an outstanding technical and scientific heritage site of the 20th century astrophysical research, which is linked to the name of Albert Einstein. This initiative also remained without any resonance within the responsible state authorities. So this suggestion was taken up again in an extended form as a binational initiative of Docomomo, of ICOMOS, Germany and Israel, one decade later. And with an impulse contribution, Erich Mendelsohn, Work and World Heritage. Regina Stephan presented the complex works of Erich Mendelsohn and the idea of an international serial nomination, not of a nomination of the Einstein Tower or of the Dialogue Pavilion, but to combine it. It was presented on the International Day of Monuments and Sites in 2021. The response on our call for projects was overwhelming, and a quickly formed Erich Mendelsohn Initiative Circle was soon joined by colleagues from all over the world. And we started at 2 days. And you see here, the Erich Mendelsohn Initiative Circle is not a women power initiative, but without the women power, we would not have the Erich Mendelsohn Initiative Circle. A 2-day online workshop in July 2021, in which experts from Europe and the Middle East and the Americas characterized all surviving buildings attributed to Erich Mendelsohn or to his office with World Heritage assessments, were presented and formed a kind of prelude and prepared a checklist which looked like this. It was the checklist which was following the requirements of the World Heritage Convention and of the operational guidelines. Here is the example of the checklist for the Trade Union House building in Berlin. This was followed in March last year on the occasion of the birthday of Erich Mendelsohn by a hybrid conference entitled Positioning Erich Mendelsohn and the Built Heritage of the 20th Century. And one result of the presentations and discussions was the insight that also Erich Mendelssohn's life work and international charisma were significantly characterized by the Berlin years with the sketches and buildings of a dynamic metropolitan architecture. You can call it as a kind of expressionist or organic architectural modernism. They can be concentrated or even shorted to the 20s. In this respect, not only the title pages and cover images of many publications on his life and work, but also the selection of images and buildings in some encyclopedic and web contributions contain a misunderstandable accentuation and a web in the sense of the self-biography and the self-interpretation of modern movement and the architectural historiography of the 20th century. And this was already let down maybe during Erich Mendelsohn's lifetime and through his own publications, which were, of course, disseminated and accepted worldwide. Perhaps one would like to ask, in retrospect, from the 21st century back to the 20th century, what is the characteristic life achievement? And I think it consisted in the ability of an almost universal development and application of his dialogical design principles under the condition of a repeatedly forced emigration. This is not primarily a broad repertoire of possible design variants, but above all the ability to react to the most diverse requirements with specific, as a result, distinctive answers, and to create something like identity. Yesterday we learned about memorability, and these are always or often very memorable places. So it's for me, it's not a question of, let's call it a virtuous creativity or a toolbox of typified model or modules which can be used to answer all questions all over the world sufficiently, but it is the ability to create a contemporary architecture of appropriateness. Erich Mendelsohn can be estimated as a hero of interwar modernism. We know him as a hero of interwar modernism, but he also can be interpreted and counted under the early and outstanding universal pioneers and most influential companions of modern diversity or of diverse modernity. That is a label which should or could be also attributed to Mendelssohn. The initial consideration of compiling a cross-section collection best of Erich Mendelsohn, similar to the World Heritage proposal of Le Corbusier, has proved to be problematic. On the one hand, because of methodological reasons, because World Heritage Convention is a site-based convention whose binding reference to site and fabric should not be challenged or even replaced by other criteria. Secondly, because significant works of Mendelssohn, especially from his Berlin period, have either been completely lost due to the bombs of war and post-war ignorance, or they are rudimentarily preserved as a Mosse-Haus, or as we also saw yesterday, the Universum Cinema and the Voga complex. Thirdly, because even preserved key buildings of Mendelssohn have not yet been able to obtain the consent of the owners and stakeholders concerned. And a few of them are not expected at all to get green light from the owner sides or administration in a short time. At present, this applies in particular to the private house of Mendelssohn, but also, for example, to the Russell House in San Francisco, and also to military plants and research plants in Israel and US. What remains, however, could be depicted in a concentrated and credible way with a selection of best preserved, that is not the same, best preserved and best accessible examples is not the same as the best of list of Mendelssohn. The best preserved and the best accessible Mendelssohn buildings in a handful of countries in the UNESCO region of Europe, North America, and Israel. This is one UNESCO region which is brought together here. All of them can be understood as the subject of flight and expulsion, or the fate of forced immigration to which the Jew Erich Mendelsohn had to react repeatedly and multiple times on his life journey through Europe, mandatory Palestine to the US. And I show you here a map which I received from Iran, and I'm so thankful for this wonderful map, because here you see the stations, and now you see from Poland or from Germany, he went to the United Kingdom. He had to go to mandatory Palestine, and from Palestine he went to the US. That is the way of expulsion, and that are stations of his life and of his works and of his architecture. So thus, the unifying origin of the clients and users as part of the Jewish community among non-Jews often played a decisive role. It served and it provided a tradition of perception as an eternally wandering Jews, as well as the pattern of an interpretation of Jewish diaspora. And here you see the map with the, yes, I know, and this is the second last, and this is the last slide. In addition to buildings of the cultural and sacred culture, such as early works of Bet Tahara in Olsztyn or the synagogues in US, thank you very much, Mike Palmer, for the presentations and for the book. The Wab Pavilion in Bexler, the Schocken Library, maybe in Jerusalem, and special buildings like the Einstein Tower with the Institute of Astrophysics or the Weizmann House, they are particularly very impressive representations of Erich Mendelsohn's design philosophy for a distinctive embedding and contextual design on this heritage office buildings in the sense of a genius loci. The Erich Mendelsohn project is a work in progress. And so my lecture also sees itself as a further step towards this work in progress. With the last year's symposium in Berlin and this year's Haifa symposium, we have laid a foundation stone, or maybe two foundation stones, that should be followed by further building blocks, if possible, in Poland next year and in the US in 2025. The Erich Mendelsohn Initiative is welcoming advice, criticism, and support. All experts and parties interested in the ongoing process are cordially invited to join the online meetings and the workshops, or even better, to attend and assist the next birthday of Erich Mendelsohn on the birthplace of Erich Mendelsohn if Professor Boguslav Śmigin, the president of ICOMOS Poland and the president of the World Heritage Committee of Poland, and Cornelia Gorowska from the Borussia Foundation, if they are calling us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jörg. You know, we have a saying in Hebrew, next year in Jerusalem. So you say next year in Poland. Yeah. Okay, so one of Jörg's slides had the publication, what is OUV? So now it's time to discuss OUV, Outstanding Universal Value, Attributes and Values. And we have an expert with us, Dr. Birgitta Ringbeck. She's an expert on monument preservation, industrial heritage, World Heritage nominations, and World Heritage management. And I've known Birgitta for quite some years because she was head of the World Heritage coordinating bodies, the federal one in Germany, based in the German Federal Foreign Office in Berlin. So we've met in a few World Heritage sessions. And she was head of the Department of Preservation of Regional Traditions and Culture at the Nordrhein-Westfalen Stiftung, a foundation for the protection of nature, regional traditions and culture in Düsseldorf, Germany. So please, Birgitta, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you very much, Kay, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here with all of you. And yes, I'm an art historian as well, but I have to admit today that I have to present today the bureaucratic way of thinking, as you told it. And my privilege was in the last 20 years or more than 20 years to accompany all the World Heritage inscriptions in Germany between number 25 and number 51. And among these 26 world inscriptions, there were 10 international serial nominations. So that is, I think Germany has, with 8 of the 9 direct neighbors, common World Heritage sites, as well with 23 other states parties of the World Heritage Convention, and the largest, or regarding the quantity, I think the beech forest are the natural inscription is a natural inscription which has at the moment 18 state parties on board. So, but no, I think we have to go back. Yes, the World Heritage List, not the World Heritage Convention. I like to make the difference because we know the world. We know the World Heritage List, but we do not know the World Heritage Convention, which is much more than the World Heritage List. I like to mention that. But the list is based on the concept of outstanding universal value, meaning, according to paragraph 49 of the operational guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, a cultural and or natural significance which is so exceptional as to transcend national boundaries and to be of common importance for present and future generations of humanity. But only 33 years after the General Assembly adopted the World Heritage Convention in 1972, the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value was included for the first time in the 2005 operational guideline and has become operational since 2007. It is divided into the following sections: brief synthesis, criteria, integrity, authenticity, which applies only to cultural sites, and management requirements. And it's quite important. Normally you should write, a statement should be or have only to be 2 pages, 4 pages. And my experience all over the years is if you cannot declare why such a site is of outstanding universal value on 2 pages, then forgot it, because it must really very precise, and everyone involved has to immediately realize why a site is of outstanding universal value. While the draft and this slide shows there are 3 pillars of the outstanding universal values. The first one is the criteria. The second one, that the criteria are the justifications for justification, and you have to meet also the condition criteria, integrity and authenticity, and protection and management has also in place if you like to have success. While the draft version of the mission statement of the for the preparation of a World Heritage nomination, while the draft version is a mission statement for the preparation of a World Heritage nomination, the final version approved by the World Heritage Committee is a central reference document for justifying inscription and assessing developments, risks and threats following recognition as a World Heritage property. As an essential tool for justifying the criterion characterizing the attributes and values, it defines the thinking at the time of inscription on the basis of the criteria in force at the time. A statement of outstanding universal value provides a clear shared understanding of the reasons for inscription and of what needs managing in order to sustain the outstanding universal value for the long term. For the importance for identifying and listing attributes has only become clear in recent years. This is also due to the fact that the conceptual approach has changed. At the beginning, icons were primarily entered in the World Heritage List, the global significance of which was beyond question and had not been verified. Today, however, not only the best of the best, a little bit the concept of the 8 world wonders, but also the representative of the best are recognized as World Heritage properties. This often requires a very sophisticated and detailed justification, which also highlights the gaps in the World Heritage List that nomination closes. In addition, the complex threats to which the World Heritage sites are exposed can only be reliably assessed if the attributes conveying the outstanding universal value are known. The World Heritage Convention is a property-based convention. Your Kasper just mentioned it, which means that the physical attributes of a property in particular have to express or convey the outstanding universal value. Therefore, the principal challenges is identifying, mapping, and protecting physical attributes that justify the selection of at least one of the six cultural criteria, as well as the conditions of authenticity and integrity. In the context, it should be noted that there is a decisive difference between the criteria for cultural and natural heritage, where the various cultural criteria characterize attributes and values. The natural criteria define types of heritage. Moreover, the operational guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention stipulated concrete tangible and intangible attributes only for the conditions of authenticity by listing from form and design, material and substance, traditions, techniques, and management systems, location and setting, language, and other forms of tangible heritage, and spirit and feeling. In addition, in the conditions of integrity are the measure for wholeness and intactness of the natural and or cultural heritage and its attributes. Except for authenticity, I just mentioned it, attributes have so far only been defined outside the operational guidelines. Outside the operational guidelines in the questionnaire for the third cycle of the periodic reporting, which is underway at the moment for the region, for the European and North America region. And in this questionnaire, attributes are defined as follows. Attributes can be physical qualities or fabric or the relationship between them. Attributes can also be processes impacting on physical qualities, such as natural or agricultural processes, social arrangements, or cultural practices that have shaped distinctive landscapes. For natural properties, they can include landscape features, habitats, aspects of environmental quality, such as intactness, high pristine, and environmental quality, scale and naturalness of habitats, and size and viability of wildlife populations. So that means we do not have a definition which is accepted by the World Heritage Committee so far. As a guide, the periodic reporting questionnaire recommend to focus on approximately 5 key attributes. In general, no more than 50 should be mapped for a site. The mapping of attributes is therefore a prerequisite for drafting a statement of outstanding universal value as a mission statement for the application process, identifying the component parts for a serial nomination, elaborating a successful nominating dossier, including a comparative analysis. And we just heard I think Pierre has given us the context in which the application from Mendelsohn has to be compared with. And I like to add only one thing. Maybe we have to have a glimpse to Africa as well, or to look to Africa as well, because the African, no? Okay, because the African World Heritage Fund is currently preparing a tentative list entry of several African countries regarding African modernism, and that is the architecture of independence. And I think this is a very challenging approach, but of course, I think we have to compare the works of Mendelsohn with this initiative as well. So beside the comparative analysis, the mapping of attribute is important as well for the management of a property through indicating what it is needed to be maintained in order to sustain the outstanding universal value. And of course, elaborating a management plan, which is part of the nomination process and the application, and conducting heritage impact assessments in order to effectively evaluate important impacts on the potential developments on the outstanding universal value. And I have to admit that, for instance, in Germany, we conducted heritage impact assessments already during the nomination process to be on the safe side, so that we are not face trouble after the inscription or during the inscription process. One of the first examples of identifying and listing attributes that justify the criteria and convey the outstanding universal value as a rule is a table developed during the nomination process for the serial transcontinental property, the architectural work of Le Corbusier. Pierre just mentioned is an outstanding contribution to the modern movement inscribed in the World Heritage List in 2016. In the course of the lengthy process, more than 10 years, to organize and to create the series, which originally consisted of 22 components and in the end was reduced to 70 sites. The format set out concisely and precisely how the attributes of each component contribute to the outstanding universal value. Due to the to our time constraints today, I will not explain this tableau or this table in detail, but those who are involved in the preparation of the nomination should go in the detail, because it's quite interesting and it is really a good foundation to organize that all stakeholders are involved in the definition of the outstanding universal value are on the same level. Yesterday, I was inspired by all the papers, and especially of the paper of Michael Benedict, and I hesitate to show the following slide, but I do it now because I have a proposal, and if I had the task to do the editorial work for writing or defining the draft outstanding universal value, I think I would think about the criteria. Pierre told, okay, number one is the one which applies to Mendelsohn. I would think about criteria one as well, to represent a masterpiece of human creative genius. For instance, the work of Le Corbusier was nominated with regard to the most common criteria 2 and 4, but the World Heritage Committee added one as well. And we have to think, do we have really iconic buildings in the series? And I'm convinced we have at least one. Of course, the second one exhibits an important interchange of human values over a span of time within a cultural area of the world on developments in architecture or technology, monumental arts, town planning, or landscape design. It's no question that this criteria fits to the works of Mendelsohn, as well as number 4 be an outstanding example, to my opinion, of a type of building, architectural and technological ensembles of landscape which illustrate significant stages in human history. So, and now I present the first, as I mentioned it, I would consider 1, 2, and 3. And yesterday, Michael Benedict, I think for me, it was inspiring because he mentioned values which are really important, I think. And I would define a value for each criterion. And I think the creation and evolution could be the value for criterion 1, space and time, the value for criterion and 2, and the large and the small, the value for criterion 6. And I tried to summarize a little bit the attributes behind or under the criteria. So that is just an idea, not a proposal, but it came into my mind yesterday and during the interesting papers given by the experts. And now it's time to finish. So there are resource manuals and publications. First of all, on the right-hand side, the guidelines and the papers of the World Heritage Center that are guidelines for the preparation of serial nominations to the World Heritage List, World Heritage and Buffer Zone, the Writing Heritage nominations. So that is quite popular, and now everyone is aware of these manuals. But on the other hand, the Tokyo National Research Institute for Cultural Properties conducted a very helpful reader in 2021 that is attributes a way of understanding World Heritage, the OUV, and I recommend to go to read this booklet as well, because it is really a collection of the concept of OUV, of the insights of the collection of OUV. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Birgitta. And the last presentation for our morning session, I will invite Oshrat Wolfling-Assa. She's a PhD student from the Technion, an active architect holding a bachelor's degree from the Technion and also an MA from the Faculty of Architecture and Town Planning with honors in architectural conservation. And she will present work done by her and in collaboration with architect Ruth Liberty Shalev and Tal Alon Moses. Oshrat.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Oshrat. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And my presentation, which is part of my PhD under the advisory of Tal Alon Moses and Ruth Liberty Shalev, will be on the transboundary and transnational properties. And it will review their success as platforms for international cooperation and improved representativity in the World Heritage List. The 1972 World Heritage Convention concerning the protection of world cultural and natural heritage turned heritage protection into an international effort and stated it should be through an international cooperation system, which we are now familiar with as the World Heritage List. The aim of this presentation is to investigate whether shared inscriptions created as a joint effort of several state parties succeed as a platform for this much hoped for international cooperation, and whether they aid better representativity in inclusion of varied state parties and themes in the World Heritage List. The methodology of this presentation is based on the analysis of the list inscriptions according to several attributes. The inscription trends along the list timeline since 1978, the first year of the inscriptions, classification according to global, region, and state parties, and lastly, classification according to the type of inscription and the nature of the heritage, natural versus cultural. Now, properties inscribed on the World Heritage List are typically single land areas located within the borders of a single state party. But this presentation will discuss special types of properties which are mentioned here: serial, transboundary, and transnational properties. So first, let us refresh the terms. When we speak of serial properties, they are a collection or ensemble of sites linked specifically in some cultural, social, or functional ways over time, and where each site contributes substantially to the OUV of the whole property in a way that should be readily understood. Meaning, serial properties are not a random accumulation of components, but a deliberate choice of heritage properties assigned together as part of a broader theme with collective unique qualities. A transboundary property is a continuous area which extends across the borders of neighboring state parties. Since it is one geographical area divided by current international borders, it will often be related, as we will see shortly, mainly to natural heritage phenomena. On the other hand, a transnational property is a series of components located in the territory of different state parties, meaning it is a collection of components relating to a shared theme rather than to one physical area, and therefore might be more inclined to cultural thematical nomination. The focus on these types is due to UNESCO's intentions as a UN specialized agency to address them as a catalyst for international cooperation, something that is at the heart of the World Heritage Convention. Hence, these nomination types are perceived by the World Heritage Mechanism as a practical way to promote global peace and understanding, the ideal rooted within all United Nations agencies. The affinity to UN objectives is accomplished through the following two major goals: fostering of international peaceful cooperation and promoting improved representativity of state parties, cultures, and themes by endorsing diversity and inclusiveness. In this diagram, we present the relations between the three types mentioned. The diagram also introduces the term multinational properties to describe both transboundary and transnational properties. Since they both require the collaboration of two or more state parties in whose territories the components of the nominations are located. The term is borrowed from Professor Haspel's essay for ICOMOS Germany, when he addresses multinational proposals as an opportunity to create a more balanced list and promote the cause of international understanding through international cooperative projects. As mentioned, these properties are perceived as tools to promote international cooperation aspirations in accordance with United Nations objectives. These objectives appear in the 1945 Inauguration Charter, stating that the purposes of the United Nations are to maintain international peace and security, to develop friendly relations among nations, and to achieve international cooperation. The same objectives continue to inspire the recent 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, which defines itself as the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all, addressing global challenges and promoting universal respect. As one of the United Nations specialized agencies, this spirit also prevails at UNESCO. Its constitution declares that it is based on intellectual and moral solidarity, and its purpose is to contribute to peace and security by promoting collaboration among the nations. As presented here, in order to promote the use of these special types and through them support international cooperation, the World Heritage Mechanism facilitated their use by allowing state parties, co-authors of a transboundary or transnational serial nomination, to choose the state party which will be bearing the nomination. Meaning, despite quantitative limitations on the annual number of proposed nominations imposed on the list by the World Heritage Mechanism in 2005, multinational proposal state parties can divide the load among themselves and thus bypass at least part of the general limits. As noted here, and as we will see shortly, easing of these limitations was followed by an increase in serial and transnational nominations on the list. After this short introduction, it is the place to ask, first, what are the nomination trends of serial, transboundary, and transnational properties along the years? And second, what is their influence on international cooperation and improved representativity of state parties and themes in the list? Next slides will show different analyses to try and answer these two questions. The first graph presented here shows the growing use of all special type properties, serial and multinational, in World Heritage nominations. Annually inscribed special types nominations are represented in blue, while green represents annual single property inscriptions. The growth of the relative share of all special type properties on the World Heritage list is striking when we follow the red line, which signifies their percentage within the total number of annual inscriptions. From low to medium percentages numbers in the 1980s and 1990s, their annual share in the last decade comprises more than 30 and 40%. In 2021, it reached a record of 62% with 21 nominations out of a total 34. These figures show the growing use of these types in the last 20 years, making them a dominant feature in the composition of the list. Following two charts compare the different global region participation. Comparing the whole list on the left to the group of special type properties on the right shows significant similarities between the two. The charts demonstrate the similarity in the relative share of each region. This means that the same global regions and therefore similar state parties are behind the prosperity of special properties on the list, and regional representativity maintains the same trends. Now, after reviewing all special type inscription trends and the regional distribution, we focus on multinational properties, which are the transboundary and transnational properties created as a collaboration of two or more state parties. This graph presents the number of multinational properties compared to all special type property inscriptions. We can observe the small quantity, relatively small quantity of multinational properties and their changing distribution. From a decade of only one multinational property inscription between 1983 and 1994, we can see successive inscriptions in the last decades, again leading to the record year of 2021 with 4 multinational inscriptions. Following graph shows the distribution of transboundary versus transnational properties along the years. We see a clear shift, also evident in the marked trend lines. Property types change from violet colors transboundary in the 1980s and 1990s to light blue transnational in the last 20 years. When we observe the trends of natural heritage, we can see the obvious connection between natural themes and transboundary properties. Since most transboundary heritage is natural, we notice how the shift from transboundary to transnational is reflected here in the decrease of natural properties and a probable increase in cultural ones along the years. These trends of transboundary versus transnational and natural versus cultural might also reflect perception changes among state parties as the World Heritage mechanism is evolving. Its state parties shift from inscribing straightforward one area natural phenomena to more widespread thematic related cultural heritage inscriptions, which are not confined to one specific location. Now, in these charts, we return to comparing global region participation as a symbol of the obtained representativity. Next to the previous charts that we already saw on the left, which describe the whole heritage list and the all group of special properties, we add a third diagram. This diagram reflects the regional participation only within the group of multinational properties. we can conclude that multinationality amplifies the trends we already observed. Europe and North America region grows to be 68% of all inscriptions, while the Arab region vanishes with zero participation. However, Africa's growing share can be attributed to its transboundary natural inscriptions in the 1980s and 1990s. To support these conclusions regarding regional representativity, we present the following two lists. Both present the state parties which have the biggest numbers of inscriptions. Comparing multinational properties to all special type properties show 10 identical names, all of which are part of the Europe and North America region. Moreover, in the list of multinational properties, Argentina is the only exception to this all-European group. These two lists prove again that international cooperation doesn't bear the same amount of representativity fruits around the globe. Following quote recaps the differences between multinational properties and single state party serial properties. Whilst the number of inscribed transnational serial properties is relatively low, a closer analysis reveals that 145 are being de facto serial properties comprised within the boundaries of one country. These figures show that the serial approach has been a common nomination strategy at the national level, while transboundary or transnational cooperation remained rather limited until recently. But besides this comparison between the two types, this quote conveys a discussion over the nature of these special properties. Are they just a strategy aiding to bypass limitations, or are they value-defined processes? Since, as we can see in the quote here, the values authenticity and integrity should determine the appropriate boundaries and the application of the serial approach, it means there cannot be de facto series determined only by the number of their component parts. This brings us to our conclusions on the influence of transboundary and transnational properties on the list. Our analysis presented the following trends: a shift from transboundary to transnational nominations, accompanied by a shift from natural to cultural heritage. We also noted a growth in size, number of components, and the number of state parties. All of these are due to the shift from geographically natural-oriented phenomena to thematic or narrative-based cultural inscriptions. Recent cultural inscriptions tend to present more globally oriented themes, such as Struve's mapping of the world, Roman Empire influence, or cultural development along caravan routes. Multinational cooperation, then, seems to be most common in natural phenomena or ancient historical and archaeological themes. These trends maintain the dominance of Western-oriented regions and state parties in the list. Participation rates of state parties in global regions remain similar or are even amplified to the already observed trends on the list. Only 3 inscriptions are compiled from different global regions. The Uvznur Basin and landscapes of the Uria are both natural heritage of neighboring Russian Federation in the European region and Mongolia in Asia. The third is the work of Le Corbusier, which includes the legacy of this prominent Western figure in Europe, Asia, and Latin America. Moreover, multinational properties as part of the World Heritage Mechanism still have to fulfill some missing opportunities, such as Arab region participation, First Nations people and their cultural perspective, and dissonant heritage of recent historical periods. Lastly, we conclude by reviewing Erich Mendelsohn's proposal, transnational property, in light of our conclusions. The theme of architecture of dialogue, which links between immigration and multiculturalism, corresponds to current diversity and inclusiveness aspirations. Yet, Erich Mendelsohn is an historical figure, and the state parties which are related to his legacy are all located in the heart of Western dominance, both physically and culturally. In this sense, Mendelsohn's proposal can be added to the still short list of modern architectural legacies, but it will not challenge current trends and missing opportunities. Thank you.
Toda Oshrat. I would like to conclude this morning's session to thank all the contributors for very interesting presentations. And the Mendelsohn proposal holds for us opportunities and challenges as presented by the speakers. What criteria should we use? How do we define the OUV? How do we manage transnational, transboundary nomination? And as Jörg said, this is work in progress, so to be continued. Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any questions to the contributors to the session? No questions. Everybody wants some coffee, I think. Okay, so thank you.
בפיגור? רגע. 11:30.
11:30?
כן.
אז יש לנו רבע שעה.
יש... כן.
אוקיי.
We have a 10 minutes break and then we return for the discussion.
רוצה להגיד משהו לך?
תודה גיא.
כן, בשמחה. מי פה חברים מפולין? הם יושבים ביחד?
כן. May I ask you to start, to begin, to end the coffee break? You're all invited to sit. You're okay, you're okay. גיא, אפשר להגיד את זה בפולנית? Hello. It's a movie. It's a documentary. You cannot put all
So would you please take your seat so that we can continue with the discussion about the OUV? Alona, Jörg, would you please join us? Please be so kind and come to the audience. Iran. So now that we heard these very, very interesting presentations, for which I would very much like to thank, because I think it's so important to know more about the administrative process. It's not just nominating a building. It is much more, and it is quite difficult and also long lasting, because you need to make so many different papers, like the comparative analysis. We haven't even started with this. We have to discuss the criteria. We have a proposal that I would like to show you now in order to bring you to the present state of our work. It is the status of this paper before the presentations today. So my idea is, or our idea is, that I read them so that you know where we are standing, and we need to discuss where are the good points, which points should we skip, where we should do more. And so I would like to start with this reading of our proposal. It was created by the Erich Mendelsohn Initiative Circle, the so-called inner circle. We have been discussing about that. So it's Iran, it's Inbal, it's Jörg. There's Kathleen James. She's the only one that is a mother tongue. She's a Mendelsohn expert and the only one that can really, you know, has the mother tongue of English. So we are proceeding, and Ita, sorry, yes, you're right. Ita, Maristella, they were also joining. So we try to identify the OUV based on the papers of the UNESCO. So with the criteria that Birgitta Ringbeck showed us today, and to fill or to prove whether these criteria are fulfilled by the Mendelsohn buildings or not. So I will read what we wrote until now, and you can follow this on the screen. The architect Erich and Erich Mendelsohn, we make this in a difference because he changed his name when he became British subject. So we think that it is right to already there to show that he is a transnational person. So the architect Erich Mendelsohn, who was born in Germany and later practiced in London, Jerusalem, and San Francisco, was responsible for inventing unadorned forms that were influenced by the birth of abstract art and that were erected out of modern materials that bore the clear imprint of the Industrial Revolution. The precarious balance between his passion for individual solutions and his ability to generate designs that were imitated internationally reveals an ambivalence, however, about standardization. It also provides a template for forward-facing architecture today, in which addressing the particularity of place in buildings that captivate the imagination of the communities in which they stand is key to meeting the challenge of climate change. This is kind of the most important beginning of this whole definition of the OUV. And I go down, and which shows the criteria 1 represent a masterpiece of human creative genius. And the arguments are the connection to art. As a student, Mendelsohn was part of the Blue Rider Circle in Munich. Its artists often adopted rounded forms. The influence of Wassily Kandinsky in particular can be seen above all in the Einstein Tower, the building that launched his career at home and abroad. Although he never again built anything so obviously unusual, throughout his career, Mendelssohn's engagement with curvilinear forms distinguished him from contemporaries in the Novembergruppe and the Ring, who initially preferred a faceted form of expressionism, which they followed with an adherence to rectilinearity. Mendelssohn usually designed while listening to recording Bach. He had a perfect pitch when it came to designing buildings that were spare and functional but never dull. A second argument for criteria 1 is the range of commissions. Throughout his career, Mendelssohn displayed an extraordinary flexibility that he pivoted from focusing on commercial to civic to religious work, while always proving able as well to design distinguished houses. A distinguishing feature of Mendelssohn's European career in Europe, so da ist ein Fehler drin. During the years 1919 to 1933, when his office was in Berlin, he benefited from the opportunity to build large office buildings, department stores, luxury shops, factories, and a cinema, inventing new paradigms for each of these types. The prominence of many of these buildings was enhanced by dramatic and high innovative night lighting. After his emigration from Germany in 1933, in response to Nazi Germany's anti-Semitism, he extended his success to England, where his work, produced in partnership with Serge Germayev, included most notably a pavilion for the resort town of Bexhill-on-Sea. It was instrumental in popularizing the international style in Great Britain, where it also pioneered large-scale welded steel construction. Over time, however, as he continued to assimilate to new cultures, landscapes, and construction materials, the balance of his practice shifted. From 1934 to 41, Mendelssohn also built in British Mandate of Palestine, where he realized an important bank building, a library, laboratories, and a pair of state-of-the-art hospitals. Having designed housing for all income groups in Germany, including a villa for himself and his wife, he now turned his attention as well to integrating modern domesticity into a very different material palette and landscape. The creation of a modern showcase house appropriate to its local was something Mendelssohn would master again when, after having moved to the United States in 1941, he ran an office in San Francisco from 1945 until his death in 1953. He also built another hospital there and the first office park in what became Silicon Valley. His major accomplishment during these years, however, came through his invention of a new paradigm for the suburban synagogue. Already in Germany, he had realized 2 cemetery chapels, a synagogue, and a youth center for the Jewish community to which he belonged. Here he integrated spaces for worship, socializing, and education in complexes that also provided compelling modern alternatives to historicists' imaginary. The second criteria we chose is criteria 2, exhibit an important interchange of human values. Throughout his career, Mendelsohn displayed an extraordinary capacity to engage the specificity, what a language, oh my God, specificity of individual commissions. In addition to the function of the building type, these included the requirements of the clients and the site conditions, including the urban or suburban context as well as the climate. He was also extremely attentive to what construction technologies were available and what material were appropriate. This emphasis on the uniqueness of his buildings, rooted in a strong awareness of the people and places for whom and for which he designed, distinguished him from his modernist peers. It also greatly facilitated his ability to work in so many different countries. In Germany, Mendelsohn excelled at increasing the urban density through buildings whose sleek ribbon windows and horizontal banding innovated rather than destroyed the existing street pattern. Although the pencil sketches in which he worked out his designs did not illustrate it, he was extremely attentive to the particularities of the conditions in which they were embedded. For instance, when he designed department stores for Salman Schocken, he did not attempt to create a recognizable brand, but was instead motivated by the unique position of each store within its own city. Mendelsohn carried his talent with him into exile. At Bexhill, he demonstrated to the English that modern architecture could be both fun and economical. In Palestine, he paid close attention to vernacular traditions, without, however, renouncing an abstract approach to form or a commitment to modern construction methods. In the United States, he took the work of Frank Lloyd Wright and William Webster, the country's 2 most prominent architects in the 1940s, at his point of departure. This sensitivity to place within an entirely modernist sensibility foreshadows the critical regionalism of the late 20th century. Oops. Another important point is the international influence and visibility of Mendelssohn's work. There is nevertheless a paradox at the core of the outstanding universal value of Mendelssohn's oeuvre, which stretches across 5 decades and 3 continents. Although each of his designs was carefully crafted to suit a particular place, as well as to respond pragmatically to its function and sensitively to its cultural context, from the beginnings, he proved unusually able to create motifs that were extremely popular with commercial architects and their publics. His dynamic curves morphed into streamlining and animated Art Deco facades in thousands of cities around the world. Moreover, the structures that bear the traces of his influence remain among the examples of 20th century architecture viewed most fondly by the residents of almost every city in which they stand. From Santiago in Chile and Shanghai in China, and from Casablanca to Mumbai, not to mention Madrid or Brussels, Mendelssohnian motifs add jazz age flair to cinemas as well as apartment and office blocks. And yet, Mendelssohn himself deplored this impact above all because it transposed to new places details which he often found inappropriate for them. Thus, while architects in Tel Aviv aped his buildings for Berlin, he found them unsuitable for a region that had not yet industrialized and which had a shortage of modern building materials. This in no way, however, diminishes the degree to which he should be credited with having developed the most appealing and some of the most enduring images of the new, many of which still appear fresh nearly a century later. And I think that was it. That's it. So this is the result of our struggle to formulate the OUV. And I would like now to invite the lecturers from this morning to come to me so that you can give us advice on our approach towards formulating an outstanding universal value. What next steps to be done? Jörg, du auch? So are there questions from the audience with the background of our OUV? Maybe I scroll back to the first part, which is kind of essence of what we think is important. Are there questions or annotations? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The broader field of his office, like the people behind him that supported this work over the continents, that supported him as a person, and to realize his works. So I understand, of course, the concentration of this one person, but probably this might also be problematic in the sense of the group that is behind the work of this person. So is there an idea of addressing this in the application?
Thank you for this interesting question. It's something really important. As you know, we are planning to do research on the assistants, but I would like to give the microphone to the experts here, whether this is something we should do. I mean, I understood Birgitta Ringberg that it's always site-based. So the biographical, and this is something that I would like to have statements of you all, if we should, if this is not already too much biographically based, and so bringing in the whole office might already be too much. So I would like to ask, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I actually want to expand on this very important question because it came up in our, when we prepared the session last morning, we came exactly across that, because one of the things that seems to be missing from it is the kind of almost Fordism that he probably developed in the office. He had a huge office, he had online, I've learned from Andreas Putz that he had a kind of conference calls daily from the site to the office in the 20s. I mean, it was in 20s, 30s. It's he had there was a whole operation, And I'm really interested also, Jörg, if you can expand about, you said about, I think it was the people that went through the offices, that only Albert Kahn may be comparable to him, because Albert Kahn, they met each other and so on. So I think that how can we really brought into view the idea that this formed the basis of the corporate firm? It's beyond just.
Yeah, thank you very much. I apologize. Normally, I'm very critical. I'm known in Germany to be very open and critical, and I will let even in Israel today. But of course, with such a draft of an SOU, you will not have success, because I mentioned it in my paper, and Jörg Hasper mentioned it as well. The World Heritage is a site-based convention. Normally, you start with the first part of the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value is the brief synthesis. And the brief synthesis summarizes the nominated sites and not the CV of the architect. Normally, it starts with the architecture of or the masterworks of, or the works of the architectural work of Erich Mendelsohn are located in, and they are testimonies for. So that is the normal, you will find such advice in each and every resource for writing World Heritage nominations. But this is the CV of Mendelsohn. And sorry to say that, but CV is not in the focus of the nomination. In the focus of the nomination must be the works of architecture. And for instance, none work is mentioned, nearly none. In this.
I knew it was not a mistake, but I knew that it would be.
So, and again, it is very simple. The World Heritage Convention is site-based, and the focus is on the work, the architectural works, and not on the architect. And therefore, you have to describe the work, the selected works, because the World Heritage Committee would not accept to inscribe a complete oeuvre of an architect. And that, for instance, was a lessons learned from Le Corbusier, that the selection of 22 were too much. The amount was not acceptable. And each and every selected site should be a testimony for an development, an universal development over time. And therefore you have to start again with the architecture, not with the architect.
May I add one comment and take the question about the genius, the universal genius, and what kind of geniality is demanded? Is it it's a kind of creative or creativity which is genius? And you mentioned maybe it is a genial organization and administration office, as you mentioned, similar to Albert Kahn and to, let's call them, Fordist architectural offices and ateliers, which were invented in the 20s and then realized later. Maybe this is part of it. But as Brigitta mentioned, the idea, as far as I understood, to include among the criteria 1, which is always a little bit, or which has become delicate and which has become misunderstood by those who are commissioned with the missions and with the evaluation and so on, was that for Le Corbusier, for the 22 and then for the 19 and now for the 17th, that it was the World Heritage Committee which added criteria 1 to the nomination. This was not intended or expected by the e-commerce and by the experts because of the number of components which were brought together. There are some of them which are evident and some of them where you are hesitating or where you are in doubt. And so the question is, from my point of view, and that I could give over to Birgitta Ringbeck, is the criteria 1 seems to be obvious for Einstein Tower, because everybody, and when we would have started it 10 years ago, we would have tried also to refer to criteria 1. But what about the other components? What do you think about, or isn't it necessary that the criteria are fulfilled and met by all of them, by all the components?
No, that was the discussion during the inscription of Le Corbusier, because some member states or committee members were of the opinion that not all, but some of the component parts met criteria 1, especially the Ronschaum chapel. And it was the opinion of the committee members that therefore criteria 1 is still justified, and they put it to the proposed criteria as well. And I think in the end, if the final draft statement of outstanding universal value is finished, I think that you draft several statements of outstanding. In the end, you have 10 drafts or more. But you have to start. And for me, it is quite obvious, even with the experience of Le Corbusier, that we have to consider criterion 1 as well, because of course the Einstein tomb, if you are speaking about or you have reading books about expressionism, you will find this icon, and therefore I would consider it. If I would really go ahead with it at the end, should be discussed, but we have to select the buildings which convey the outstanding universal value, and not the CV and the development, the career of Erich Mendelsohn.
Yeah, I totally agree. Just to say about the criteria 2, I missed to say it in my presentation. All the properties that I talk about use criteria 2. So it's an obvious criteria for this kind of proposition. For the criteria 1, it's a masterpiece of, it's a masterpiece, is a building. It's a building or as a wall. In general, I was not involved, but for Le Corbusier, I think that it was the first, is the most important, or considered like that, the most representant of modern architecture. So it's the first, so there is criterion 1, like Vauban. It was the first, so criterion 1. Like an astronomical building, Jodrell Bank in United Kingdom, was inscribed 3 years ago. It has the criterion 1 because it's the first. It's 2 radio telescopes with awful building everywhere in front of him. But it's the first, so it took the criteria 1. So I think it's a problem to use it. And another problem, normally an OUV must be explained in 3 sentences. In 3 sentences, you must understand globally the proposed OUV, and it can be explained a little bit more. But in 2 or 3 sentences, okay, I understand what you want to inscribe. And for example, just an illustration, an example, it's not a proposition. For criterion 1 for Einstein Tower, exactly, it could be something like the Einstein Tower in Potsdam is an exceptional an exceptional testimony of expressionism in architecture. That's all. The 1 or 2 or 3 sentences. This is a problem with in general with the expression, because there's a lot of knowledge about him, about all the topics, and in a nomination dossier we have to make some simplification. So yeah.
We know too much. So sometimes it's so this is why we need your support, because it brings it to the core. And I think this is something that we all need to learn, that we need to reduce. I have a question concerning criteria 1. When we say the Einstein Tower is a work of human genius, represents a masterpiece of human creative genius. We are sure that it is. Do all the nominees have to fulfill this?
What I feel that for me is missing right now, and I'm looking at it from the outside, let's say, not from inside the mechanism, I don't see the relations between the criterias and the topic and the narrative of your serial nomination. I think you should go back, you should look for the narrative, just to know, to take out the roots of what do you mean, and then find the right criteria and the right justifications. I don't see the relation between master creative genius and architecture of dialogue. From what I understood yesterday, you were taking it to a completely different sphere, let's say, talking about more about culturalism and multiculturalism and interrelations. And I don't see it here in the description of criteria 1. That is why maybe criteria 1 might not be the appropriate criteria for this nomination. I think you should go one step back, look for the right theme, which is also the narrative, what you are trying to convey, and then try and look for the criteria which goes with your narrative, and then look for the buildings which reflect those narratives in them, and look for the parts, the attributes which reflect the narrative of, if you are saying dialogue, then dialogue. If there is another topic, then this should match the topic. We should be able to see this going downwards as we go from the theme into the criterias, into the component parts that you select. And from what I'm feeling right now, this is missing, and this is why we are a bit going in circles and not being able to pinpoint what we are looking for. I think we have to go one step back, decide what is your narrative of the series, and then from this narrative, once we decide, it should be more easily to define what are the right criteria and what are the right buildings. Okay, it doesn't have to be a long list. It should be very concentrated and very narrative related and theme related. And this, I think, this should be the next step of the group, of the working group.
I think we hear here again remarks we had already in Berlin from Bokoslau. First he said, you know enough. Come on. In this room there is knowledge about Mendelssohn from now, books and books it can be written. And so this is not a question of more research, but of, again, being able to answer the criteria of the convention, or the mechanism and the politics of the convention. This is one, so we really have to take it in mind. We have also a practical problem, because as it looks now, the first country to have a Mendelssohn in the tentative list is probably Israel, because of all kinds of reasons. And Einstein is unfortunately not in Israel, it's in Germany. So if we open the door, we open the door with two sites in Israel. I completely agree, we have to concentrate on sites, and we kind of focusing on 2 sites. They are not answering criteria 1, I think, in kind of superficial first thought. And so that's a question for the specialist, if that's a problem afterwards to when other countries will add, for Germany will be invited to join the tentative list and then bring with it the criteria 1, it will be a problem because the other buildings will not have this criteria.
Thank you for this important question.
That depends which tentative submission format you submit to the World Heritage Center. 2A, that is for national nominations, or 2B, that is for serial national as well as transnational nominations. Yes, and if you are going ahead with 2B, your tentative submission format, and you in the top of the format, you describe, okay, we will submit it together, not only Israel, Poland, Germany, and some others. Then the World Heritage Center will wait with the publication and of your document which you submitted. They will publicate it or put it on the website when, in the case that all the other state parties have submitted the tentative submission format to be as well. So often it is a case that I don't know, but we submitted our tentative submission format, but the World Heritage Center did not put it not on the web page, and that is decisive, the date of the web page. And then the answer is clear. The others did not submit it yet, and then you have to wait. But if you are going ahead with 2A, that is a thing that is that will be the nomination of Israel. Therefore, it is for me it is the strategic decision. Go you ahead with all state parties at the same time, or do you go ahead as one state, as a single state party, and maybe you say, okay, we are open for later extensions. That is a question. What is the nomination approach? But normally, if you say, okay, this should be, in the end, it should be a series, the World Heritage Center likes to get a vision which other side should amend this proposal in the end.
I only wanted to add one comment. I think François Pierre, he mentioned that, for example, in the bibliography and studies of astrophysics monuments, there is the possibility of astrophysics that is including, for example, the Einstein Tower. Einstein Tower is one of the most prominent potential candidates for this year. So I think to nominate or to include other sites which are deriving from Mendelsohn, that would be possible in this generation or in the next generation. We will see. And we have the example of Gropius, who is connected to 3 different World Heritage sites, the name of Gropius. And nobody was aware when we nominated the Bauhaus sites that the other sites will continue and that he is involved. So that is always a possibility. From a strategic point of view, it's the question, should we stick to the serial international or multinational nomination because we think that is adequate and appropriate to the oeuvre and also to the life, knowing that it's not the life and not the CV, which is inscribed in the World Heritage List, but they are the objects. But I think we have an interesting collection or selection of buildings which could be included in this heritage list, and then we have to clarify it first. Do we have the hope that, for example, nominating the Palestine Bank and Weizmann House and the library for World Heritage Site, what about the comparative analysis you will do, and what are the comparative elements or buildings of Mendelsohn which will be compared. Is it an encouraging approach? So I'm hesitating to do this because we have, in the case of Weizmann, we have the surrounding with the high-rise buildings, which is not strengthening at least the whole situation. We have the Schocken Library, which is totally different from what I was used from by photographs of the situation. And then we have the Palestine Bank, which we did not see from the interior, from the inside. So there are some question marks we have to put to ourselves to think what is appropriate. And that is why I would prefer to stick to the international nomination, because I think it's not only a question of the life of Erich Mendelsohn and of the station of the office. It's a unique contribution to modern architecture in the 20th century, which is condensated in this work. And this is the range from Einstein Tower or from Bet Tahara towards the synagogues, to the temple synagogue, and to the, let's say, traditional synagogue in the United States. That is unique. And there is, no, as far as I know, there is no other architect or prominent leading hero of 20th century architecture who had this kind of vita, which is also a vita of his life, and who left this kind of architecture worldwide. That is also different. We always compare it with Frank Lloyd Wright, with Le Corbusier. That's a totally different approach. And that is important. That is why I think it is a unique contribution, could be a unique contribution to the World Heritage List.
I think that maybe in what you're saying, there is the beginning of the answer of the challenge that I would like us to face collectively. I remember very strongly in Berlin that the idea of an individual white male genius is not a very appealing project for UNESCO. And the question is, what are world conditions that Mendelssohn faced can answer questions that are currently in our consciousness? Because what he did in the past for what he did does not carry enough weight if we don't succeed to explain why it is important here and now. And I think that part of it is the idea that what you said now about the forced migration, it wasn't a colonialist that is invited by power to other places, but he had to do it. And I think in that sense, Regina, that it goes beyond critical regionalism, because critical regionalism was Frampton sitting in New York and choosing things that the critic says were actually criticism of his capitalism and neoliberalism in New York. So I think that there's something about the idea of nationalism, of colonialism, and so on, that can be addressed through it. Because he was a critic of nationalism, let's say, in Palestine, a very fierce critic. And he was for collaboration with Palestinians. So it's we do have several, I think that it doesn't make sense to have only the Israeli, let's say, buildings, that the idea that his architecture changed completely between one site of the other, it means that he met each site on its own terms. And this, I think, is very key. So I think we should really think about what in our thing here is appealing right now to the topics that are on the table.
Thank you, Alona, and Inbal.
Thank you. I have a question first to Brigitte. You mentioned with the attributes, the non-tangible values. Yeah. Yes, exactly. And I was wondering, Regina and I talked about it yesterday, whether the fact that the archives are very whole and complete in this age when archives are being fundamentally changed, whether this is something that can contribute. And also a question to Pierre-François. I mean, of course, the questions are for all of you regarding the issue with the landscape that we'll talk about further this afternoon, and the high rises that Jörg mentioned. How do you go about that, and how do you deal with such an issue, which since in Rehovot, for example, it is very, very significant, these conceptual changes.
So I hand to maybe first to your intervention, if I may. So I think the value, in brackets value, I use this word, but forced immigration is very important to list this value. And you can link this value to criterion 2. And then you have two other values under this criterion to my first ideas yesterday. You have the constructions ideas of the Mediterranean, and you have some vernacular material. So you can combine that under, and for me, it is no questions. Forced immigration is really a value, in brackets again, which is on the table, which we are very much aware at the moment. So to the other, therefore, I would think not about the CV of Mendelsohn, but I would first of all think about of the values of his work and what they represent universally. And if you write first the values and look which works convey these values, you will start in the right direction, to my opinion, because I did it or learned it in the recent years. And the next question your question was about the archives. If you considering to put forward or to nominate it the archives as well, then you have to consider criterion 6. And that is much more difficult than criteria 1.
Just to the question of the archives, it's a question of authenticity. It reinforces the authenticity of the nomination with the authenticity of knowledge about his works. So it's a good thing about authenticity. And the other thing with criterion 2, I totally agree about that. With the question of emigration, which is very important. And Wright is only with criterion 2, and he also migrated from United States to Europe in the other way. So I think the debate about criterion 1 is not a good debate. It's a wrong debate, because how is a creative masterpiece of human genius, etc., is just Potsdam Tower or not? How we can consider his work as a whole, etc. So I think it would be more important to concentrate it about criterion 2 only.
I think this was a good final word. I have another question, but just one. How do we bring Einstein Tower in the forced migration? This is something I have to think about. I think. Do you want to answer? But because Aran has told me, and I know we have to finish. But this is maybe the last question for this session.
Isn't it the same way as we do Bet Tahara?
No, but you will, the value of forced immigration, of course, will not fit to the Einstein tomb. But you are presenting architectural works which really are testimonies of certain values. And again, it is not necessary that each and every component part fulfills criteria 1. But I think, yes, but therefore I think we could use criteria 1 only for one component part and not for all. But therefore, sorry to say that I'm a little bureaucratic, but you have to make it to define the tableau. Then you will see which component part conveys criteria 1, criteria 2, and criteria maybe for me 4 is important as well, because the issue of Acropolis, for instance, the interaction of Mendelsohn with the landscape and the landscape elements, for me it was obvious yesterday. And on Monday, on Tuesday, see if you go to the hospital, there is he dealt with it, and that is really important. And in the end, you have the holistic picture. Which works of architecture represent outstanding universal value, and that again, not every component part has to fulfill criteria 1.
No. Ita is no always.
I have a soft point for Ita. So.
I know. But you told me I had to finish.
No, it's not, it's only an answer to you. If you take the Einstein Tower, all people that were involved there, they had to leave Germany. So you even have there, you have the migration topic.
Well, that was really short. So thank you so much for this very inspiring session. I learned a lot. I think we all learned a lot, and I feel loaded with work, but with work we like to do. And we are making a break now. Thank you again. And there is an announcement by Iran.
Okay, so before going to lunch, I want to know, remember tomorrow we have a tour to the Rambam Hospital. I need to know a little bit the picture, how many people from here will join the tour tomorrow to Rambam, and then I will give the details. So please, 9 o'clock at Rambam Hospital. So, okay, we'll do that. There are some more people who are not here probably who said will come. So, and we have a lot of places. So there are 35 places. So you are welcome all to join if you can. Lunch for the speakers is at the same place like yesterday. We are back here at 1:30. Please be on time. We have another 2 sessions. Yes, Ada? 1:30. I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah. Your session is the first. שלום. אתה... שלום אורן. אתה פליט מאתמול.
We actually, I think all of us, probably everybody in this room, are on to demonstrate.
The problem is that
Okay, good afternoon. We are going to start the session. So please take your seats. למה קיבלת?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. If you can please take your seats, everyone who wants to sit down and hasn't done that yet. Okay, so I'm very happy and pleased to begin our afternoon session, which is titled Erich Mendelsohn's Work in Palestine, that little place with not very important buildings for our initiative. So let's begin, and we called it Local and Global Perspective. And we have four really, really interesting papers that will be presented. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Ita Heinze Greenberg, which I think almost needs no introduction. And I'll read, I'll tell you just a little bit from the CV, and then we'll begin. So Ita Heinze Greenberg is an architectural historian and professor emerita of the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, which we know as ETH in Zurich, where she was assigned to the Institute of History and Theory of Architecture from 2012 to 2020. Her doctorate dealt with Erich Mendelsohn's buildings in Palestine. She taught here at the Technion in Israel, at the Bezalel Academy, the University of Augsburg and Delft University of Technology, and well, so many achievements and so many things. And her publications concentrate on 19th century architecture with a focus on nation building, identity construction, migration studies, and the work of Erich Mendelsohn. Ita's talk today, which will be continued with our tour tomorrow, is titled Praised and Boycotted, Erich Mendelsohn's Government Hospital in Haifa. Thank you. Please go from here because we're scared of the little, yeah, I'll load the presentation. At least I will attempt to. Let's see, session, I think this is ours, or session 2. I don't know anything about PCs. Yes. Yeah, I can't work PCs. I have no idea how to do this. Thanks. There you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, and thank you very, very much for the invitation. And I'm very excited to be again at the Technion after a long time. My topic today is, of course, the hospital doesn't belong to the OUV, but Alona convinced me to talk about it. And because my second son was born there, I agreed finally. Dear audience, the slide shows one. Oh, Wait. The slide shows one of the many superb shots of the government hospital by Alfred Bernheim, Erich Mendelsohn's house photographer in Palestine. Glaring sunlight and harsh shadows, the South's great challenge for the architect, conjure a black and white composition of intersecting, projecting, and receding surfaces punctuated by various perforation patterns. More visual light play than a documental illustration. It takes a while to locate the individual building parts and openings and to sort out their spatial relationship to each other. Of no other project in Palestine, perhaps ever, with the exception of Mendelssohn's own house in Berlin, exist so many contemporary images as of the government hospital in Haifa. In addition to the many professional photos taken by Alfred Bernheim, Mendelssohn's assistant Gad Asher, project manager on site, compiled an album of shots documenting the entire construction process. If one is to believe the statements of Wolfgang Ehrlich, Erich Mendelsohn's secretary in the Jerusalem office, which I do, the government hospital was the architect's favorite project in Palestine. One has to let that melt on one's tongue. From commissioning to handover of the keys, the planning on construction of the 250-bed clinic took only 2 years, which is, by the way, not special. Mendelssohn was known for very fast building process. We heard yesterday, I think Regina showed this, of the workers, of the metal workers union that went also that fast. Mendelssohn used the efficiency and speed of this project as a showcase for other commissions, notably for the Hadassah Medical Center on Mount Scopus in Jerusalem, on which he worked in parallel and which took almost 5 years to complete, owing to lengthy decision-making procedures. The breathtakingly fast building process in Haifa was due in no small part to the client, the British Mandate government represented by the High Commissioner. The Mandate administration was tightly and hierarchically structured and knew neither the time-consuming practice of equal opportunity competitions nor the call for Jewish labor, both common in Palestine's Jewish community. A letter Mendelssohn wrote on August 7, 1936 to his wife Louise documents the very beginning of the project. I quote, I arrived late for lunch because I had to see the High Commissioner. Delightful, friendly 20 minutes. He was quite open in the seclusion of his office in Government House. He offered me the government hospital in Haifa. Quote end. 10 days later, Mendelssohn received the official confirmation of the commission and the contract was signed. And again, a week later, he inspected the building site and put down his first ideas in sketches, which already show the basic structures of the completed setting. The size of the building site totaled 60 dunam, which amounts to approximately 55,000 square meters. Am I right? Or yeah. 55,000 square meters. The cost estimate for the construction of the all-in-all 13 hospital units amounted to 100,000 pound and was increased during construction to 150,000. Mendelssohn's fee was rated at 8.75% of the total building cost, which corresponds roughly to the norm of the Royal Institute of British Architects for Public Building. Construction work could be started in July 1937. It was coordinated by the largest and best known Jewish construction company, Solel Bonnet, but in cooperation with an Arab building company, and it provided income for 300 Jewish and Arab laborers. In order to guarantee sufficient stability for the building complex on the sandy subsoil, a special reinforced concrete foundation had to be laid. In addition, special steel molds for the supporting columns and pillars were required. According to media reports, the applied techniques represented an innovation in Palestine's building practice. Mendelsohn also had in his office an extremely good engineer, Erich Mendelsohn. The structural apparatus of the building consists of reinforced concrete covered with a cement plaster mixed with pulverized Haifa marble. Although the pillars on ground level give the impression of a steel skeleton building, all external walls and some of the interior partitions assume load-bearing function. The cheaper solution, and that was the reason, the financial reason for this solution, of a massive concrete construction later proved to be of disadvantage since it restricted the flexibility in internal partitioning so vital for hospital buildings. 4 months after the laying of the cornerstone, the local English language daily newspaper Palestine Post already could report finishing touches are now being applied. By May 38, the building work was completed. The interior furnishing could be started and the planting of the garden. It was the latter that Mendelsohn attached the greatest importance to, as he actually did with all his buildings, especially in Palestine. He didn't miss the pleasure of juggling himself with, and I quote, begonias, cypresses, jaracandas, and Poinchiara regis, until the plan, Ponchara. Okay, Ponchara regis, until the plan was full, quote end. Needless to say that he had preserved all the existing trees and shrubs on the site as far as possible. In October 1938, 2 months earlier than scheduled, the hospital was functioning and already housed some 150 patients and a team of doctors and nurses in the new premises. Only once fully operational, the hospital had a total of, and here I have different numbers, some sources say 220 and others say 250 beds at its disposal. Separate apartment blocks were planned on the site for doctors and hospital staff. On the 22nd of December 1938, the hospital was officially opened in the presence of the High Commissioner. It was celebrated in the media with superlatives such as finest medical institution in the Middle East and a record of speed and efficiency. The site of the medical campus is of exceptional beauty. Sandwiched between the Mediterranean Sea and the Carmel Mountains, it is situated on a small promontory. At first sight, the location causes confusion in its relations towards the sea and the mainland. The Mediterranean Sea is not to the west of the hospital, as one might expect, but to the north and east. The prevailing sea wind blows thus from the northwest, therefore come here from a side facing the land and the urban infrastructure. We can see this is the harbor, this is the Kingsway, and here this is this nose, this land nose, and here you see the government hospital under construction. The layout mirrors the essential importance for Mendelsohn. That means to catch the cooling breeze and repel the hot sun rays. Due to the danger of heat accumulation in the patients' rooms, Mendelsohn decided from the very beginning against a compact building complex instead, he opted, similar to the Hadassah Hospital in Jerusalem, for a loose grouping of individual elongated buildings that are connected to each other by pergolas. And I show you very fast. This is the main building. This is the ward with the patients' buildings. This is the operation wing. This is a bridge between the two buildings. Here we have services. Here is a chapel at the end. We have here the dormitories for the doctors and nurses. And here this is connected with a pergola. Here connected with a pergola, 5 so-called fever pavilions. These were for sick not sick people, what? Contagious, and for prisoners. Again, for climatic reasons, Mendelsohn refrained from common tripartite practice from the common tripartite practice of a middle corridor with patients' rooms to each side. He preferred a bipartition, having the corridors running along the sun-exposed southeast sides of the building, being lit only by slender, you see this there up, the building in the back, being lit only by slender high skylights. The northwest facades on the other side are open to the sea breezes. I don't go into the ground plan. If there are questions, later. So this is where the patients' rooms are located, with full-length balconies in front of the patient's room that are wide enough for the hospital beds to be wheeled out so that the sick can have a nap in the fresh air. Inside the rooms, cross ventilation between the corridor windows and the wide balcony openings is guaranteed through ocular windows above each door. You can see this, I think. With the exception to the eastern end of the main building, which provides balconies with sea view, Mendelsohn sacrificed the attractive side onto the Mediterranean for the cooling effects. Yet he compensated the patients with a glimpse into a magnificent garden that offered plenty of soothing greenery with wonderful splashes of colors. And here again, connected by a long pergola, 5 so-called fever pavilions adjoin in the northern area, housing patients with infectious diseases and prisoners. For the British mandate government, the role of the northern coastal city Haifa grew enormously after an oil discovery was made in Kirkuk in 1926, which led to the construction of a pipeline from the Iraqi oil wells to Haifa. To load the coveted raw material onto tankers, the British expanded the previously significant, I should show you where it is. Up there is the government hospital, and here you have the harbor. To load the coveted raw material onto tankers, the British expanded the previously insignificant fishing port into a deep-sea harbor, which the High Commissioner inaugurated in 1933. Subsequently, Haifa overtook the biblical city of Jaffa as the most important port in Palestine. It became increasingly vital for passenger and commercial shipping, also, of course, for the immigrants that came in the 30s and their goods arriving from Nazi Germany. During the Second World War, Haifa developed into a major British naval base in the Mediterranean. It seems that the planning of the government hospital was directly related to it as a precautionary measure and response to the impending threat of war in Europe. That's at least some sources say. No. An article in Palestine Post, okay, then I have to skip some. The fact that Erich Mendelsohn received the commission for the new hospital from the British mandate government requires explanation. Since usually the British government gave the commissions to the Public Works Department that was created also for this, or sometimes to private British architects. So Mendelssohn developed a special, or he was a special case after, and I would like to point this out. After fleeing Berlin in 1933, followed by a few months devoted to a school project on the Côte d'Azur, a promising opportunity arose to Mendelssohn to establish this his office in London with Serge Chermayeff. And we know all about his successful pavilion, that Bexhill pavilion that he built there. And some of his Zionist friends, they already asked him in 1933 why he wouldn't come directly to Palestine after leaving Germany. And I quote a letter by Mendelssohn where he says, "You are touching a weak point here. You know all my attempts to work for our country." And he refers here to his early designs of the 20s. "All of them have failed. My only great disappointment, because I love Eretz Israel and call myself its true child. All the years I saw Palestine built up by my hand, its whole building system brought into uniform shape by my activity, its spiritual structure ordered by my organizational ability and striving towards a goal. But Palestine did not call me." Several months later, as we know, Chaim Weizmann and Zalman Schocken called him, but he still didn't give up his residence and office in London, but commuted until 1939 between London and Jerusalem. From both sides, from the British side and above all from his Zionist companions, Mendelssohn was accused of divided loyalties. Although Mendelssohn did not trust England's loyalty to the Jews, for the moment the country promised a rich harvest, as he put it. It meant money which he desperately needed, not at least to financially support family members who had fled Nazi Germany. And it also meant establishment and orderly circumstances. With British citizenship, which the Mendelssohns received in August 1938, they once again had valid passports issued by a powerful state. Bertolt Brecht cynically defined passports at that time as the noblest part of man in times of forced migrations. Shortly after the British citizenship, Mendelssohn received also the fellowship of the Royal Institute of British Architects. He never joined the Tel Aviv-based Association of Architects and Engineers. No wonder that this was perceived by his Jewish colleagues as a decidedly distanced, if not arrogant, attitude. And now I'm doing it very fast. Mendelssohn also got very friendly with the then acting High Commissioner Sir Arthur Wauchope. They met each other at a London dinner party, and when Mendelssohn was in Palestine, whenever he was in Jerusalem, he was invited almost every week to a government house for dinner, and nothing went past by the paparazzi. They all knew, and it was every time it was published in Palestine Post. So at times when the British restricted immigration, and at times and drastically restricted immigration, this didn't come good with Mendelssohn's Jewish friends in the countries. Here I show you first a picture where Mendelsohn does a tour with the High Commissioner on the hospital ground. And also this was commented on in the Palestine Post. And he, one quotation from a letter to Louise already in August 36, where he had met again the High Commissioner, I quote, the High Commissioner said, the national Jewish home will as long exist as England exists, and he wishes me to guide it architecturally, to build, as he said, all the important buildings. That was, of course, what Mendelssohn had dreamed of. The government hospital, however, was to remain the only commission Mendelssohn received directly through Arthur Walcott. On March 30, on 1st of March 38, barely 2 months after the joint tour of the hospital that you saw before, Sir Arthur retired and went to England. The opening ceremony in December the same year was performed by his successor, Sir Harold McMichael. Erich Mendelsohn had himself represented by his engineer, Erich Kempinski. His dream of an influential position had vanished. Coming to an end. Finally, it should not be concealed that the smooth planning process in which the architect had been given a largely free hand came at a price. Mendelssohn was forced to follow the authoritarian colonialist guidelines of the British Mandate power, and that meant a strict segregation between white people, saying the British military personnel and the families, and natives, Jews and Arabs. And this was brought up in pencil points, or afterwards progressive architecture, and harshly criticized, and I quote this, the criticism, the criticism, and it was a criticism by one of the most famous hospital architects, Isidor Rosenfeld. He says, the hospital design arrives at a contemporary solution with unusual sureness and sense of proportion, adapting itself to local conditions and a beautiful site. Some planning elements that seem wrong to us with our present knowledge of hospital routines may be traced to the fact that the program follows policy laid down by the British Colonial Office. For instance, there is a strict segregation, a policy which does not seem to be producing amity in Haifa at the moment. Yet we feel that the openness and the simplicity of the plan are refreshing and stimulating after many antiseptic translations of aseptic standards. And Mendelssohn's government hospital was the only non-American hospital that was included in this volume. And then Rosenfeld, he takes the architect out of responsibility for the discriminatory aspects, and he concludes, quote, an architect must always work within a given program and within limitations imposed on him by the client. Criticism of the hospital becomes largely criticism of the program rather than the solution. Quote end. The Jewish population of Haifa boycotted the British hospital from the very beginning. In winter 1940-41, the American Jewish Hadassah, a medical organization, announced a competition for a new hospital on Haifa Hadassah Carmel, in which 55 local architectural firms participated. The competition was won by Josef Neufeld, a former employee of Mendelssohn's Berlin office. With the establishment of the State of Israel, it was given to the Israeli government, renamed Rambam Hospital, and was during the first decades mainly used as a military hospital. The luxury of balconies and terraces and gardens, which lent Mendelssohn's hospital the character of a sanatorium, fell totally victim to the pragmatic approach of the young nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ita. I would like to invite now Amnon Bar-Or and Tal Gazit. They will talk about the, sorry, I lost my title, about the Anglo-Palestine Bank and their work there. And their lecture is titled Erich Mendelsohn, Heritage and Private Ownership, Conservation and Public Exposure of OUV in Jerusalem. Amnon and Tal are both at the Bar-Or Gazit Architect's office. Professor Architect Amnon Bar-Or is the general manager and owner, and he established the office in 1990 and has worked on very large conservation projects here in Israel, including the old city of Tzfat and the restoration and the excavations of the Roman Byzantine city in Beit Sha'an. Since 1990, the office has been concentrating on projects in Tel Aviv. Tal Gazit, his partner, is a graduate of the Faculty of Architecture and Town Planning at the Haifa and Technion and joined the office in 2009. He's associate partner since 2012 and partner since 2016. So thank you very much, please.
Hello, everybody. As a conservation architect, our talk today comes from this point of view. We are not historians, but we deal with conservation, and that's why we are very interested in this lecture. We've been working and documenting and planning on both buildings in the past. We want to cherish their values and acknowledgement and their importance. Thanks a lot for the organizer of the conference, the Sarah and Avi Aronson in the Technion Heritage Center. And we'll start. Okay. In Jerusalem, Mendelsohn designed several projects, as we all know, the Hadassah Hospital, the Shoken Library, the residence of Zalman Shoken, and the Anglo-Palestine Bank. The last two are privately owned today, and that's what is interesting us, because there are some dangerous moments of initiatives about those two buildings. Mendelsohn left a mark on the DNA of Jewish architecture, and his legacy stays with us today. Our office has worked on the two buildings planned by Mendelsohn in Jerusalem in collaboration with architects Yaron Kupperstock and Shaya Roth. We want to thank them in this opportunity. The work consisted documenting and planning of the two privately owned buildings, residence of Zalman Shoken, which was built in Rehavia between 1934 and 1936, and the Anglo-Palestine Bank on Jaffa Street between 1937 and 1939. Both buildings have a significant outstanding universal values, according to us, and we will relate to it later. Now, Tal.
Hello again. Mendelsohn was commissioned by the Shoken family to plan the family residence and library in Jerusalem. The villa was built on 6 plots of land in Rehavia neighborhood. The main area was devoted to the gardens surrounding the villa, which are part of the OUV of the site. The villa, like I said, is surrounded by an upper front garden and a rare terraced garden facing towards the south, enabling vast views towards the Judean mountains and the Dead Sea.
The house was meant to be as a filter between the two gardens and maybe between the urban life of the growing city and the natural landscape surrounding it. As shown in the historical plans, the original main structure was composed of two partially overlapping rectangles that offset from one another. The longer rectangle served as the main residence wing, and the perpendicular shorter one was the services area. Here we can see both the library and the villa. Between them, Agion House, today Israeli Prime Minister's official residence. The villa during its construction. These pictures show the front and back facades. We can see the openings that were designed as a filter, the terraces and the famous round balcony, which can be seen in other projects, of course, of Mendelsohn. A view to Judean mountains and the social life of Shokin family. Other exterior details of the front facade and the pool planned to be exposed to the south sun. Interior details were designed carefully and typically by Mendelsohn himself as part of the planning as a whole. We can see the building as a filter again, actually no walls dividing between in and out, but openings. Dining room details and art. And current situation of the building today. Due to political changes in the 40s of the previous century, Shokin leaves Jerusalem, and later on the State of Israel buys the property for the music academy named after its donator, Samuel Rubin. The academy needed more areas for its activity, adding 900 square meters to the building, planned mostly by known architect Joseph Klarwein, who planned also the building of Israeli parliament, the Knesset. In red we see the 50s additions, and in blue the 70s additions. The additions are showed in plan here and also in section in these drawings. We see the changes of the facades changed completely until one cannot even recognize the original facades and volumes. We see this also in pictures from Smolansky Street, the main street, and also a view of current situation from the back. Here we can see another view of the building today. During the academy activity, the Israeli state also sold most of the back garden area, and two modern buildings were built on them, hiding the exact view that the villa was planned to face to. Unfortunately, this important value is lost forever. As a summary for this chapter, and according to our documentation, we can say that the villa today represents several values for preservation. Design in dialogue with the local landscape. The building is a filter, like we said, between the urban landscape and nature. Use of modern architecture principles and techniques, and adaptation of modern architecture to the local climate. Influenced by local Palestinian architecture, creating relationship between the building, the gardens, and the view, and of course, cladding with Jerusalem local stone. Our second study case is the Anglo-Palestine Bank building built between 1937 and 1939 and kept its original main volumes while its inner spaces value were damaged. The building is designed as two volumes, bridging the topographic differences between Jaffa Street and Koresh Street. The high-rise representative building facing towards Jaffa Street, and the lower and smaller part faces Koresh Street, former Storrs Street. Adapt itself to the British planning principle of height to street width ratio. The building was considered Jerusalem's first skyscraper, shown in these pictures, emphasizing the different facades and volumes to its surroundings. As a representative bank building on the main street, details were planned carefully by Mendelsohn with the help of known artist Ze'ev Rabban, combining artistic motifs such as lions on the main entrance door, the bronze doors, referring to the Lion's Gate, and other decorative elements which were considered as an architectural sin by Adolf Loos. More details on the outside. The building has no yard, and the ground floor was planned as the main hall, having a glass ceiling bringing natural light to the double floor public hall. The interior details also planned by Mendelsohn. Plans and sections show the main hall, and above all are the offices floor. 5 typical offices floor were built on top of the main hall. Current state shows the building has got no significant late changes. Outside details kept in a quite reasonable shape. The original wall maps in the main hall kept in their original shape and will be part of future conservation, showing the map of the land of Israel and the Mediterranean Sea as a symbol of the combination between the universal and the local. Current state of the interior needs careful preservation, no more words needed. As a summary for the chapter, we can say that the building today represents several values for preservation. Located and integrated on Jaffa Street, the main business street of modern Western Jerusalem, among other monumental buildings, symbolic value for the Anglo-Palestine Bank and the Zionist movement, attention to the topography, a bridge between Jaffa and Kore Street, design motifs that refer to historical Jerusalem, a combination between modern architecture and traditional architecture, art and design details made by Shlomo Ries and Ze'ev Rabban from the Bezalel Academy of Arts and Design. We all know OUV UNESCO definition. We can summarize or suggest our OUV for the 2 specific sites. Villa Shoken is an example of an outstanding encounter between modern architecture and the traditional architecture of the Middle East, with special attention to the local landscape of Jerusalem at that time. The Anglo-Palestine Bank building reflects the manner of attention Erich Mendelsohn put in his design and the architectural style developed by him. A style based on the principles of modern architecture that integrate motifs from traditional Palestine characteristics. Both Villa Shoken and the Anglo-Palestine Bank are examples of a combination between modern Western architecture and local Middle Eastern characteristics. As opposed to yesterday's somewhat pessimism regarding preservation and announcement of Villa Shoken, we believe that both sites can be listed as a World Heritage Sites and even expose its values to the public. So how will we expose Mendelsohn's OUV to the public? We use restore, reduce, and reclaim. Restore. The restore part of our lecture means conserving the buildings at the highest possible way, protecting the building values by adopting a conservative preservation approach. The conservative approach deals with the original monument, emphasizing the architect's original planning and intentions, keeping and restoring the original structure and materials, of course. The main changes has been made regarding Villa Shoken. One, the lower garden has been bought and replaced by modern new buildings. Two, the site has got serious changes since another 900 meters, like we said, were added by the planning of Klarwein, changing the main facade completely and will be removed in any future conservation. In this scheme, we see the villa at its best. The situation of Jaffa 21, the Anglo-Palestine Bank, is different since no serious additions or changes have been made to the building, and also no additions are allowed since no extra building rights left unbuilt as opposed to Villa Shoken. And that's why we use the reduce mechanism. We suggest a practical approach of using the mechanism of transferring of building rights, giving the private owner an incentive to preserve the historic buildings without additions and build a new structure elsewhere while getting more building rights as a compensation. The mechanism is implemented successfully and on a daily basis in Tel Aviv, having it within the urban conservation city master plan. Also, our office has planned the Herzliya Conservation Master Plan with the same and even an improved building rights transferring mechanism, allowing a proportional and rather conservative architectural solution for every historic site. Any building, as we know, any building rights in a specific plot derives from its master plan. In this series of Villa Shoken master plans, we see the reduce of the site values along the years. Part of it was sold and 2 buildings have been built instead. According to current master plan, high-rise building is allowed on top of the monument. For the 2 study cases, we offer to transfer any current and future building rights to another lot, adding extra building rights as an incentive. To demonstrate this approach, we use a model that can be suited to each one of the cases. The model of TBR, transfer of building rights, consists 3 components. We will demonstrate it regarding Villa Shoken, since this site contains a complex situation of late additions that needed to be removed and also an amount of building rights that are not yet built. The first component is preserving the original monument itself, containing a certain build area plus the areas of late addition needed to be removed or actually demolished after being documented carefully. Yes. The second component is defining the pool of building rights and incentives, which are actually extra meters that are given as a bonus and will be transferred to another lot. The third component is the actual transferring of building rights through a new master plan. In the end, this is a calculation that has to be economically viable. As a conclusion for this chapter, in this diagram, we show that in order to preserve the monument without additions, we need a significant amount of incentives. The incentive includes also a bonus for exposing part of the site to the public, not an obvious idea. In case of private property.
Just to give a small example for German guests who probably know this 2 twin villas in Kerfeld by Miss van der Rohe that were privately owned and became cultural institutes and museum of art. We planned for Shoken Villa the same attitude. A visualization of restored villa with part of it would be open to the public and the rest of it would remain private, of course, with use of museum or cultural center or learning center or some education beside next to the private users of the villa. In the bank, we offer the same thing before the main hall of the bank, where all the rest of the building is intended to be hotel. So combining those two, private and public ownership and use, might be a very good solution for both buildings that are owned by private people today. But if we consider them as UNESCO World Heritage Site, of course we need some management plan. I won't enter into the details of the management plan, but we do offer some details and some okay. So by using this management plan or offer of the management plan, we really recognize the problems of this privately owned buildings and at the same time used by the public. But there are some conclusions that we are afraid that they are not so optimistic, because the current master plans in Jerusalem do give a very high percentage of new buildings on top of those buildings. And even though they are listed, but as we know, Jerusalem does not have a conservation plan, and everything can be changed. And I think that by proposing them to be a World Heritage Site, we can protect them against the initiatives of the in the Jerusalem municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amnon and Tal. I would like now to invite Ada Segre and Yulia Leonova. Ada Segre is a graduate in ornamental horticulture at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the University of Bologna. She has been professionally involved in the conservation of several historic gardens in Italy, and since her return to Israel, she's undertaken applied research on historic landscapes, such as the Templar colony of Sarona, the White City, the Weizmann Institute, the Bialik House Garden the Bialik Garden in Tel Aviv, Ramat Nadiv, and more. She teaches art history at the Technion and Conservation of Historic Landscapes at the Western Galilee College, along with professional consultancy. Yulia Leonova has a master's degree in art history from the Russian State University of the Humanities and researches the Garden City movement, modernism, expressionism, and more. And she has also published articles on the house of Chaim Nachman Bialik in Tel Aviv and that of Gorky in Moscow, and dealt with light and shadow in Israel, and Patrick Geddes' inner gardens of Tel Aviv. She's presented in various international conferences in St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Porto, and participated in the Venice Biennale for Architecture in 2018. And I think this is a good continuation of our previous short discussion of the Weizmann House and, of course, our tour. And their lecture concentrates on the garden and architecture of the Villa Weizmann in Rehovot. So please, Julia, I will try. Here it is. There we go. Let's just move it to presentation. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble putting it in presentation mode.
It's somewhere over there.
Yeah, the lo yored לסרגל. Yeah, I'm so bad at this. It's not, I don't see the little presentation icon. Presentation icon.
Go to the very beginning, to the first slide. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity of talking about this incredible place. We will split our presentation. Julia will start the first part and I will complete on the second part. Please, Julia.
Hi, hello. So let me begin. In 1934, Erich Mendelsohn was commissioned his first building in Eretz Israel, a villa for Chaim Weizmann, a president-to-be and a state-to-be. The outstanding status of the client, the zenith of the glory of the architect, his spiritual affinity with the land of Israel, the exceptional topography of the site, everything promised that a masterpiece was going to be created. Later, recognized as such, the architecture of Weizmann House has been widely researched, less so the landscaping of the estate, while the ensemble in its entirety illustrates Mendelssohn's approach to the unity of them. The house, as an architectural sculpture, stands on the top of the hill, which functions as a podium. Originally, it was overlooking the distant landscape to the east, towards the Judean hills, and to the west, towards the sea. The distant views are now blocked by buildings, unfortunately. The entrance road, a winding drive lined with cypress trees, this green one, terminates in a hippodrome-shaped traffic island. It provides a ceremonial approach to the estate for those entering by car. The road starts from the entrance with the porter's lodge, a common feature. What is better? Like this, it makes some noise, yes? Does it? Okay. So the long ride allows to appreciate the estate through a sequence of ever-changing side viewports. The layout includes a garden and citrus orchard. The distinctive feature of great importance is the series of terraces supported by dry stone walls, Trockene Mauern. There are two kinds of curling terraces, the concave and convex ones. That will be revealed later. If ever there was a place in a nearly pristine condition, well preserved and managed, that is the Villa Weizmann in Rehovot. It is a rare situation which offers an opportunity to relate to the unity of architecture and garden, Mendelssohn landscape design and vision. The second advantage is to see some trends in garden design of the first 3 decades of the 20th century. which influenced Mendelssohn. And this is very important from the historical and conservation perspective. The general trends of garden design are the following: organicism, architectonics, expressionism, and mysticism. And that will be revealed whilst analyzing the garden general setting and its layout. The well-known expressionist sketches by Mendelssohn, the two arcs outlining sky and earth, and the building between them, are literally embodied in the Villa Weizmann setting. That unity of a building and a landscape was an important feature of the organic architecture concept. One of the main promoters of that approach was Frank Lloyd Wright, an architect highly respected by Mendelssohn. And this is one of his principles. The site should be enhanced by the building, and the building derives its form partially from the nature of the site. Sometimes this is done by similarity, sometimes by contrast. That fully corresponds with the Villa Weizmann setting, where the garden is an inseparable part of the Mendelssohn volumetric composition. In January 1936, Mendelssohn wrote to Louise, his wife, "The shell of the house is almost complete, a royal, stored where it must be, rising where the terrain falls, Judea and the valleys belonging to the house, open to the vastness, withdrawn in the patio, which already seems cool and perspective." Let's just refresh how it looks now. Few photos. And now let's take a closer look at the plan. It is an eclectic design with a strong regular geometry of straight lines and right angles mixed with curling lines. Some of the semicircular shapes of the garden beds close to the building echo the paramount Mendelssohnian architectural elements, the rounded tower and balcony. Today, the hippodrome-shaped traffic island is one and the same as the original design. I will show this. Some modifications occurred in the outline of the flower beds adjoining the western facade. The rose garden. It paraphrased the shape of the central building tower, and it is now less readable than in its early days. These and other features, whilst they are characteristic of Mendelssohn's style, also comply with the concept of the architectonic garden, or to be more precise, the architektonische Garten, which derived from the arts and crafts garden ideas and preceded garden modernism. This term was popular mostly in Germany by its leading promoter Hermann Boethius, who had been influenced by similar ideas fostered in England by Reginald Bloomfield. The claim was that only the architect who designs the house should design the adjoining garden. There should be a functional analogy between the rooms in the house and the garden room and compartments. Further, there should be a geometrical parallelism between shapes of the house and shapes in the garden. Some examples are presented on the slide. Here we see how the axes unify the house and its landscape. One from the south, a little bit twisted, but I will say only about the main sides. From the south to the north, bisects the traffic island, crosses the hall and the rose garden attached to the building. The second is the main symmetry axis of the house from the east to the west. It bisects the balcony and the tower, continues outside through the patio and pool, set as an ancient Roman atrium, traversing the lawn, ideally reaching the Mediterranean Sea. It is noteworthy that the axis of symmetry of the Einstein Tower and the De La Warr Pavilion are also directed towards the seas. Also, Potsdam is so distant from the sea. What? Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Also, Potsdam is so distant from the sea that it is harder to imagine it in comparison with the pavilion in Bexhill-on-Sea. There is another parallel between Villa Weizmann and the La Warr Pavilion by Mendelsohn and Chermayeff, where the same axis passes through the building, its glass tower, the exedra of the retaining wall. Erich Mendelsohn planned a sculpture as an eye-catcher on that axis. It was meant to be Persephone, who awakens to the joys of the earth in the spring. It's a citation from Wittig, Mendelssohn's biographer. A similar idea can be found among Erich Mendelsohn drawings for the Villa Weizmann. And besides that, as he wrote about the sculpture Hannah Orloff in one letter, saying, "She then wants to stay too, if only out of consideration for all these statues, which are never missing my sketches. But unfortunately, neither at the De La Warr Pavilion nor at the Villa Weizmann were the sculptures implemented." With regards to vertical planning, the Einstein Tower, the De La Warr Pavilion, and Villa Weizmann with a green basement are literally growing out of the earth. To connect the ground with the sky, Mendelssohn visualizes a beam of light as a vertical axis. In the Einstein Tower, there was a real ray of light. In the Metal Workers Union and in the De La Warr Pavilion, Mendelssohn designed a long vertical lamp. That may seem to be just an element of interior design, but in fact, it is a representation of his cosmogonical vision of architecture linking celestial and terrestrial. For Villa Weizmann, Mendelssohn also designed such a long lamp that was supposed to extend through the whole tower height. To the left is my 3D model of the lamp, which unfortunately was not implemented. So let's return from heaven to earth. Erich Mendelsohn masterfully uses the natural topography of the hill as it follows from the drawing to the right. By the minimum means, he forms next, to the left, drawing to the left. So by the minimum means, he forms a contraposing play of high and low garden levels, a little bit as a yin-yang shape. It's arranged with the curved step terraces, the most outstanding physical structure of the garden that will be revealed later. The winding paths of the garden remind us of Mendelssohn's closeness to the Wendingen Journal, the voice of the Amsterdam Architectural School. Its editors, Matthew Lauwerix, a leader of the Amsterdam Architectural Theosophical Pahanology, and Wiedewelt, a friend of Mendelssohn, believed in the connection between a mathematical architectural order, nature, and cosmos. Their strong passion with the Kundalini concept was represented by meanders and spirals. Parallel to these ideas, Expressionist garden design developed in the 10th and 20s, when Expressionist architecture generated attempts to design Expressionist gardens. They adopted dramatic and even bizarre shapes, such as zigzags, arches, spirals, as apparent in Allinger's, Pneuberg, Gulbenkian, and other authors' garden plans. The influence of Expressionist gardens was mainly theoretical, as very few gardens were implemented according to these principles. The use of such shapes by Erich Mendelsohn indicates that he was also influenced by mystical and expressionist ideas. By the 30s, Mendelssohn was in the process of abandoning such shapes in his architectural work, but he still used them in his landscape design. This is not surprising, as often there is a time lag between changes in garden design and architecture. This makes the Villa Weizmann garden a unique survivor of such earlier trends, and probably even the only one surviving example. So now, Ada, your turn. But be careful with the cable. Yeah.
Okay. How do you do? You switch this?
I will help you.
Okay. In 1936, Mendelssohn wrote about the terraces at the Villa Weizmann. The house itself, still a naked child with ruffles and frills on the green, but already stretched out over the three amphitheatrical terraces of the great slope. Clean, draught, and strong, waiting for trees, shrubs, and blossoms, breaking corners and embracing its hard edges in soft arms. In this picture, taken in 1937, when the garden was newly planted, it is possible to observe the dry walls supporting the curling terraces. Next. The amphitheatralischen Terrassen shown here define a this is citation from Mendelssohn, shown here define a theatrical space. But since they're curling, they're different from classical theatrical spaces in gardens, amphitheaters, theaters, circuses, and hippodromes. Their shape seems to stem from expressionist ideas, and the combination of the two is quite unique, as the result is a sort of expressionist theater. In this case, as in other known examples, the terraces are decorated with a variety of plants, which are the object of admiration. They are placed in the position of the spectators. However, they also provide at the same time the show in a reversed relationship between observer and observed. The topographical setting recalls the well-known Dünenskizzen revealed by Regina Stephan and quoted by many during the course of this conference, which Mendelssohn executed in 1920 on the Baltic Sea. The vision of the Villa Weizmann as a ship crossing the sea with the winding terraces resembling waves was noted by Ita Heinze Greenberg. It is possible to add that the idea of the dune is complementary, as the house sits on a dune of sand, and sand dunes are part of the sea landscape. And I may add also that the stone used for the retaining walls of these winding terraces are made of sandstone, what is locally known as kurkar. So we got this sort of play with sand in many versions in this place. Among other noteworthy features of the Villa Weizmann garden are the rows of cypress trees bordering the drive. The drive is accessory to the observation of the house on the dune from ever-changing angles in a progressive increase of expectation, in a build-up of expectation as the drive proceeds towards a house and traffic island. Next one. The garden layout to Villa Weizmann is comparable to the Villa Schokens garden's layout, as they both share the same flowing lines of the terraces. Unfortunately, the Villa Schokens garden does not survive, and it is only possible to compare the plans, as you can see them here. Mendelssohn was familiar with the trends of his time, and the layout of the Villa Weizmann reflects some of them: organic architecture, the architectonic garden, expressionism, and mysticism. However, the final result is a very personal interpretation of these ideas. The position of the villa on the hill recalls Mendelssohn's dune, as well as the views from different viewing angles. The garden layout paraphrases the building lines in its vicinity, especially with regards to the semicircular lines which are present in both house and garden. The interplay between vertical and horizontal, the contrast between light and shade are also shared by the building and its surrounding grounds. The hemicycles and hippodrome shapes of the garden beds are reminiscent of theatrical spaces, as well as the terraces, according to a long-standing tradition in garden design, reinforced by topographical reconstruction of Pliny the Younger's villas resumed during the second half of the 19th century. However, the adoption of theatrical spaces enacted in a fluid manner with this sort of wavy and lines, with its set of spiraling concave and convex terraces, can be ascribed solely to Mendelsohn. These features are quite unique and rare, as the only comparable example we know was the Villa Scholken gardens that is now lost. The garden at Villa Weizmann is important for its integration with the architecture, as well as in its own right. Its design and unique features, as well as in its integrity and good level of presentation, as we're talking within the boundaries of the site, that's the case, make it a historic garden of international and outstanding importance. Of course, you may claim that the landscape outside the garden has changed, been modified. The buildings are blocking the distant views. But that's beyond the control of whoever owns the garden. The garden layout is in its integrity is there. There are very, very minor modifications. The eastern part has been modified after the death of Chaim Weizmann, but all the rest is more or less complete. And so in this respect, it's a very rare example, and I think very valuable at a local and international level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ada and Julia. Okay. Our last speaker of this session, before we ask our speakers questions, is Oren Eldar. Oren is an architect, scholar, and lecturer based in Tel Aviv. He is the curator of Cloud to Ground, the Israeli pavilion for the upcoming 18th Venice Biennale of Architecture. He holds a B.Arch degree from Betzalel and is currently completing his master's thesis as an Azrieli Fellow at Tel Aviv University. And in connection to what Ita earlier said regarding Gad Asher, we have a nice continuation here, and Oren will speak about Mendelssohn's influence on the Israeli everyday realm, Gad Asher, and the Public Works Department. Oren, please.
Thank you. It's a great... Huh? Yes. It's a great honor to speak in front of you. I've read many of your papers, and at the end of all these talks that were magnificent. I should maybe appropriate to talk about heritage. I shall begin my talk with death. On March 19, 1965, Gad Asher, the chief architect of the Public Works Department, the PWD, now under the Hebrew initials Maatz, died unexpectedly, only 57 years old. The newspaper reported he had died of a heart attack and gave a brief description of his important role as the planner of the government buildings, including hospitals, government offices, and post offices and telephone exchanges. However, nothing was said about the connection between these and his death. The evidence of the possible connection, however, is buried in the National Archives in one of the hundreds of files left by the PWD before it was privatized, the only remnant of the 100 buildings they designed. According to the legend, all blueprints and sketches were thrown into the street. Among the 1,000 pages of bureaucratic correspondences, tiny budget approval forms, memos, and contracts, in one of the files, number 11826-10, hides one letter of a different nature, very noticeable in its length. The author is Gad Asher. The recipient is the director of the Post Ministry, Chaim Ben Menachem, and the subject is delays in the constructions of telephone exchanges buildings. The date is January 64. Asher responds to the harsh accusation leveled against him by Ben Menachem in a previous letter, according to which his architectural insistence on planning a unique exchange for each city leads to many delays and long queues for a telephone line. Therefore, Ben Menachem urged him to start duplicating buildings. Asher, who had a reserved German education, politely directed the blame back to the Post Ministry, while apologizing for doing so not to spoil the excellent relations between us. And then he asked to be excused from participating in a meeting on the subject. As you know, I'm in poor health after a heart attack, and in accordance with the strict instructions of the doctors, I must avoid any irritation or excitement, he writes. The degree of irritation in reading your letter and your claims brought me to a situation where I needed to get medical help. He died a year and 2 months later. Even if the evidence of the pressure exerted on him is abundant, and despite the fact that he himself links this pressure with his death, we cannot know for sure that the specific pressures surrounding one of many types of buildings that he designed led him to his death. However, the telephone exchanges do differ from the rest of them. First of all, they are generally similar inside. A machine room and several service spaces for electricity, cables, air conditioning, technicians' rooms, etc. Second, they were mainly intended for machines, which, unlike humans, have much more modest programmatic requirements, mainly a small number of windows, since the dust and light may damage them. And if we are talking about repetitive infrastructure buildings, which apparently do not require a unique architectural articulation, why would they really look different from place to place? This tension existed in the architectural field since the Industrial Revolution, standardization, Typisierung versus artistic expression, Kunstwollen. And these days, when the infrastructure of the fourth industrial revolution is only expanding, generic server farms and data centers, which do not often receive architectural attention, the telephone buildings, those who laid the path for the revolution, pose an interesting case study. The answer is not purely architectural. That we got to say this, of course, but it also stems from the change in political, economic, and technological conditions, the transition from a welfare society in Israel to a liberal economy, from a governmental service to private companies, from human-operated machines to automatic ones, and from buildings in the city center to the outskirts. But it turns out that also on the image of one man. What made him insist on this? Well, one sketch, which is preserved in the small, really small collection deposited by his daughters in the Israel Museum, in fact, the only sketch that you can find there, which is also just a photocopy, shed lights on this. The sketch, drawn quickly with low perspective, reminds in its language a much better known architect, Erich Mendelsohn, who was also Gad Asher's employer for 5 years. Is it an evidence of an influence? Is influence mere stylistic? Mendelsohn and Asher have much in common. Both were born in Germany with a 20 years gap, both to Jewish German bourgeois families. Mendelssohn's father was a merchant, Asher's an architect. Both studied as a technician Hochschule to Berlin, Asher with Hans Pölzig, Bruno Taut, and Paul Bonat. Mendelsohn completed his studies in München under Theodor Fischer, and both fled to Israel with the rise of the Nazis. However, while Mendelsohn was a distinguished architect by then, Asher was only 26-year-old, a fresh graduate, with short experience as an intern in the German Post and Telephone Office, and 2 years in the office of his architect father. Together, they designed this cooperative housing project in Neukölln, which is still standing. It's in Südende. And he also had a short experience as a stonemason. He did it between high school and university, a job that influenced him so much that he dedicated his thesis to the subject of stonemasonry in ancient times. His integration in the office of someone who searched for the trans-temporal laws of local vernacular architecture, who was thrilled by the Judean desert and lived in this windmill, seems therefore quite natural. Among the projects that Asher worked on in the office were the trade school in Tel Aviv, which is still a project in debate, I know, and the other one in Yagur. Villa Weizmann, there are plenty of photos from the construction period in Asher's collection. The Daniel Wolf laboratories in Rehovot, remember those beams. And the mandatory hospital in Haifa that we heard about before. As well as the Anglo-Palestine Bank on Jaffa Street in Jerusalem. For the latter two, Mendelsohn praised Asher's full responsibility for their design from the initial sketch stages to the final work in drawings in the letter of recommendation that he gave him upon closing the office. Mr. Asher is an architect of mature practice and outstanding ability and experience. He was 31. I have much pleasure in recommending him as a first-class assistant. Mendelsohn closed his Jerusalem office in 1940 following a complete blockage of work due to the war, as the letter of recommendation says, and left Israel after his hopes of being appointed the chief architect of the British Mandate did not materialize. But the one who did integrate into the British Mandate planning department is Asher. It happened in an interesting time. It is customary to talk about the PWD through Austin St. Bob Harrison, that magnificent architect of monumental regionalism, as Ron Fuchs and Gilbert Herbert said, whose public buildings, including the post office and the first telephone exchanges, were used to demonstrate the power of the empire in scale and to assimilate in the territory with stone coverings and even sometimes some oriental ornaments. However, when Asher arrived, Harrison has already left the country, and the PWD began to do what they had never done before, duplicating buildings. This is reflected mainly in the mass construction of the Tigard Fortresses police station that were duplicated around the country with little changes in style, but not in form. Asher himself was a member of the planning team and was personally responsible for several of them. Why then, when he was appointed chief architect with the departure of the British and the establishment of the state in 1948, did he change course and go against this PWD mindset? And not only there, this was also the mindset in Ariel Sharon's state planning team, which advocated the duplication of housing units, and not just them, also schools, kindergartens, and health clinics across the country, due to large waves of immigration to the young country, a poor country, which entered an austerity regime. The answer to this, one must assume, is the education he received in Mendelsohn's office, who went against the same Ariel Sharon and his partners in the Chug, as Alona and Nitzan Shiftan wrote about, and they believe in the utilitarianism of the international style, which Mendelssohn regarded as destroying the essence of life, technology whose blind faith in it would cause the loss of the creative essence. Asher rejected any request for duplication from the very beginning. This is a short list from about 140 buildings. As early as 1951, in light of the need for the rapid construction of the telephone network, The post minister requested 3 types of building: small, medium, and large, according to the capacity of the lines, which will be scattered around the country. Instead, Asher designed dozens of unique buildings due to the importance he saw in them as part of the nation building project. They were the representative of the state in the civic center of the new cities, alongside the city hall and other institutions. This is another influence of Mendelsohn, which emphasized dearly the duty to a spiritual guidance of the public image of our cities. Asher even refused to allow the architects of those civic centers to design these buildings themselves, including Rechter and others. His approach was remarkably different from the British. He broke the monumentality into 2 separate human scale volumes for the post office and for the telephone, which received different spatial and material expression in each city. The landing of the 2 volumes on ground in Tel Aviv is not the same as the soaring in the northern city of Afula. The Beton Brut patterns in the new desert city of Dimona is not the same as the stone-cladded building in Jerusalem. This is the single sketch found in the National Archives and signed by Gad Asher. And this is the current state of the building. And even when the 2 functions were bound together, the buildings still differ from one another. The same sketch that we've seen before was for the unique structure of the Haifa West building near the port and the railways 500 meters away from the Rambam Hospital, in which Asher emphasized the repeating H-beams in a way that reminds a bit the laboratory in Rehovot, responding to the industrial environment around it. The stone walls at the entrance to the old village of Miron in the Galilee are quite different, and which is nothing like the building in the heart of Hadera with its moshava, which is a 19th century rural settlement atmosphere. This insistence undoubtedly contributed to the delays in the development of the telephone network, and the pressure to duplicate never ceased. Only in 2 cases did Asher give in. In one case, at Tirat HaKarmel, due to years-long delay caused by the post-ministry changes of building sites, he agreed to do this, but only with a building designed under similar conditions in nearby Zichron Yaakov. Whether the conditions which led to the duplication of these structures in Tel Aviv are still unknown. In an interview, in a paper he wrote, the architect in the service of the government operates in a framework that creates a number of disabilities which bother him and in some cases even arouse mental resistance because they are unrealistic or outdated or have simply become routine in government offices. He wrote that article in the Architects and Engineers Organization magazine in an issue that focused on the works of the PWD. These things, as well as the entire issue, which seems to have been financed by the department, up until then there was not even a single page dedicated to the PWD in the journal, lead to another point, which also contributed to the insistence for architectural expression. The feeling of inferiority of the PWD architects towards the private sector architects who took over the design of public buildings of other organizations such as the Histadrut or the local councils. They erected magnificent and very well-known buildings, and their name is also very known. Indeed, despite the large number of buildings they designed, the name of Asher and his colleagues, a collective work of these clerks architects, remains unknown, hardly appear in the historiography of Israeli architecture. And in the same magazine, it was written at the beginning, at the editorial, PWD is a country unknown to most of our public. Let them know that they will be brought out of their anonymity, complimented for their achievements, and criticized for their failure. 6 years later, in the next issue dedicated to the PWD and published after Asher's death, the deputy director of the PWD, Michael Golan, paid tribute to him, saying that he sacrificed most of his years in public service. His greatness, he wrote, was that he knew how to resist this temptation to erect luxurious public buildings, which will be monuments to his name as an architect. He noted that Asher made sure his buildings combine functionality and aesthetics with a modesty which suits a small and not very wealthy country. Asher's successor, Mordechai Shoshani, changed this mindset and began duplicating buildings, which under the effects of the military spirit that swept Israel after 67, took on a fortress-like appearances, even if much more extravagant. I don't know why the building has to be gray, he said, gray and boring, which will soon be covered with dust. Why don't we use beautiful, smiling, and colorful materials? I think it will be very beautiful. So these are just two examples of duplications of the same building. Smiling or functional, the architectural attention given to the buildings when they were part of governmental service, using infrastructure building as shaping the everyday, taking us back to Mendelsohn and his influence, not stylistic, but spiritual. However, it seems quite outdated to the point of being even stylish in an era when the tech giants, which they build the server farms that operate the cloud era, they build them in secluded places, and only in rare cases they receive an architectural treatment that sees them as more than a warehouse. Both cases, server farms and telephone buildings, remain undifferentiated and rather anonymous, attracting attention only with a demolition, this example of the international one, or with the collapse of the internet network for a few hours, and then we realize that there is an infrastructure for it. Just like the entire infrastructure, just like Gad Asher, they are only noticed when they break. Thank you. And this will be part of the exhibition in the Israeli Pavilion, opening in May 20th, and I'll be happy and very honored to see all of you there. Sorry? Yeah. Thanks.
Our speakers can join us here for questions. Thank you. Can I take this chair for our speakers? Thank you. Thank you. So I thought it was a fascinating session and so many very interesting and new things. So questions, please.
I have a question to Ada and Julia. I know that Mendelssohn also integrated animals into his garden plans. For example, in the Schocken garden, he put a small water pool for birds, and he was extremely furious when the Schockens were out of the country, and the secretary who was responsible for the water pool didn't fill up the water pool. And he said that the pool is there to get the birds into the garden and to make them feel home. So, and I remember, but I'm not sure, I read that for the Weizmann garden, there were even big animals integrated. So that's my question.
There was sort of, how do you call it, goat style. They had some, like courtyard animals and a goat. There are photographs. We haven't found anything else.
And a tray for feeding the birds on the balcony.
Okay, yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, Again, for the gardens, can you identify the shift from the organic sketches that you've shown and from the Einstein Tower to the later architecture? Can we consider the same similar shifts from the gardens, let's say, of Schocken and the Weizmann Villa to the treatment of the hospitals? That
What we wanted to say that probably the garden layout was still very much influenced by the trends in architecture of the 1920s, because usually garden design lags behind architectural change. So maybe the building was already, in a more modern, but the garden layout was still lied to earlier concepts. We find that all the time, even in earlier times. But I'm not very familiar with the gardens of the hospitals. Are you?
Me too. Me too. I was with a big interest. I was looking at your plans and your story.
I think they are quite similar. I mean, they also have this curved passes, and Mendelssohn describes especially the Hadassah Hospital garden as something like a counterpoint to the very cubic volumes of the buildings. And so this is like a counterpart. And he also designated spots where you have views, especially Hadassah on Mount Scopus, where you have views.
yes, but in Hadassah you have a perfect. You have straight lines of the terraces inside,
Yeah.
a very elongated one outside, and you have a pool that is a complete. Right. I'm talking, yeah. I mean, there is two types of landscape, in the inner courtyards and outside the hospital.
Anyway, I wanted to add that the scale is very, very different, and Villa Weizmann is very proportional. The hill is quite in the same scale as the building, so it gives an advantage to concentrate all Mendelssohn ideas in this place. When we are talking about the hospital, it's a big area, so it is a little bit spread around. Yeah.
Just a short comment. Thank you so much for these presentations. I was really impressed about your work, and I learned a lot. I have to really reflect about it. But when we talk about the gardens, I think we need to take into consideration that the design of the gardens has changed totally from the German gardens to the ones in Israel or in Palestine. Because when I go through my files in my head, and I don't find any garden with any curved design. I mean, these are all very rectangular shaped garden designs with very clear differences between the kitchen garden and the flower garden, and so there must be something, and I don't know what, but you are the experts for Palestine. There must be something, or there could be something related to the country, why he chooses this kind of garden design with all those curves and those, I don't know, swinging design forms.
Well, our claim that this is a unique case in which the imagery of the ship on the waves and the experience with the organic design, organic architecture, mysticism, and what was it? The other, and all these shapes. It's in a unique combination. You find that practically only at Villa Weizmann today. probably you found something of that at the Villa Schockens garden that has now been cancelled. We don't know of any other examples. So we want to point out that because this is really a unique case. It's not Palestine, it's not in other places. It is basically only there and it's preserved. So if you want to make a point for conservation, that is a good point.
So I'd like to add a question to the specialist of the gardening. We realized when we visited the villa, to be honest, I was pretty shocked is maybe too strong, but I was very astonished about the new buildings, the high rise. Have you got any idea how to deal with this? I mean, planting that would fit into the original garden plans. Is there any chance that you see to help the garden or the villa and the garden become a unit again?
The only thing we can do is to try to abate the effect of these buildings. So it won't be a restoration as it was. There was a pine woodland, maybe. But the effort will be to close the view whenever in the past the view was consciously open to the Judean hills. We can't restore that because nobody will allow us to destroy the buildings. And not only that, but it's going to happen also on the western side. They're building a new development on the southwestern side for professors and so on. And the big problem is also to define the borders of the garden on that respect. And of course, you have to decide on the policy. Either you're going to leave it open and see the changes in the landscape outside, or you're going to close it with high planting or something like that. But you cannot restore what it was. You don't have any power on the outside landscape, unfortunately.
Jörg will just, if I can just ask us to be a little bit.
I have only one question to one problem are the high-rise buildings which are now forming the horizon from the terrace. But another, there are some smaller interventions. For example, the pavilion for the car, which is close to the building, or the question of the ceilings which have been altered because of the AC of the climate and the new entrance. So my question is there also something like this building transfer possibility to reduce it or to replace it somewhere else? For example, if you have the car at the entrance of the street and you walk along the street, that would be maybe easier than to have it in the close neighborhood of the villa itself.
I can't answer for the building, but of course the position of the car has upset the terraces there. And I'm not sure we can suggest moving it because it's been done recently. And as you well know, in conservation, there is a lot of politics and sensitivity, and you can't undo something that has just been done, not immediately. I agree that it shouldn't be in that position, personally. But
I only feel very encouraged by your example because this is a very bold idea, very courageous. So that this is a little problem.
Now, I think the pavilion for the car is because it's new. I mean, it doesn't. You don't need the building rights to build this pavilion, so I don't think it's a problem of building rights. It's a problem of the directors of this of the institute. They might decide to remove it or not. It was, it's like to put the car inside an aquarium. That's all. But I wonder why should we hide this high-rise building? Because we cannot see the Judean hills anymore, and the reality is different reality than in the 30s, and we should face it. Because conservation is not pretending that we are back in the 30s. We have to be realistic, and I don't think it's, we have to find a solution with the high-rise building and not trying to hide them. I think it's part of the development of this country. You like it or not, but this is a reality, and I think we have to face it and not hide it.
I think if we can maybe just we'll need to sort of wrap it up in favor of the next session because of all the changes we had with the demonstrations. So Alona, maybe we can leave. I suggest we leave further questions to our closing discussions. I would really like us also to revisit the issues with the trade school and the Shokin Villa from what I saw regarding how we can take these things that are supposedly not to be listed, and I think there was a political, a policy subtext here that we should probably revisit in the final session about how we do enter things that are more complicated to enter into the tentative list.
Just one remark or something maybe you referred less Amnon and Tal is the authenticity and the neighborhood of the Palestine Bank. 2 days ago that the buildings which were there when this building was built are still there, and the environment is hardly changed compared to the Villa Shokin, which is a big drama.
Definitely.
The elephant in the
No.
room.
Yeah.
The back garden, talking about the gardens, that's already a game changer, and I think there is no way back, even accepting this is development. We accept it, but then it has consequence. But in the bank, it's the opposite. Since it didn't have a garden, luckily, it's very urban building. It's still urban, and it's still the same buildings, height, and situation, Jaffa Street, except for the tram, which is beautiful. So I think in that terms, on the bank, we are the context is so preserved. Although the big
not
changes,
not inside. I mean, there are
not
many
inside,
changes
but the
inside.
urban.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, about the inside, there were some questions because we couldn't go in about the situation inside. So the staircase, the hall. I'm sure some of the things are reversible, like the central hall. So the big question there is what is anticipated to be by the owners, and that's you mentioned also. And I think that would be the huge challenge for the municipality, by the way, if they want to be part of this joyful idea of World Heritage.
Okay.
Or not joyful, I don't know.
Okay, so thank you everybody again very much. I'm really sorry that we have to wrap up this really interesting conversation, but let's continue it in the last session. Thank you very much.
עכשיו לא חייבים להישאר עד הסוף.
כן, תישארו. איך הרגל? בסדר טוב, כן, אין מה יהיה מחר. אתה הולך לרוץ מחר? אני בטח ארוץ מחר, או אתאמן או משהו, אבל נכאב קצת. זה סימן כחול. צ'ר, את צריכה להכריז מתי חוזרים.
אתה צודק. אז מה, ברבע לארבע?
לא חושבת שאנחנו בעתיד.
כמה סשן הבא? במצב טוב.
אני חושב. תראה, אנחנו צריכים לעשות סשן זהו שיש.
עכשיו יכולה להיות חצי שעה.
לא, אנחנו לא יכולים, כי יש לנו את כל הסשן של התעשייה.
לא, אני יודע. שזה שעה וחצי. זה שעה וחצי, לא.
כמה תוכנן? כמה שעות?
שעה וחצי. שעה וחצי והקלוזינג זה לא יהיה עכשיו.
בקיצור, מה להגיד? שחוזרים ב10:00?
אפשר עוד רבע שעה, וזה יהיה ב10:00. זה יותר מרבע שעה.
כן, זה יותר מרבע שעה, לא. כאילו, בקיצור, אצלי עכשיו 3:20 פשוט. Everybody, I would just like to say that we will reconvene. Can everybody hear me for a second? We'll reconvene at 3:45, okay? At 3:45, we will be back here after our coffee break. Thanks.
Yes. Yes, I have a train in the evening, so I hope that we'll be on time.
I'll give my
with
very
all
best.
the- yes, with all presentation. Otherwise, I will have to leave.
Run out. Okay.
Yes, the train will not wait for me.
You go to the
Okay. Okay, dear conference participants, may I have your attention, please? Shall we start? Okay, it's a great pleasure to be a chairwoman of this session. We have 3 speakers. It is the last session of this fantastic conference. No, the okay, but without no presentation, just a discussion. Let me introduce the first speaker, Achim Ries, who studied architecture at Technische Hochschule in Aachen and at Vienna Academy of Fine Arts. He was working as an editorial staff of the Berlin architectural journal Arch Plus. He prepared his PhD thesis and defended it in 2021. And Achim Ries is now working as an editor in Berlin and is teaching history and theory of architecture at the Technical University in Munich at the same time. Achim, the stage is yours.
All right.
I forgot. You see on the screen the title of the presentation, Erich Mendelsohn.
All right. Thank you very much for both the kind introduction and the invitation. Having followed the presentations by all your experts in the past 2 days, I feel really flattered and maybe a bit bold to now bombard you with my work in progress. About the progress, I'm not yet sure, but we'll see. In the first half, all you Mendelssohniacs will be confronted with lots of stuff you may know already. In the second part, there's some things which I myself am completely unsure, so maybe you can help me out, and I'm very much looking forward. As I've dealt with the architecture of American postmodernism in the past 5 years, it was this image which sparked my interest. Taken by the director Fritz Lang, whom Mendelssohn had met on a transatlantic crossing in 1924. It's one of the 77 images in the book Bilderbuch eines Architekten by Mendelssohn. Following his 1924 trip to the United States, which took him to New York and the Midwest, Mendelssohn used electric light as a means of design too. We already saw images of the Herpich redesign on Leipziger Straße, and Mendelssohn confidently explains that, quote, for the first time electrically lit advertising has become part of the architecture. A similar interplay of electric lighting and architecture can also be observed in Mendelssohn design interiors, such as that of the Universum Cinema on Kurfürstendamm, the electric light retracing or literally highlighting the dynamic architectural shapes. Furthermore, it gets obvious that Mendelssohn paid interest not only to the utilization, but also to the generation of electricity. In the 1929 book, Russland, Europa, Amerika, ein architektonischer Querschnitt, so an architectural cross-section, the architect presents this perspective of the Kiev power plant. In the same publication, the readers find a photograph of a still unfinished power station in Detroit that Mendelsohn had visited in the course of his earlier trip. The letter he wrote to Louisa Mendelsohn right after the visit in 1924 testifies to the strong impression the construction site had left on him. Quote, "Together with the engineers, we drove to the largest power station in America, which has just been 50% completed. 10 stories high, a vertical mechanical plant with 300,000 volts of electric power. The boilers, turbine, coal feeders, etc. of dimensions that contradict themselves." In the 1923 lecture, Dynamik und Funktion, Mendelsohn then described architecture as, quote, "a union of the sensually apprehensible mass and the transcendent mass of light." This, of course, brings to mind Le Corbusier's famous dictum, according to which architecture can be understood as the play of masses brought together in light. On closer inspection, it becomes clear that in Version Architecture, Le Corbusier did not only think of sunlight, but of artificial lighting too. However, when this makes him call on his readers to demand that their landlords install electric lamps, it gets obvious that he thinks of a usage of electricity and of electric light that is considerably more modest, more mundane, more down to earth than the efforts by Mendelssohn, which we've seen before. But how come that electrical energy is so important to Mendelssohn? That he was not primarily interested in technical aspects is already suggested by the description of the Detroit power plant. In fact, the architect confuses electric potential, 300,000 volts, with electric power, usually expressed in units of watt. Hence, in the course of this presentation, I'd like to introduce three other, partly preliminary answers to the previously posed question about the role of electricity in Mendelssohn's work. The fact that two outstanding representatives of the avant-garde, so Le Corbusier and Erich Mendelsohn, took a stand on this issue at the beginning of the 1920s is at least a reminder that electricity and this electric light was not yet taken for granted everywhere and for everyone. The first central power plant, which supplied various customers with electricity for different uses, had been built only 40 years earlier on Pearl Street in New York. And is just a couple of steps away from Broadway, which we saw in the first pictures. After a similar plant went on stream in Milan in 1883, the first central power station in Berlin, built on the initiative of Emil Rathenau, went into operation 2 years later. When Mendelssohn began training as a merchant in Berlin in 1907, the city was already the focal point of the European electricity industry. After World War I, when Mendelssohn's architectural career took off in the same place, Berlin had earned a reputation as an electropolis. As conservationist Thorsten Dahme has stated, this honorary title took into account the close connection between research and development, production, testing, and application in everyday urban life. Consequently, the new industry came along with new architecture. Among the numerous buildings that Peter Behrens designed for the company AEG, the Turbine Hall in Berlin's Moabit district has attracted particular attention. Mendelssohn, however, as we know, was less than impressed by the factory, judging that Behrens's design lacked consistency. In particular, the stylized temper front contradicted his demand that, quote, "architecture must be an expression of the will and the spirit of its time." In contrast to such an adoption of traditional architectural forms, the settlement des Auteuren, Bauhaus project, is found to be determined by an appropriation of the electricity infrastructure. As the pictures of photographer Emil Theis show, the buildings were grouped around a power pole, which had to serve as a strong symbol of progress. In comparison, Mendelssohn's approach is characterized by an effort to give expression to contemporary phenomena by new, however, genuinely architectural means. And last night, Louisa Hutton quoted from Mendelssohn's description that the adopted Mosse house was, on the one hand, to reflect reality, while on the other hand, intended to tame down its chaos. So, coming back to my starting point, American postmodernism, very much unlike Denise Scott Brown and Robert Venturi, who half a century later were to explain in their study, Learning from Las Vegas, that the commercial structures along the highway required a new mode of perception. Mendelssohn relied very much on architecture as an organizing power. In his Bilderbuch, he had written that the nocturnal neon signs on Broadway were, quote, "still disordered because exaggerated, but already full of fantastic beauty, which one way will be perfected." And no doubt that Mendelssohn is the one to fulfill this perfection. And following the example of Soviet constructivism, here another example from Russland, Europa, America, Mendelsohn sought to achieve this perfection by integrating electric lighting as well as illuminated advertising into architecture. The promise that accompanied electricity at the beginning of the 20th century was repeatedly claimed as a political argument. And probably it has never been expressed as clear as in Lenin's famous statement, according to which communism equals Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country. Mendelsohn became, and we heard about that before, with the political dimension of electrification in 1923, when the entrepreneur Pinchas Rutenberg contacted him. After obtaining a concession from the British government and establishing the Palestine Electric Corporation, Rutenberg commissioned Mendelsohn to design infrastructure buildings for the power supply, including a power plant to be built here in Haifa. Although the design was not realized, Dieter Heinze Greenberg attests to its quality of a catchy tune or an architectural earworm. All later designs, including the one executed, would have referred to the drawings that Mendelsohn had made together with Hendrikus Weidefeld in the spring of 1923. And I think I learned yesterday that Richard Neutra played a part in that too. In contrast, the concept developed by the architect and publicist Hermann Sörgel in 1923, initially named Pan-Europa, remained completely unrealized. It's presumably due to his efforts to distance himself from Richard Coudenhove-College's initiative Pan-Europa that from the 1930s on he made the project known under the title Atlantropa. And this is something too I learned just recently that Rainer Schützeichel would be the perfect man to talk about that. I'm going to continue anyway. So Sörgel's considerations were based on the reflections about the role that Europe could assert vis-a-vis the new superpowers, namely the United States and the Soviet Union after World War I. And I mean, we find this with many European intellectuals. If you think about José Ortega y Gasset, La Rebelión de las Masas, and I think it gets even obvious from Russland, Europa, America too. So the quest for the role that the European nations might take on after 1918. Sörgel's approach to the subject was very much shaped by the philosopher Oswald Spengler and his work Der Untergang des Abendlandes, so the decline of the West. Accordingly, as you can read here, the architect Hermann Sörgel understood his project as a, quote, political power that should save the culture of the Occident from decline. Based on the premise that European nationalism could be overcome, Sörgel envisioned the construction of huge dams at Gibraltar and the Dardanelles. Later plans included another facility between Sicily and the Tunisian coast. This would not only have created the opportunity for hydroelectric power generation on an unprecedented scale, the dams would also have made it possible to gain new settlement areas of around almost 600,000 square kilometers and to establish rail transport between Europe and Africa. An essential part of the project was the colonial exploitation of African resources as well as the utilization of its agricultural land. Referring to antiquity, Sörgel emphasized that Africa, quote, this huge neighboring country, so conveniently located for Europe, always stimulates to gain new living space. Adapted from biology by the geographer Friedrich Ratzel and taken up by his colleague Karl Haushofer, this conception of living space, Lebensraum in German, became central to the National Socialist ideology. Sörgel's relationship, however, is said to have remained ambivalent in this case. For a long time, he remained in close contact with progressive architects who not only produced designs for dams and bridges, but also conceived port facilities and residential buildings that were to be erected on the new coasts. Among them were Peter Behrens, Hans Pölzig, Cornelis van Eesteren, and Louis Welzenbacher. Among the colleagues who at least declared their willingness to collaborate were Mies van der Rohe and, as we know, Erich Mendelsohn. So this is the acknowledgement of, at the beginning of Sörgel's 1923 book, Atlantropa, and you see in the 7th line, Erich Mendelsohn is in charge of the planning for the new land, which was meant then to emerge at the front of the then British Mandate of Palestine. In the same year, so 1923, Mendelssohn described his motivation to participate in the project in his lecture, Der schöpferische Sinn der Krise, the creative meaning of crisis. In his opinion, Sörgel's project must be seen as a peacemaking. Mendelssohn explains that, quote, great supranational tasks are necessary which create new space, new living space, new working space. I am thinking, among others, of the Pan-Europa project, which aims to restore Europe's real fertile land, the Mediterranean basin, by lowering the once flooded areas with the help of the Gibraltar Dam. Moreover, Mendelsohn believes that the project can contribute to the world's pacification by providing electricity as a resource. And of course, all these issues of resources, especially fertile resources, were part of the ongoing political crisis in the run-up to World War II. In the lecture, The Fate of This Hour, which Mendelssohn gave in Brussels a few months later, shortly after the Nazis came to power and he had to leave Germany, the architect emphasized that the alarming state of the world not only required globally coordinated investments and control of money flows. In addition to calling for a just distribution of living space, he also stressed the importance of quote, great power generating centers for the needs of a humanity that has found its way back to the earth, its magnet. While Mendelssohn counts a detachment of the people from the soil among the consequences of the crisis, he sees its cause in an imbalance between mechanical and spiritual forces. Quote, the more frantic the one-sided pull of mechanical force, the more complete the defeat of the human comedy. If the architect had already in 1919 referred to the fundamental changes in human relations, in economy and science, religion and art, he was subsequently to specify that not least the finding of physics had shaken the existing worldview. In the same lecture he concludes, physical science gains insight into the non-steady structural relations of energy through the quantum theory of the German Max Planck and reorders the physical processes and the space-time structure of the world through Einstein's theory of relativity. Yeah, we all know, and I think Michael Benedict mentioned yesterday that this also found its reverberations in the writings of Siegfried Gideon, however, on a different level, as I'd like to show. This very idea that the insights of science, and namely of physics, had challenged the earlier worldview, while at the same time revealed a new order, is set forth in Mendelssohn's lecture Dynamik und Funktion. In view of the rationally no longer comprehensible findings of the research, Planck, Einstein, and other physicists felt compelled to comment on religious questions in both writings and lectures. Similarly, Mendelssohn connects the scientific insights with aspects of spirituality. From the mysterious union of order and chaos, of the created and the organic, and of the rational and the transcendent, a new religious sense will arise. Since the realization that the terms energy and matter, which had once been separated by science, are just different conditions of the same fundamental material, and that nothing in the order of the world happens except in relation to the cosmos, the engineer has forsaken mechanics, the theory of that matter, and has returned to the dutiful service of nature. Since these remarks remain rather vague, or at least for me very hard to grasp, it seems advisable to contrast them with Mendelssohn's architecture. And Kathleen James' reflections in Mendelssohn and the Architect of German Modernism prove very helpful here, because in her book she draws on a letter sent by the architect to Luise Mendelssohn in 1919, recapitulating a conversation with Erwin Finlay-Freundlich and Professor Rosenstein. The letter writer describes that, quote, the dispute between the three of us about unsuspected connections and congruences of energy and matter, which according to Einstein are not separate notions, but the same source of life. James, quoting more extensively from the letter, thus substantiates the proposition that the Einstein Tower should be understood not only as an observatory, but also as a monument. As a counterpart to the imperial era monuments that paid homage to the nation, this Republican monument is dedicated to relativity. But I mean, if in the notion of the architect, these scientific findings on energy and mass represented such a crucial and fundamental change in the view of the world, doesn't it seem kind of likely that beyond the observatory, they also influenced Mendelssohn's subsequent designs? As you all know, almost simultaneously with the completion of the Einstein Tower, the construction of the Luckenwalder hat factory began. It is noticeable, I think, that the architect does not arrange the factory's power plant in a solely functional way, for example, by placing it in any subordinate building. Instead, prominently positioned in the main axis of the complex, the power plant also towers above the expressive dye works building. Again, you might say it was huge, he couldn't hide it, so he just tried to make the best. But as is well known, it was due to the innovative ventilation system of the Luckenwalde dyeworks that the Soviet Union commissioned Mendelsohn as the first foreign architect with a project in Leningrad. In his design for the textile factory, power generation is once again located in a prominent position. So it's down there. The power plant, which unlike the other parts of the building was executed according to Mendelssohn's design, rises like the bow of a ship at the western corner of the factory site. In both cases, so the transformation of chemical energy into thermal, kinetic, and finally electrical energy is celebrated by architectural means. If one considers that, on the one hand, mass and energy are the subject of spiritual consideration at this time, and that, on the other hand, Mendelssohn in 1923 mentions that the technical ideas of the time will have to be expanded into, quote, realizations into in a sacred realm, one could assume that this electric architecture is characterized by a spiritual trait. This, of course, raises the question about the kind of spirituality this might be. And here I am at a point where I can't give you any precise answer, so I'm just going to try to mark out that field. I think that probably it would be too hasty to just conclude that Mendelssohn followed Einstein, who, referring to Spinoza, at that time professed a pantheistic concept of God. Dealing with the extraordinary relationship between spirituality and electric energy, it seems indispensable to also take into account the considerations which the mathematician and philosopher Lazarus Ben-David had made towards the end of the 18th century. A member of the Berlin Haskalah, Ben-David became known through the popularization of Immanuel Kant's Kritiken, as well as through his own writings. In a letter to the philosopher Georg Christoph Lichtenberg, Ben-David had expressed himself on die innere Einrichtung der Stiftshütte, that is, the interior of the tabernacle. The text, published in 1797 in the Berlin journal Archiv der Zeit und ihres Geschmacks, reveals an attempt to reconcile religious traditions with Enlightenment thinking. Convinced that electricity had been available since the time of Moses, Ben-David attempts to explain religious miracles in scientific terms. Thus, he describes the Ark of the Covenant as a Leyden jar, an early capacitor capable of emitting electric shocks. Accordingly, the spirits of the Holy Temple would not have served as lightning rods, but on the contrary, to conduct electricity into the sanctuary. The enthusiastic reception of Ben-David's considerations is evidenced by a commentary by the art historian Alois Hirt, who explicitly praised the philosopher's assessment and tried to support them with additional arguments. My only problem is, as hard as I tried, so far I couldn't find the missing link, but if I understood correctly, Caroline Jessen promised to find it in the Schocken archive for me. So I can't really show that there's a link to these deistically based consideration, but it seems very likely that the architect was familiar with the so-called energetic developed by the chemist Wilhelm Ostwald. Ostwald, who was in contact with Einstein, had also supervised the dissertation of Finlay Freundlich's brother Erwin. Moreover, the scientist frequented the art and architecture scene of the late Empire and the Weimar Republic. A member of the Deutsche Werkbund since 1912, he presented his color theory at the Dessau Bauhaus in 1927 at the invitation of Walter Gropius. With Ostwald, Mendelssohn shared not only the interest in large-scale supranational projects. Furthermore, the term energy, which Mendelssohn uses in his letter, frequently plays a central role in Ostwald's thinking too. And it's always the idea of linking energy, the scientific notion of energy, with what we consider as kind of élan vital, or passion. That is, in view of the scientific and economic upheavals of his time, Ostwald, laureate of the 1909 Nobel Prize in Chemistry, so he was just not just any lunatic, was concerned to establish a new connection between all the world's phenomena. The author Volker Müller thus explains that in place of a dualistic separation of substance and force, being and consciousness, matter and spirit, Ostwald's energetic provided a monistic philosophy of nature. Accordingly, energy is understood as the one general and essential substance. The ethical character of this worldview is attested to by the energetic imperative, which Ostwald formulated in reference to Immanuel Kant. Do not waste energy, utilize and refine it. It's even nicer in German since it rhymes. As I said, this is now mainly bits and pieces, and I hope to, in the future, come closer to this concept of spiritual energy or energetic spirituality in Mendelssohn's work. And so I'm very much looking forward to your comments. Maybe someone knows to help me out. If at the same time there are doubts whether clarification is really possible, it's due to the statement Mendelssohn gives in Dynamik und Funktion. Ultimately, large outdated hierarchies dissolve through lack of credibility. A vertical orientation of beliefs and its conflict between the orthodox and the heretic will be replaced by the coexistence of religious elements, mysticism, secret doctrines, and miracles. After the forced departure from Germany, the building tasks Mendelssohn dealt with changed. We heard about that several times. The only factory building from the period after 1933 is a chemical plant conceived together with Serge Shemaev in the British town of Huddersfield. There's reason to assume that Mendelssohn was particularly concerned with the planning of the power station. The architect's last project, completed only posthumously, is a laboratory building at the University of California at Berkeley. Designed for the Atomic Energy Commission, it served to research an energy source that in the 1950s was not only considered novel, but also inexhaustible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. I expected Petersdorf, in which light and architecture, Petersdorf department store, coexisted perfectly. But it's not a disadvantage, certainly, of course, of your presentation. It's about time for the next speaker. Tim Altenhoff, who will present us the factory as a chimney. It means industrial architecture by Mendelssohn, certainly. A few words about the speaker. Tim Altenhoff is an architect and university assistant at the University of Innsbruck. He, if I'm not mistaken, defended his PhD thesis at Yale University. Tim is, and he was awarded, he received Bruno Zevi Prize in 2018 for the work concerning Mendelssohn. Tim is an international fellow at the Institute for Advanced Study and in the Humanities in Essen, where he is preparing the next, I'm sure, interesting publication. Tim, we are waiting for you, but how to this one? Okay, we've managed.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for having me. Also, a quick shout out. Thanks so much for Yael and Dana for taking care of all my logistics. That was a great help. I will, instead of giving you account of the entire Luckenwalde head factory, which really has been widely published, I will rather give you what I think is a prehistory to the building, so trying to embed Mendelssohn's work in particular, not the entire head factory, but more precisely the dye works within a broader discourse around that time. So the cursors do the job. Okay, so one of modern architecture's most dramatic roofs had a short lifespan. Daring in its outline, the roof of Erich Mendelsohn's famous dye works at Luckenwalde, a photo many of you will know, was erected in 1921 and torn down in 1935 after the head factory was taken over by a machine building company, largely controlled by the German Air Force and under the direction of Göring. This is a historic photo. Transforming what was once a head factory into a war plant also resulted in the removal of its most prominent element, the trapezoidal roof, which would have been too easy a target for future air raids. Just 2 years later, in 1937, Mendelsohn heaped his projects into a mound, an ink drawing of which exists at the Kunstbibliothek in Berlin. In fact, his buildings in aggregate amounted to an entire mountain village of considerable size, crowned by the famous Einstein Tower. Whether this structure simply lent itself to becoming the crown, or whether Mendelssohn sought to give it a particular significance, still in 1925, it might have been Luckenwalde at the very top of a similar drawing. You can actually spot it center left. That year, that is in 1925, Julius Posener and his students visited Mendelssohn's office in Berlin. And when he was asked about his best building to date by one of the students, Mendelssohn replied without hesitation, Luckenwalde. I assume most of you know the structure inside out, so I will offer just a bit of context. In a way, Luckenwalde is synonymous with the head factory, Steinberg, Hermann & Co., which stands as a classical modernist masterpiece in a small town some 40 miles south of Berlin. I realize everything is in American because I work on a manuscript, so it's not in the metric system, but that is not so important. Luckenwalde had long become the cradle of German head fashion. The town witnessed an increase in textile and metal factories from the mid-19th century onwards. And in 1871, the first company adapted its production from textiles to hats. For long, the German hat producer Friedrich Steinberg vied with Gustav Hermann, one of Mendelssohn's early patrons, for the best hat designs. But after merging their companies, they commissioned Mendelssohn to devise a new manufacturing plant on an empty lot on the outskirts of town. It became one of the paradigmatic expressions for an industry of the future, with critics like Adolf Behne pointing out the functional layout and its compelling translation into a tight spatial form. At the center, which you see here on the side plan, 4 manufacturing sheds are framed by the dye works in the south and the power station, which we just saw also in Achim's presentation. And at the bottom right next to the street, you can also see the small gatehouse. The factory's dye house with its shaft-like hood recreated the outline of a head, while at the same time funneling through the roof the toxic fumes accruing inside. It was this feature in particular that ultimately led to a follow-up in Leningrad, the so-called Krasnoye Znamya, or Red Banner Factory. There is actually in Carsten's recent Birkhäuser publication also a cross-section, which I hadn't seen before. In the summer of 1925, following Mendelssohn's visit to the Engadin, where he spent some time with Louise, he received a phone call from the Russian trade mission declaring their interest in the hat factory. 2 days later, on a warm Sunday in August, Mendelssohn made a day trip to Luckenwalde to prepare for a first meeting. He went swimming in the morning and lost his glasses, which could only be retrieved from the lake's grounds through prolonged dives by his friends. Finally commissioned in October that same year, then in 1925, Erich traveled to Moscow and Leningrad together with Louise, where both went to visit all the monuments. This is all well documented in the correspondence. Louise found the stay in Leningrad particularly, and I quote, exhilarating, and for lunch she often relished caviar and vodka. Her memoirs recall the circumstances that led to the contract in Leningrad, a passage worth quoting at length. So this is Louise now speaking. Among the most fascinating people who came to his office were a group of Russians. Their purpose was to receive information about the dye works, which were part of the Luckenwalde head factory built in 1921. When Erich received the commission to build the head factory, he carefully studied the manufacturing process and became appalled by the working conditions of the laborers. The steam of the dye vats permeated the whole shed, in spite of large exhaust fans, which only caused a strong draft and afflicted a large number of workmen with pneumonia. Erich found an excellent solution to this problem, which became widely published in industrial magazines. They must have come to the attention of the Russians, who planned to build a large textile factory. The principle on which Erich solved the problem of achieving
a dry white shed was a very simple one. He constructed a chimney-like hood over the divets and upper arches into which the steam was exhausted. This created a chimney over the whole length of the building and effected constant and uniform air exchange. Erich led the Russians through the entire factory, and they were sufficiently impressed to offer him the commission to build a textile factory with 3 divets close to Leningrad. Planning a large complex of building for Russia, a rather enigmatic country and unknown to most Europeans, excited not only Erich, but the whole office. A day was set for bringing the plans to Leningrad, and the work in the office extended into the midnight hour. Bach records were played, inexhaustible quantities of coffee were provided, the atmosphere was pregnant with creation. We left for Leningrad in the fall of 1925, 1 year after Lenin's death. The textile factory was going to be built outside of Leningrad and combined a power station, 3 dye works, an administration building, and the actual factory. One can sense the complexities involved in building such a big structure in a country hardly known. Yet the mood here is cheerful. There is a sense of excitement, but also stress, with architects drinking too much coffee while listening to Bach. Yet, what is striking about this anecdote is Louise's emphasis on 2 things. Similar factories around that time had been stricken spaces in which workers developed pneumonia, an inflammation of the lungs. And the architectural response to this was a simple one. Mendelsohn turned the dye works into a chimney. So what was actually going inside? The production of hats required workers to dye felt or wool, a process releasing poisonous fumes, which in turn caused high humidity levels inside. And here I'm actually not sure, that is one of the photos I found in a compilation by Thomas Drachenberg. Doesn't look like the interior of Luckenwalde, so something is off. Okay, but you get the idea. The principle, I think, is still well illustrated. As a result, the warm, moist air affected the workers' lungs as well as the materials, and it also impeded interior visibility, which further complicated the work process. Previously, architects employed smokestacks, fans, or pressurized air to attenuate the emergence of fog. But these measures created only new conditions, such as draft and an inexcessive temperature rise. Stacks alone were too exposed to the fluctuation of outside temperatures and simply furthered the condensation of steam. By contrast, fans were either too weak or produced too much turbulence inside. Mechanical ventilation was of little help. Apparently, Mendelsohn was the first architect to come up with a solution, relieving the nuisance of poisonous fumes without creating side effects, often more harmful than the waste steam one sought to get rid of in the first place. How was this accomplished? One could facilitate the necessary air exchange by dint of negative air pressure, something Mendelsohn discovered by mere happenstance. According to John Berlowitz, a contemporary and Berlin-based engineer, Mendelsohn ran into a still operating dye factory whose, and here I quote, accidentally kept smokestack had the ability to defog the interior. Ultimately, a serendipitous discovery paired with architectural knowledge and years of research into primitive facilities enabled Mendelsohn to devise this structure. Berlowitz, the engineer, called it Schlotbau in German, in essence a chimney structure. Where previous designs brought about rising temperatures and draft, side effects which further exacerbated the condition of lungs already distressed by the toxic fumes, at Luckenwalde the interior was completely free of fog, even when the facility ran at full capacity with 24 dye tubs. For Berlowitz, it was the design itself, a response through architectural form, rather than building technologies, that really fixed the issue. That's a translation I did, quoting from the newspaper. As far as we know, it was the Berlin-based architect who managed for the very first time to build a dye works that, despite its large dimensions, has completely resolved the problem of defogging. Only the inside, that the building itself, that is its cross-section, the arrangement of windows and ventilation ducts, would have to enhance the natural buoyancy of the steam from the outset, was a major step forward. At a height of 7 feet, just above the workers' heads, outlets for preheated compressed air enhanced the buoyancy force active inside the dye works so that air could be completely changed in just 1 hour. The account of Berlowitz is in line with that of Louise. Primitive or simple, the solution came in the form of a chimney. Most scholarship on Luckenwalde refers to the dye house as a kind of invention. In 1956, Arnold Wittig describes it, and I have a slew of quotations now, describes it as an entirely new type which Mendelsohn invented. Sigrid Achenbach in 1987 notes a novel ventilation system. In 1997, Kathleen James Chakraborty sees in the dye works a significant technical innovation, and only 1 year later, Regina Stephan writes about an entirely new functional principle. Yet another year later, Bruno Sevi alludes to a special ventilation system that Mendelsohn invented. While Kathleen James points to a few references for Luckenwalde, Josef Olbrich's gatehouse to a Darmstadt exhibition, a factory by Hans Pölzig, Bruno Sevi remarks that Mendelssohn's copious precedents were so diverse that they finally ended in smoke. It's just too many that it's pointless to actually point them out. Published in 1992, a Bauwelt article suggests that Mendelssohn's design for the dye works was obviously influenced by Albert Kahn's industrial exhaust stacks, and that Kahn, the great industrial architect from the United States, was a frequent guest at the Rupenhorn estate. I'm not exactly sure what to make of this conjunction, not least because the Rupenhorn house was only built years later. Kahn is mentioned for the first time in 1942 in the correspondence between Erich and Louise. I found this one photo, which could have perhaps been a precedent for the ventilating, for the vents in the sheds, not in the dye works, but nor am I sure what to make of the invention posited by previous scholarship. Today I want to draw our attention to a cutaway section reminiscent of the dye works. Whether Mendelssohn knew this drawing is unknown to me. It is included in Philibert Delorme's 1567 architectural treatise, Le Premier Tome de l'Architecture. As a French architect and writer, Delorme instructed the master builders of the French Renaissance both in the general layout of schemes as much as in the different ways of assembling them. In this manual, a woodcut shows an abstract kitchen, the walls of which are 10 to 12 feet high and perforated by apertures. Far above door height, the walls bend inwards, yielding a cross-section not unlike that of Luckenwalde. Here, the two converging lines lead to something Delorme calls a lantern or chimney pipe. This lantern is 4 times narrower than the kitchen and open towards the surroundings by virtue of 3 narrow vents in each wall, quickly dissipating the smoke that develops below. A small circumferential wall running around these vents offers protection against the wind, while at the same time facilitating an upflow of smoke. A small cupola at the very top follows the same principle. Here, a double-layered shell is perforated in order to release the smoke. Was this the blueprint for Luckenwalde? Rendered in brick, its outline and general proportion make it something of an unconscious archetype for what I call the house as chimney. A related discourse arose alongside chimneys, fireplaces, and furnaces throughout the long 19th century, when all kinds of social and health reformers, educators and engineers, as well as experimental hygienists and physiologists promoted ideas on ventilation. In today's paper, I cannot rehearse this discourse, but briefly want to dwell on the house's chimney. Interior spaces of the 19th century were seen to be imbued with vitiated air, often acting as air traps. In his 1844 study on the English working class, Friedrich Engels condemned the overcrowded dwellings of the poor. So this is one of the first instances where someone makes an observation on the poor air quality inside. As though the vitiated atmosphere of the streets were not enough, they are penned, the workers, in dozens into single rooms, so that the air which they breathe at night is enough in itself to stifle them. Their houses are so built that the clammy air cannot escape. Not only the polluted atmosphere posed a threat to urban dwellers. The dominant debates on the theory of ventilation were rather anthropocentric. Breathing human beings acted as the major polluter, vitiating the air inside through respiration and perspiration. This is why the American expert on ventilation, Louis Leeds, wrote in 1896, and here I quote, that man's own breath is his greatest enemy. Here, ventilation was not imperative because humans inhale air, but rather because they exhale it. A remedy for these toxic interiors was what I call the leaky house. It promised relief by facilitating constant atmospheric exchange. The leaky house is simply the opposite of the closed worlds we know of today, buildings that seal us off from the environment, primarily on account of energy efficiency. In 1863, the German chemist Max von Pettenkofer introduced a wacky contraption to the readership of a Bavarian journal, which he called Respirationsapparat, respiration apparatus, a scientific device to establish a standard for air change rates necessary to keep a human being or animal in good health or alive. Made of sheet iron and glass, it measured 8 feet on both sides and was sealed with wax. Almost airtight, the cell featured crevices and apertures, 3 circular holes, which you can see at the door. And it was because of them that Pettenkofer found this respiration space to be able to commute freely with the atmosphere, frei mit der Atmosphäre kommunizieren. Soon, he ascribed this property to the house in general. In a series of lectures published in 1872, Pettenkofer claimed that no more than our clothing ought the house to be a contrivance for excluding us from the outside air. Human bodies need a steady flow of surrounding air, and tightly enclosed homes prevent a connection with the atmosphere. As mechanical ventilation was still uncommon for dwellings, the stack effect was a common theme. And because of temperature differences occurring between inside and outside, Pettenkofer claimed that leaky houses, in very broad terms, just act like large chimneys, because wind is always occurring, there are always temperature differences, has to do with physics. If natural ventilation was good, resulting drafts were bad. The flow of air should remain imperceptible because Pettenkofer and contemporaries in allied fields considered drafts unhealthy. Draft disturbs the body temperature merely on one side and poses a danger to health. Pettenkofer was not alone with these observations, and the Hungarian physician Josef Fodor, for instance, soon promoted similar ideas. Here are some cross-sections, for instance. This is all what I consider the house as chimney. There are different variations, but you also see from different countries. It's not just a discourse that is related to Germany. It also appears in the United Kingdom, in the United States. But there are many of these drawings emerging from the mid-19th century onwards. Here is another one, actually, by Woodbridge. So to be sure, at Luckenwalde, it wasn't the workers who rendered the air impure, but the dye vats that produced toxic fumes. And still the structure in many ways was the architectural reification of this 19th century discourse on ventilation. It implemented most of its central tenets. The dye works produced a draft-free environment. The interior communicated with the outside atmosphere. The house functioned as a chimney, and it protected workers from contracting pneumonia, that inflammatory condition of the lung affecting the small air sacs known as alveoli. If there is one organ to be associated with modern architecture, it is perhaps the human lung, not least because of tuberculosis, one of the deadliest diseases around the turn of the 20th century, and in fact still today. Lungs often appeared in publications across the board, cultural, scientific, but also architectural. There are, for instance, drawings of lungs and pulmonary alveoli in the American Women's Home by the Beecher sisters, as well as in many publications by Le Corbusier. Here you see a sketch, Le Poumon. There was another one spread here from 1933. Otto Neurath made illustrations of lungs, and so did Fritz Kahn in his infographics, popular in Weimar, Germany. The building's history after 1935 is one of many transformations, and following German reunification, it fell into oblivion until, in the early 2000s, major efforts to breathe life into the structure led to its successful reconstruction. Yet despite many different stakeholders investing millions of euros, in funding, there still seems to be no vision for a future use. In 2012, the structure was up for sale on the internet, as you can see in the next slide. So the owner offered it for 2.2 million euros. And its current ownership is unknown to me. I was in touch with the mayor of Luckenwalde, but it's information they don't want to reveal or they cannot reveal. These days, a nearby metal processing company rents the former production sheds as a storage unit for materials, which you can see on the right-hand side. It's a photograph from February. Inside the former dye works, artificial flowers in glowing orange and pale pink arise from wooden boxes, perhaps a symbol of resilience. They also increase one's sensation of an abandoned interior. For me, Luckenwalde is such a powerful structure because it is deeply rooted in architectural history, and consciously or not. But it is such a modern structure at the same time because it reflected a much broader sensitivity to issues of breathing and to the vulnerability of lungs. The architectural solution was simple, perhaps even primitive. It was a chimney. Yet the rationale behind the structure was highly contemporary. Whether it was an invention, I would love to discuss with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such an interesting explanation of functional shape of the building. And the last but not least speaker, who will present us well-tempered level of privacy, Erich Mendelsohn's thought on dwelling and the interorsium. Michele Stavagna, is it a proper pronunciation of your name?
Yeah, quite correct.
Because I've received an information that you studied architecture at the university in Venice, and you obtained a PhD in history of architecture and urban planning. Your research focuses on the modernist architecture and design in the concept of modern mass society. Michele has taught theory and history of industrial design at the Università degli Studi di Trieste and has given lectures in various European universities and in the USA. Since 2005, he lives and works in Berlin, and he is a correspondent for the magazine The Architect.
So, thank you for the presentation, and thank you to the organizer for inviting me.
It's here. It's here. Okay.
So my talk aims to reconstruct Mendelsohn's ideas about dwelling, focusing on some texts and projects of the early 30s. His contribution to the matter was in dialectical conflict with a more politically oriented position by the CM. So the international congresses of modern architecture grew out of the need to promote functional architecture and urbanism. The first meeting took place in 1928 at the Chateau of de la Sarraz, organized by Le Corbusier, Madame de Bandreau, who was the owner of the castle, and the historian Siegfried Gideon. The latter became the first Secretary General of the Congress. Erich Mendelsohn was not present, but only a week later, Gideon visited him. Mendelsohn described in a letter a rather tedious and unfruitful personal meeting. The meaning that Gideon couldn't grasp about Mendelsohn was possibly related to Mendelsohn's position about the statement is in Lazarat. 1 week before, Mendelsohn had not built in the Weissenhof estate by his own choice. In the early 20s, he had partially realized a small settlement for working people in Luckenwalde. Also, he had designed an estate for settler on the Mount Carmel in Haifa, never realized. And while showing influence from the current development at the time, the research on the house type was not the core of those projects. But and the same could be argued for the private houses he had designed so far. The interesting element in the plans for House Sternfeld from 27 and from 23 and House Beyach on the 27th, that's the same year of the Weissenhof state, is the layout of the open space, because the plan of the domestic space was still somehow conventional. The actual innovation was in the different grade of privacy of the open spaces, say at various height levels. So the architectural experience start outside of the house. In the same July of 1928, Mendelsohn was writing his lecture with slides, Russia, America. Later in 1929, it would become a new editorial success for him after his first photo book, Amerika Bilderbuch eines Architekten. So the text of his conference started with an analysis of the current architectural scene in Russia and America, but it ended in an examination of the development in Europe as a possible mediation between those two opposite poles, America and Russia. Here Mendelsohn addressed one of the best results of the Weissenhof estate, the double house by Le Corbusier and Piaget, and he accused that building of being, in fact, non-rational in its solution. Mendelsohn had gathered his remarks in notes put together for the draft of the lecture. Here the architect expresses the core of his thought. So, I quote, dwelling is always to isolate themselves. Apartment, a perfect commodity, serves the obstacles of everyday life reduced to a minimum. An eternal postulate often fulfilled. Today, for the big city people to apply only with the help of technology. It's not a new problem, only a new form. By the end of July 1928, the project for the Mendelsohn own house am Ruppenhorn was ready and still waiting for the building permit. The design was an attempt to solve the pinpointed question. So while Le Corbusier opened free space under pilotis, Mendelsohn connected it to the living rooms by meaning of retracting windows. Instead of single private rooms, he created independent mini apartments for the people living in this house. So his own was a study room, but equipped with an American folding bed and private bathroom. 2 rooms formed his wife's mini suite. That he had a kitchenette niche and a shared large bathroom with the adjoining daughter's room. So this you see here. Here there are the entrance hall of Mendelsohn Villa. That's here you see this. Here are the window that can be retracted into the ground, and the terrace became a real expansion of the interior, and that is also underlined with the same treatment of this part of the pavement. This is 2 pictures of of the mini suite of Louise Mendelssohn, and this is the detail of the mini kitchenette she has in this point here. Also, the project embodies a dwelling ideal that is full of advanced technical solution in service of a new lifestyle. So different societal model could and should share the same city. This thought is leading the sole text published by Mendelssohn that address the issue of modern dwelling, Gruppe Nummer 1, Gruppe Nummer 2. It outlines two approaches towards modernity, one cosmopolitan, open to the world, one conservative, locked up as in a secluded world. It associates each with an ideal model of dwelling. The text appeared in Haushofgarten, the weekly supplement of the newspaper Berliner Tageblatt. This small magazine was usually devoted to domestic economy. 2 weeks later, it published also a contribution by Walter Gropius. At that time, the weekly supplement was in fact acting as an official guide for a special exhibition. The show, called So wohne alle Tage, and shortened as SOWO, ran in Berlin at the same time of the German Building Exhibition 1931. The sponsor was the same Mosse publishing house. Modern furniture stands filled the Deutschland House, an office building near the Berlin Fairgrounds. The show aimed, I quote, to inform the citizens about the state of the art, about the new dwelling and architectural culture within a framework that is adequate to the citizen's general economic condition, end quote. The support to the modernist solution was open but critical, refusing two ideological solutions. An introductory stand hosted a mockery of a cold functionalist room. A couple of weeks after his text appeared on the magazine, Mendelssohn participated to the Special CM Congress in Berlin. The stenographic transcript gives an important information. Mendelssohn spoke at the meetings of the German chapter of the CM, so the meeting that prepared this special congress that was also a preparation for the congress that was planned for Moscow in 1933 that then never happened. The text group Nummer 1, Gruppe Nummer 2 could be a reworking of a speech he might have held there, so at the meeting of the German chapter, not at this special congress. Thus, the described architectural solution could depict actual project presented by Mendelssohn. The living cell he described in this text, we will see then an abstract. The living cell may only refer to an apartment house. By the end of 1931, Mendelssohn had completed a new building phase on the Voga estate. The central part of the area of the Kurfürstendamm had stayed longer empty for lack of financing. This put then in motion the redesign of the planned hotel into an apartment hotel. So we're referring to this part, this part. An added proposal for minimum apartment house were planned also to exploit the residual part of the free area. The magazine Bauwelt in November 1931 only showed the realized apartment house, but show us a hint of the other project, that is this. Yet, this project has been already published in February 1931 in a volume on the most recent architectural solution on dwelling, that is Neuzeitliche Mietshäuser und Siedlungen by Leo Adler. Mendelssohn's design was for apartment houses with a cruciform plan that he called Kreuzhäuser. The general arrangement that the wall area would have taken borrows suggestion from the Corbusier scheme to fill in the area. The layout is consistent with the description in Gruppe Nummer 1, Gruppe Nummer 2. So 5 levels, central heating, 3 stairwells with lift and light wells in the core. Each stair serves 8 mini one-room apartments. These are equipped with kitchenette and closet niches, bathroom with natural ventilation, and a bed niche in the living room. Half of the apartments have even a balcony to differentiate the rent. Another important plan feature was a longitudinal offsetting section due to the development of the stairs. The implied lifestyle should have been plenty of social interaction, work, sport, entertainment, rather than household chores and stays at home. In April 1931, an article boosted these new American forms of dwelling as a vector of a modern and mobile society. I quote one of the key phrases from the article. The most complete use of the space and the extensive independence from furniture that is otherwise carried with you is a key advantage, as this gives tenants the opportunity to quickly adapt to changes in their financial situation, which is very important in terms of social policy. The persistent economic crisis sank this project for the Kreuzhäuser. After gaining the building permit anyway, in January 1934, the project was abandoned in April 1932 and replaced by 4 tennis courts. This consolidated the shared social use planned for the inner core of the Voga originally. Thus, it achieved a more balanced equilibrium between built volumes and free area. The opposite model identified in group number 1 and group number 2 was a traditional modernized family house as counterpart to the dwelling cell of the new objectivity. By 1931, it was possibly only a work in progress for Mendelsohn. Yet Mendelsohn realized 2 house prototypes at the Summer Show 1932. This is a unique same design were applied to two alternative construction systems, one in steel skeleton and one in concrete slabs, concrete panels. The Berlin planning director Martin Wagner had developed the concept of the growing house that was not a new thing. It was already in 1930 and 1931. There was a really big speaking about it. He had developed the concept of the growing house as an urban design tool. The idea was to remodel the free settlements of unemployed people built by the inhabitants themselves. The prototype should be a detached small house, technically advanced, and with a fixed basic cost of 2,500 Reichsmark. The possibility of transformation and successive expansion was the first rule. We see those two were the 2 houses built by Mendelsohn. The prototypes of the growing house were the last. Mendelssohn's solution matches the model from the conservative citizen in group number 1, group number 2. A house, quote, a house more spacious than the unsound living box, but organized so that the service can be kept to a minimum in closest connection with the vegetable garden that expands its living space, quiet, sunny, and so healthy that the bath trips are not necessary. So a home for an impoverished but cultivated middle class, open to improvement and aspiring to coziness and comfort, at home. The mediation between inside and inside of the house, between nature and man, became thus accessible to everyone. This was coherent with an idea of slow broadening of new ideals of modern dwelling in the vast society. And it was the opposite of a forced ideological functionalism, which was prevalent in the German chapter of CCM and aimed to a complete societal change. The prototype of the growing house were the last buildings that actually Mendelsohn realized in Germany. They were dismantled after the end of the show. After his forced emigration, but in a brief period in Holland, in 1934, he settled in the United Kingdom. But he wasn't able to fit in the British environment despite newfound professional success. His new partner, Chermayeff, was already a member of the Mars Group, which had become the English chapter of the CIM. He, Mendelsohn, could not get the membership. Other members challenged his unorthodox position towards functionalism and refused his joining. Among the projects that he designed in partnership emerged the plan for White City, a former exhibition ground in West London. Two schemes were proposed. One for private capital investors retained a mixed use. The second one foresaw sole real estate plus social facilities aiming to support from a public authority. A detailed economic study substantiated the proposals with figures. The interior disposition of the buildings is not known in detail. High-rise residential towers for two-room apartments mark the ideal spine of the wall estate. In some sketches, Mendelsohn defined them as Ledigenheim, that is, bachelor's house. Other layout elements resemble previous projects in Germany, like the urban design for the Lindenstrasse, where then he built also the German Metal Workers Union and a proposed estate right behind the youth center, the Jewish Youth Center in Essen. That both these part of a project were not realized. Also, with a sporting facility equally distributed, we see the tennis court all over the place. So with a sporting facilities equally distributed in a commercial and recreative area that was here. This solution experimented in the Voga estate achieved here a town planning scale. The architects defined it I quote, a comprehensive example of social service in planning and construction, a self-contained new city which can be developed ideally for dwellings of the artisan type rather than adding to the mass of speculative buildings for the lower middle class. Such a plan needed a centralized control, according to the architects, over the whole area with a mass production basis for construction. The project never found either private or public investor. In the second half of 1935, Mendelsohn had already established a new practice in Jerusalem. He dissolved his British partnership by the end of 1936. The White City plan left no trace outside few historic narratives. Yet what stayed behind was the concept of balancing the seek for privacy as personal commodity and the need for social interaction. That was the basis for a successful planning designed for people. His former partner, Chermayeff, would later become one influential theorist on this matter. I have some final remarks that I just put out yesterday after after the previous day, we have visited Chaim Weizmann house, and was the first time for me to visit it because I hadn't had this opportunity before. And so I put together these two pictures because I wasn't sure. I had just a hunch before because I hadn't visited the building, the Villa Weizmann. But really, I guess that one of the things that we could say in the project, in the realization by Mendelsohn, is that there is that for around a very core thematics that could be so the idea of dwelling or the idea of a factory. There is, so I think that he is really able to go to the core of it, and then for different occasion and projects, and simply to rework it like Benedict says, so a renewal of it, but every time he is faithful to his core belief, and is just able to go from the small to the large scale, or to the largest. That's all, and I thank you for the attention. I hope it wasn't too long.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting story, dwelling story of the Weimar Republic. Is it a short discussion as usually after each session planned now as well? Yes. Okay, so I invite all speakers, although I am a bit in hurry because we will leave in a while to Tel Aviv. I'm in the Polish group, but I think it's enough time to be with you. It's a time of, if someone would like to ask a question, it's about time. Ita?
It's not a question, it's just a comment. Okay, it's not a question right now. It's just a spontaneous comment because your lecture, all three lectures fascinated me, and yours especially because I suddenly saw Mendelssohn was so concerned with air condition. I mean, he was almost obsessed with air condition in Palestine. I mean, especially in the hospitals. So it was like a pretext what you were talking about with the chimney, the house as a chimney. So that was fantastic, I think. So the hospital designs are really a prolongation from the from thinking approach. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, all kind of air condition without air conditions.
I would like to add also something to Tim, because you prepare fascinating evolution of the living in the chimney, starting from Philippe Delorme. But we can find this even in the medieval time. For example, Summer Royal Castle in Sintra, where the kitchen is in two chimneys, the bottles, the biggest. So also in the tradition here, oriental spaces, deserts, the ventilation chimney, it's the really important. And so just to add something, thank you.
No, okay.
Well, thank you so much for your presentations. I learned a lot.
and I'm very happy about that. So when going into the archives and details, you really may discover things, and I congratulate you to your results. I want also to add something about this chimney, because I've been into this reconstructed dye works, and it's really fascinating that it is so fresh air in it now. I mean, it's really cold. It's nothing to hear. It's really like, the air is constantly flowing. And so this is really working, and there is no mechanic behind. And when we're talking about sustainability and air conditioning, this is, I think, the better path when wherever we can do it without using electricity. So this is kind of maybe something to learn from, that you have the ventilation, the natural ventilation wherever it works. And we have the Lieblinghaus in Tel Aviv, and they reconstructed, they reopened the original openings, and surprise, surprise, it works. It works maybe not in the very hottest day, in the, let's say, August or something, but in usual, let's say, most of the year, the natural ventilation is working. And I was astonished that you go back to the 19th century. And I'm not sure, but maybe you're right, that he really, that Pettenkofer and all those engineers that made proposals, how if and how this was really taught at the Technical University in München. I don't know, maybe one must dive into the into these files of how they taught technical equipment of buildings. So, and also it also the topic of the electric light, naturally. So every lecture gives new questions more than answers.
Well, regarding the topic of the chimney, so I wouldn't be surprised if it really took inspiration also from old building of the. So a possibility is that he was taught about Philibert Delorme, and they were showed, and he knew these things, in order that he had that he saw some old buildings that use this system, because, for example, for the Schocken department store, and the first one in Nuremberg. So when they had to do so kind of social advertising campaign for the opening of the new department store, there is this little booklet made by the Schocken, and there is this college of picture. There is the two famous picture by Costa that is so dramatically perspective, and together there are also dramatic perspective by the old houses, row houses of Nuremberg, historical, because they have Fackhäuser that has so that is how is called in English for the Fackhäuser, the Fachhaus, Fachwerk. Yeah, it is timber frame, and they got the superior floor. They are like cantilevered, and so they build a cantilevered continuous row that is similar to the row of windows that he used in the Nuremberg store, and that's the local Bauern thought, this is impossible, this is too modern, this doesn't get, and he convinced them, also showing that the old houses use so system that made a similar appearance in the in the townscape. So. And so it's possible that he thought that to rework traditional elements, because what he think is that so you reinvent the tradition, and it's the best way to develop a modern tradition. So.
May I add also something for Achim? That because you mentioned just the power plant unrealized for Haifa. Yeah, but Erich Mendelsohn built a little power plant in Wistergiersdorf in Górzyca. So, and it was a little power plant too. So maybe it will be also nice example of your theory.
And furthermore, I think there's the Kessel House in the Mosse building. I don't exactly what that is, but I'd assume that there was also electricity generation. So I had to cut short at some point.
And Achim, you were asking this difficult question to the audience. I mean, all this mystic connection between electricity and the spirituality and so on. I don't have an answer to this, but there is in the synagogues in America that he built, he made exactly this parallel between light and God. But there it's not electric light, it's the natural light. I mean, the clients, at least in one of the synagogues, wanted stained glass windows, and he insisted on natural light to come in, and he really connected this to the Jewish approach to God, that light is God. So you have something like this,
Okay,
but electricity, it's a different topic, of course, but still.
Continue on that thread.
And also a little. Oh, okay.
Thank you all for a fantastic session. And I was wondering, how can you, there seems to be beginnings for something that gives a completely different layer to the response of Mendelssohn to modernity and intellectual roots to it. And I was wondering if you could even try, if you had to put your contribution into a one sentence that go, let's say, to the OUV, like what's the real kind of, and I'll leave it at that. But I want to, one more comment. I really like the idea that you find both the intellectual source of the discourse and the scientific trajectory of modernism. And then you can see how he followed this trajectory. And the idea of energy, you said electricity and you said energy, and you use them interchangeably. But energy is very much the idea of how is energized as a creator, and you seems to be implying that already in German thought. So I think that this is a line worth maybe elaborating. And Time thought that from some reason it reminded me Carl Ayani's work on the architecture of madness, because again it's the idea of that you treat some kind of sickness with features that become eventually completely crucial to modern architecture. So there the idea was also ventilation primarily, and she analyzes it during the 19th century with medical reports and so on and so on. So it's nice to see how this comes into this response to modernity. And the White City, my goodness, this is like, you know, the White City of Chicago, the White City of Tel Aviv, the White City, it was a complete surprise for me. That's so again, it's the kind, and the idea that this, the book that you showed at the end of Shemaev, it was so influential. So to show that the roots of it were in their common work is again mind-blowing.
I guess that that Mendelsohn left to Chermayeff something. So I'm not 100% sure, but I guess that something Chermayeff retained from this experience with Mendelsohn, because this concept of so you have this coziness of privacy for you, but this is not because you have to stay only closing yourself. So you have so it's like so to balance it to poles. So from your privacy, and then you have the possibility out to have social interaction through all these other things, making sports, going to the cinema, going shopping. So there are people who love it, and so I guess that this kind of so to balance this, to think that is a thing that Mendelsohn left so as a crypto legacy to Chermayeff, because former partner of Mendelsohn weren't so often I guess the right term is keen to acknowledge that they learned from him, because yeah, he was so an important personality that I am his, in some way, his pupil. Okay, then you're just a pupil. So then,
yeah, because you're only assistant always.
Yeah.
But just one, did I hear right? Did you say privacy is commodity?
No, privacy as community. This is no. Chermayeff wrote it with Christopher Alexander. Yeah. No, non-commodity, community. Yeah.
No,
I mean community. That is so the social interaction. So in this.
I will just try to get back for it very briefly, Alona, but I was hoping to give this one sentence response at the end of my paper, but I think it's precisely because it's so incredibly embedded in this broader discourse of the 1920s. There is such an astute awareness for issues of lungs and breathing and this broad-based cultural discourse. And at the same time, there seem to be many, many possible tentacles into architectural history. And the conference is called Mendelsohn in Dialogue. So I think there is some dialogue with architectural history and with precedents. And that's often how architecture is also being taught in studios. We don't, which is why I put a question mark behind some of the scholarship and it's a perpetuated idea that this was an invention. It's not that I'm challenging it, I just put a question mark behind it. And I think it's very difficult to invent things in architecture. I think oftentimes you learn from pre-existing structures and you accommodate certain things, and there you have a dialogue.
But is it part of the thing that we're talking about that is not breaking with what existing, is encountering what existing? So in that sense, I think that what you've shown is exactly this kind of thing, that you're not putting it all in you, and but it's like putting the building of the bit of on top of the existing building. It's like really okay.
But I think Luckenwalde should be part of that list. I think there are certain problems, of course, with the reconstruction and everything, but we all know, I mean, it's been sitting there now again for 20 years and it's virtually falling apart. I mean, I've just been there. Tar was crumbling down in 2019. It's virtually uninhabited. There is this metal workshop in the vicinity. No one has any idea how to come up with a function, with a concept. The aftermath is up in the air for 20 years now. And I think, well, I leave it there. I mean, I can only advocate for it. I don't have any ideas for future concepts, but I think Luckenwalde is not a town that is striving enough to find business concepts to invigorate the structure.
Thank you very much for becoming an advocate for Luckenwalde. We need many, 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 many advocates. and developers for Luckenwalde and ideas for Luckenwalde. And I'm not sure if we can solve the problem of Luckenwalde by nominating it without having solved the problems of Luckenwalde. So we have to prepare it. And I think the presentation you gave could be a good opportunity together with other proposals we had. I remember the student about Behütet, the work which was done at the university in Bauhaus. Yes, we can organize something like a workshop in Luckenwalde, better in Luckenwalde than in Berlin, on this issue and on the Mendelsohn buildings, which are under risk or heritage at risk, and which can be included in the presentation which was yesterday made by Carsten Krohn. So thank you very much for advocating. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speakers, and thank you so much for organizers. Unfortunately, we have to leave a bit earlier. We can't stay till the end of the conference today. We wish you a fruitful discussion, final discussion, and I hope we'll meet tomorrow in White Tel Aviv, if someone of you will be there. And I'm sure in 1 year time in my country, what was announced a few times during our meeting. Okay, we'll do our best. Thank you very much.
Now we have a 15 minutes break maximum, and then we conclude with a final discussion. So I hope most of you or all of you will stay in 15 minutes. The one who goes to tomorrow to אני אגיד את זה לפני המשהו. Ruth. May I ask you to gather, to convene, to reconvene for the final panel? I will invite the panelists. You invited them? Brigitte is here. I'm here. Yorglo. Alona. Mike Turner, please. Guy.
Alona. Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. And Alona, please take your seat at the front. And Guy, are you here? Okay, everybody's here. Okay, hello again, everyone. We're now beginning our final session of these fascinating 2 days. I'd like to thank the Center for, I'm trying to say it properly, the Built Heritage Research Center at the Technion for, and ICOMOS Israel and the Mendelsohn Group for organizing these fascinating 2 days. And I'd like to give a heading to this last session, which will really concentrate on what next, and try to take a realistic look at what's ahead, what is necessary to do, and what is possible to do. And I will try to kind of perhaps put it in the right or in some framework which is related to World Heritage. We are looking at the World Heritage List as the target of these this process, which is being pushed ahead, I suppose, in the last 3 years. The World Heritage List started collecting sites onto its list in 1978 with 20 sites, and is today, 45 years later, with 1,150 plus sites and counting. And this is without articulating the serial sites, which of course add a lot more to this number. So in these 45 years, many perceptions of what is heritage and what is internationality and what is universality have changed. Concepts of community and urbanity, of transportation and sustainability, of progress and modernity, Westernness and the global South, local identity versus global universality, all of these concepts have changed in the past 45 years, and perhaps nominations which would have been right at the center of the UNESCO agenda 20 years ago or 40 years ago have changed places. And perhaps this is something that we would like to address. So I suppose I would like to start this session with kind of a very general question. Considering current discourse, trends, objectives, both within UNESCO and the World Heritage List, but also generally in heritage worlds and in architecture in general. Is this nomination relevant? Is this nomination justified? And is this nomination feasible? So before we move on to hearing your responses, I would just like to introduce our distinguished guests. Sorry? And myself, sorry. My name is Ruth Liberty Shalev. I'm a professor here at the university, and I head the Heritage and Conservation Unit. I'm also a practicing architect, and I will be moderating this session. With us, we have, I will do this in the order of seating. At the far end, we have Guy Kavanaki, who is an urban planner with many years of experience in the Israeli planning administration. And for the last 6 years or so, perhaps more, the chair of the Israel World Heritage Committee. Next to Guy, we have Dr. Birgitta Ringbeck, who was from 2002 to 2022 the commissioner of the Standing Conference of the Ministers of Education and Cultural Affairs of the Länder in the Federal Republic of Germany, and from 2012 to 2022, head of the World Heritage Coordinating Body, based in the German Federal Foreign Office in Berlin. From 2012 to 2015, she was a member of the German delegation to UNESCO's World Heritage Committee. Next to Birgitta, we have Mike Turner, who is the grandfather figure of preservation in Israel, to those of you who aren't from here. Great grandfather figure. No, really, he's our pioneer in this field, really. Mike was born in the UK. He's a practicing architect, professor, and a UNESCO chairholder in urban design and conservation studies. He has been involved with urban and environmental issues in Israel since establishing the first municipal unit at the municipality of Jerusalem in 1974. Mike has been involved with master plans of the old city of Jerusalem and Bnei Brak and conservation design for sites such as Apollonia, Montfort, and Shuni. These are all archaeological sites in the country. His recent European research activities include the management of prehistoric sites, the divided cities of Jerusalem and Berlin, and a tri-national partnership for peace. Serving on many international professional academic bodies, he has contributed to academia fora and professional meetings all over the world. He chaired the Israel World Heritage Committee from its inception in 1999 until 2011. Was elected to the World Heritage Committee in 2005 and accompanied the debate on historic urban landscapes and is a special advisor to the World Heritage Center director, providing international assistance in the fields of urban design and conservation. To Mike's left, we have Alona. Alona, oh, sorry. Professor Alona Nitzan-Shiftan is a professor of history and theory at the Technion, Israel Institute of Technology, us, where she heads the Aronson Built Heritage Research Center. Her work on inter and post-war architectural modernisms, including Erich Mendelsohn, IMP, United Jerusalem, Whitened Tel Aviv, critical historiography, and heritage has been widely published. As the head of the Technion's architectural program, she led the transition required for implementing a new curriculum of MArt studies. She was the president of the European Architectural History Network, and her award-winning book, Seizing Jerusalem, The Architectures of Unilateral Unification, will be followed by the Israeli volume of Reaction series, Modern Architectures in History. And last but not least is the center figure of this conference, Eran. Eran Mordechovich is an architect with 26 years of experience on urban design, conservation, and architecture projects in Israel and Belgium. Since 2011, planning projects of archaeological conservation in the Conservation Department of the Israeli Antiquities Authority. And since 2017, he is the Northern Region Architect of the Israeli Antiquities Authority. He teaches architecture and preservation here at the Faculty of Architecture and Town Planning at the Technion, and since 2018 is chairman of the board of directors of ICOMOS Israel. So with this distinguished list, who would like to take the first response to the questions of feasibility, relevance, and justifiability of the nomination of Erich Mendelsohn's building. Perhaps, Mike, maybe would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you. I think that Ruti, you put the issue right on the table. That is changes which have taken place. It's almost an oxymoron of outstanding universal value. Is that in fact we're not having universal values now? So I think that this is something which is really critical. There are three component parts which I think we would need to address. One is that of time. Second is that of place, and the third is that of people, anthropos, topos, and chronos. So I think that in this way, we'll be able to look at some of the issues. The first one is really the issue of time, and that is of modernism. When we actually started being members of the World Heritage Convention, and in fact, when we started lobbying for the World Heritage Committee, we made a decision. There was actually a statement that we would go for modern and prehistory, which were the two at that time, again, changes, at that time were the underrepresented categories. And on that basis, Tel Aviv came on the board. So I think that the first thing which is being addressed now is modernities, and it's being challenged by the South. In other words, and when we're talking about the lack of representation in Africa, it said, okay, well, you do not have a modern heritage. They're saying, wait a minute, you're defining modern in your Eurocentric idea. So I think that they're currently on the table now, and it's now going to the advisory bodies, is the Cape Town document on modern heritage. Now, I think that this could be an interesting way forward, but I think if we're looking at comparisons, even though that Shakespeare said that comparisons are odious, but nevertheless, if we're looking at comparisons, then I think it would be very important to look at this of what is happening regarding the definition of modernities. The second one is about place. And again, everybody's saying too much in Europe. So this is the second point against us, that looking at place, how much which we're looking at with, again, adding more sites within Europe. On the other hand, trying to bring together transnational activities is a very positive thing. The whole idea is to try to get better connections between people, and that might be something which goes to our support. The last thing about people is that there was a big, again, this is changing over the time. We're not putting people on the convention. I remember the discussion on Vauban, and then it was said it was the works of Vauban, and then that was changed to the fortifications of Vauban. In other words, to try to change it away from the name of the person, that we're putting personalities on the convention, and try to focus it on a particular aspect which was then dealt with. I give this example of fortification. Now, since then, we've had the argument of Le Corbusier that I think that we all have followed closely. We could also look at the works of Gaudi, which sort of crept in much earlier. But I think that the third aspect of looking at people is going to be then the third challenge. So I'll stop it there and I'll perhaps come back on.
Okay, I'll be short. Yeah. And I can say that first of all, I think the one of the justifying cause for this is the process, and I think that though we have I'm talking we, and I was happy to hear that you said against or with us, so it means you are with us, so it's good. But when I say we, it's EMI, the initiative, and let's say the convinced people about the quality and the cause of nomination of Mendelsohn, from all the reasons we have heard already in the process. is the fact that we have a target, but we have also the way to the target. And if I look, for example, from the Israeli point of view and of the process that we are going through and the awareness which is being erased by the process, for me, this is already a positive and justifying cause or reason to go for it. Of course, I'm convinced that that there is a reason, and I also am aware of the odds which are against the nomination and the feasibility of this nomination. All the things that you said that 25 years ago, maybe it's different than today. Nevertheless, I think if you believe in something and you think it's, I mean, I would say it like that. It's not fair that Mendelsohn will be excluded just because time had passed and the spirit and the ideas, the zeitgeist of the world is changing. I think it is still justifying the cause to help to protect, because the protection of the buildings and the sites, after all, it's our main objective, and I think if we achieve it, even by the process, it's already justifying it.
Actually, the main thing that I think I came out with from this conference, unlike the one in Berlin we were told, and Eran was quoting it earlier, that we have done too much research and now it's time to do the work. And my feeling is that we have huge challenges about the research, and this is what I'm taking as the most academically oriented in the panel. And I thought that the discussion today was very interesting. I mean, these 2 days were extremely interesting, and I'll maybe point out on some directions that I think we need. So I think that most of the research was, as we called it earlier, actually, as you called it earlier, was CV oriented, and it's located in Germany. We studied very well the German buildings. I think that relatively in Palestine and in the States, I mean, Ita, when did you write your dissertation? And still this is the key, 40 years, and this is still the key work. And I'm getting into the Hadassah Hospital, and I'm surprised to find things that are, you know, we didn't start to even really dig into it. So I think we have lots to do, and especially because we talked about, and I think that migration and dialogue are the two things that maybe are at the core of the thing, and maybe migration even more, that came out today. And the idea that you have to develop a perception, a different perception in any place. And I think it was interesting. I mean, we argued quite a bit with Michael Benedict, because he thought that Buber existed in Germany. I mean, the inspiration, he could identify the Buberian spirit in Germany. He could identify it in the States, but he couldn't identify it in Palestine. He said that it was a failure in a way for him. And for me, the most Buberian architecture is in here, maybe in Germany as well. And we don't really understand here the architecture in the States. So the idea that the migration, every time, 5 times that he opened the practice, every time again, and not as somebody like Le Corbusier going to Chandigarh, Louis Kahn going to Dhaka, but was every time had to encounter the place, not to relate to the context, but to meet the place in very full way, which is, I think, the Buberian thing. So the migration and the dialogue, I think, are are key to this thing. And I think that I would like to just suggest a few themes that I think came up here and worth attention. One is there was a lot of emphasis, especially yesterday morning, on expressionism, religiosity, spiritual, and today we also encountered the mystic aspects of electricity and so on. So I think that this is, of course, very much existing, and we have to understand it in the context of Jewish intellectual thought, and the way that his path to modernity is very different. But we have to also see that it's always coming with pragmatism. I remember Gwendolyn Wright talking about pragmatism. So it's not Neue Zeitlichkeit, it's a real pragmatic, all the idea that we talked about the office, about the kind of people that are working in it, the Fordism, the technologies, even the ventilation that we've just heard about on the chimneys. So this is important to understand. I think that the landscaping that we started to hear from Ada and Julia worth lots of effort. I think that that there is, and this is maybe from our point of view here, what I see the most relevant. I'll have to share with you that when Paul wrote, a colleague and a good friend who is a Palestinian, about this conference, he said, so what did he do while they ruined the neighborhoods of Haifa and others? And this would be key in this. I mean, when it would be an international thing, what is a Zionist? Is a Zionist architect? Is this a big thing today? Not quite. So I think that it's important to emphasize the political criticism. And he was a very fierce critic of nationalism. He wanted to have a Semitic Commonwealth. It's a very sharp criticism that I think can actually help us today to make it much more relevant. And he talked this criticism in its architecture. So the idea that it was so good to hear about the buildings, show us the architecture. So I think we can show it in the architecture. And one last comment that I think that Kathleen was already referring to, the influence on the global South. When we talk about modernism and what people identify immediately as modernist, in the global South, I think Mendelsohn would feature very high in this context. So this is ways to make it relevant.
So, you know, I have to admit, I was coming to Israel, and this is my second conference regarding Mendelsohn and his buildings. I was a little bit skeptical because, of course, the modernism or the architecture of the 21st century is not. It is not overrepresented, but in the meantime, it has become well represented with Le Corbusier, Frank Lloyd Wright, Gaudi, and all the Berlin housing, all the prominent sites which are inscribed on the tentative list. So, and I ask myself, what could be the added value of this nomination? And as Mike mentioned, it's the concept of the World Heritage Convention changed. It is not a static concept. And we experienced in the last 2 decades, so to say, that the intangible values became not became relevant as well, and in with regard to the material values. And what I got in the last 2 days, I think the scientific work is in place, and I admire all the papers and the content of the papers and which were given during the last two days, and I got a lot of ideas what is really relevant. Therefore, to answer the questions, is such a nomination relevant? Yes, it is, I think. And but the the problem is that we have, and that is a challenge in front of us. We have to write down 2 papers, and these 2 papers should bring in a certain, as a picture down on the earth, the essence of the findings of the scientists, and it must be understandable for the World Heritage community, and that is my experience, that the results of scientific research is sometimes very, it is not easy to translate them in the language of UNESCO and in the evaluation and system of UNESCO. So that means that we have to address, of course, not only the material substance, which is without any question very, very important. But on the other hand, I think we have focus on the intangible values. And for me, it was a little bit obvious that we have to concentrate also what is the added value, or what is the value of forced immigration, because a lot of people, and we are facing immigration force and other forms of immigration every day, and you can say we are faced with forced immigration not by war and not by but due to climate change and so on and so on. And for me, it was yesterday on Tuesday when we visited the works of Mendelsohn in Jerusalem. For me, it was really very impressive to see how a German, an architect born in Germany and worked in Germany in the 1920s and 30s, he combined an international approach with construction ideas of the Mediterranean, and use this for the adaptation of climate changes and climate challenges, so to say. I think climate change was in the 1930s was not on the table, but I think that we have to what lessons learned, what is the what besides the fantastic architectural design, but I think we could learn how under special social and climate circumstances architecture could be is of course, but could be a special contribution to the future of the world, and how what really is the essence of this heritage, which we like to hand over to the future generations. And I think we have to really make clear that he addressed the challenges of the 1930s, and that was not only design, but it was construction ideas of the Mediterranean. It was overcoming challenges due to forced immigration, and I think therefore I would fully underline that dialogue not only with architects, but dialogue with social necessities and functional necessities is a crucial value which we have to put in the focus of this nomination. And therefore, I was responsible and for a lot of nominations in Germany. For me, it's clear, it is feasible, it is justifiable, and it is relevant. But in the end, the decision is by the World Heritage Committee. But anyway, I think we have to go the way, and the way is the goal. So therefore, we will, I think, benefit from this nomination process.
So I agree with my colleagues. And Eran, you mentioned that it's a process, and Alona, you mentioned politics and research. And when I think about the next steps or the way ahead of us, I sort of imagine an ongoing process, but on two levels or two tiers. One of them is the professional one, the research one, and the other is the, I would say, bureaucratic, but also political. You know, we are talking about politics, you mentioned politics, and it's internal politics in our countries, in Israel, you know, it's complicated, and also world politics, identity politics, the North, the South, and the and representation and many issues. And I think we have to go forward on the two levels, you know, looking what's happening on the other level all the time, but going on our path, you know, the professional research path, going forward, doing the work according to the methodology, you know, the way we know how to do things, to do them well. And then we have the politics side and the translating what Birgitta said, to translate the scientific work into UNESCO language. Okay, we will do that, and we will, I think it's, Mike, you mentioned time, so we will find the good timing. You know, they say it's all about timing, the right time to jump from one level to the other, from one path to the other, and to connect them. So I think, so we will need to do professional work and also to have some intuition and good senses about interconnecting these two levels or paths.
Can I just, seeing that I was the first one, I sort of, I can like pick up. I think what Birgitta said really is that we have to now take a step back from all the information. Step back, and then, as she said, make the statement of OUV. Now, OUV has verbs and nouns. Okay, so we exchange, we engage, we create. There are exemplars, there are influences. So we have to then use the verbs and the nouns to be able to then identify what we're trying to actually say. Each verb and noun has a comparison. So therefore, we see exactly how these can be compared, and then we then can develop a matrix. But I think that taking this step back also will say, okay, in the comparison, and I think that we actually said, well, perhaps it's relating to a particular aspect, something intangible. It could also be that what would happen, and we have to be open to suggesting this, if we take a group of architects, of which Mendelsohn is one of them. What would happen if we heard about Siam and Mars and about the problems of that? Now, where does it appear in, not in the depth of understanding Mendelsohn, but in its relationship around it, might be also quite interesting. And I think that in this thing, we have to develop open discussion in this way. So that's my first comment. So the importance, therefore, is comparisons, adding other possibilities. And in the verbs, one of the things you spoke about timing is popularity. That's one of the things. Now, popularity is about getting people knowledgeable about it. You'd say something in Mendelssohn here in Israel, yeah, they perhaps heard about it, they might think about something, but no, but we have to generate a situation of wow, and I think the process which we're doing here is a first, well, more than the first stage, already the second stage, but it is absolutely critical in then continuing this process. So the other thing which we say in Hebrew, kol davar tzarich mazal, afilu hasefer shebehechal. Okay, it rhymes in Hebrew, but it actually, but it says really that everything needs a bit of luck. Even the holiest Bible, the holiest Torah scroll in the Ark, there's ones which come out every Shabbat and read, and the others hardly come out once a year. So even the holiest thing needs a bit of luck. So this is another component, but we have to generate this possibility of luck on that one. But anyway, I think that it's this process which we're moving on.
Thank you. Would anyone from the floor, the audience, like to put forward a question?
The translation of the
The translation is everything needs a bit of luck, even the holiest Torah scrolls in the Ark. Okay, so therefore there's one Torah scroll which comes out every week and another one which hardly comes out once a year. And so even holy things need bits of luck.
Okay, perhaps if there are no questions from the audience, I will put forward one more question, which is more like maybe something to think about for the future, for all of us, for the future of this process. I'd like to kind of retouch on the text of what is outstanding universal value. So I'm reading from the definition. Outstanding universal value means cultural or natural significance which is so exceptional as to transcend national boundaries and to be of common importance for present and future generations of all humanity. So with this definition in mind, I'd like to kind of continue from what Birgitta mentioned, other nominations which we've seen in recent years, particularly Le Corbusier, who is kind of the format which this kind of nomination would be following. So, you know, Le Corbusier is kind of emblematic of 20th century modernity in architecture. He's the central figure of modernity. And indeed, his nomination includes criterion 6 for this place that he holds as a symbol, I would say, at least from a Western perspective. So is Mendelssohn, or how is Mendelssohn's legacy prominent on the same scale, on a global scale, as much as perhaps Le Corbusier's? Is there, what would be the OU view of his work if we had to kind of single it down to this kind of significance which has common importance for present and future generations of all humanity? I would say, would you like this?
Just a very short comment, but I think Corbusier is not the format for us. I mean, he has a completely different story, and we have to come up with a completely different narrative for Mendelssohn. It's completely different. So that's what I think is, I don't know how it will be, and I think we have to do a lot of homework, and maybe we have, like Brigitta said, we have to do many application text, and maybe we do like this, that everybody writes down his ideas, and then we have to talk about it, and we have to work a lot on this. But I think really neither Corbusier nor Frank Lloyd Wright are the real format for us. We have to come up with a completely different narrative that is fitting to Mendelssohn. That's my idea.
I would like to clarify on this point because I completely agree with you that the narrative is an entirely new new thing, has to be an entirely new thing, but the format is the collection of sites which are transnational on a variety of countries, more than 3 countries in fact, and are joined together by the fact that they were designed by a single person, or even not even designed, but are attached to a single personality. So this is kind of the format. Um,
Well, I'm just adding a thing what Hita just said. So the difference is this, that both Le Corbusier and Frank Lloyd Wright, they fought at an idea of universality, and they wanted to sell and impose it over everything. And they did also. Mendelsohn is different because Mendelsohn is, like he said, is already in front of us the universality. You have to embrace it, and that's makes a difference. So I see. So in the list of the Le Corbusier building, there are the Corbusier House in Argentina, or the Ville Savoie. So, but there's is always a bit of the same house. The same thing, because this is the universality according to Le Corbusier. I am the universality. I have invented and I sell to them because you will understand that I have the reason. Mendelsohn is the opposite. He said the universality is in front of me. I have to embrace it. And so he did different things in every different part where he go. But he started from some core value that are universal, but he knows that he had to decline it, so to renew it anytime in using the reality of the condition he found, because these conditions are also part of the universality.
So you are coming back to this definition of dialogue with necessity, I think, which came up here. Jörg, would you like to?
Yes, I want to, I ask myself, do we really believe on the 23rd of March 2023 in universalism and in universal values? Who does it? 50 years ago, this convention was adopted and we celebrated the 50 years. But now we learned there is no, or this kind of universality is very diverse. And the person of the 20th century, the architect of the 20th century, who is embodying in his life and in his work and in his heritage or in his legacy, this diversity of modern times is, for me, Erich Mendelsohn. And that is why I'm really convinced that we should try to nominate it, because it's not only because there is a lack in the World Heritage List, and there is a lack, there are only few, Mies van der Rohe, he is only represented by Brünn, by Haus Tugendhat, and everybody of us knows there are even more prominent examples of Mies van der Rohe. It's not the question of the gap. The gap is a chance to think about and to reflect the situation of the World Heritage Policy, and to say, in the 21st century, we need this kind of diversity, which is embodied by the works of architects, and we have to think about how is this diversity, not only from a biographical point of view or from a biographical process of interest, because we do not inscribe or nominate CVs, but by the works. And that is really fascinating. I think today we learned, or I learned, or I realized that Luckenwalde can also be looked upon to be a step forward to a low-tech architecture. That is an architecture of ventilation without any techniques, and that is architecture. And that is it's only one example. There are some examples which can be used to say that is what we need today. And you are right. If we would have started the nomination of Erich Mendelsohn 40 years ago, 30 years ago, nobody would have discussed it and it would have been inscribed. Now we have to reflect it, and that's a chance. That's a chance for reinterpretation of the work of Erich Mendelsohn, and that is why I mentioned that we should not only concentrate on the expressionist or on the organic architecture, but to include the whole life until 1943, when he passed away, and starting with Bet Tahara. That is wonderful. And that's not wonderful from a biographical point of view, because he owned this ability, which none other prominent architect was urged to, was forced to do it, and he did it, and he solved the problems. That is why I think we should don't think too much about this outstanding universal value, but about what kind of universality do we need and do we mean today.
I think we can argue that Mendelssohn's modernism was, in a way, anticipating the post-war criticism of the modern movement, and that he was already dealing with every place, with the people and the challenges of it. So this is one thing that I think that it's not only the post-war criticism of the modern movement, it's even, I would take it even Rem Koolhaas kind of way of dealing with economy and with forces, political forces and so on. I think that it's a lot of contemporary criticism that can be done. One, I forgot the other one. You'll go and I'll...
Okay. I want to shift with your permission, a little bit the discussion to kind of more earthly experience I had, and it gives a little bit an answer of what you have asked. I think 95% of the people here are convinced that Mendelssohn is worthwhile a recognition, for sure, some kind of international recognition behind what it is now, but kind of correct the maybe what happened in the past, that he didn't get the suitable or the justful recognition. I think 95% of us, or 100%, I don't know. In the process, and Guy knows about it because he's informed, in the process of starting to move this nomination, I've met already two owners of the buildings of Mendelssohn who are not convinced that it's important, that it will be an international site or it will be a World Heritage Site. And I had to face them and talk with them and try to convince them that the fact that there will be part of a sort of a, I would say, club or a unity, which is different, but it's international, and there is sort of a shared responsibility on one hand, but also prestige. This already confronted me with the need to convince the unconvinced and to try to think about the advantages that such a nomination or declaration will bring each one of them. I don't know. I suppose the situation in Germany or in Poland is different than in Israel or in the United States. It's completely 5 different countries, also with the UK. But at least in the Israeli case, the unconvinced are many, and we really need to open hearts and souls and of those people. And I think that even the mentioning of World Heritage, not to say, well, UNESCO is not a very popular a term in Israel in the last years, but still the internationalization of the heritage and making it part of the world, I think my experience shows that it's worthwhile, and we should do at least the process, and of course aim to finish it and complete it. It will be 11 buildings, it will be 10 buildings, it will be 3 buildings, but at least we are there, and we are trying to convince the public and the owners and authorities about the importance and about the need to conserve and the buildings that we have seen, maybe to go back to a situation where their values, outstanding universal values, it's not so important, but they are shown and they are expressed in the reality of today, because it's a qualitative architecture and it will bring them probably some kind of added value to their hospital, to their library, to their other elements in Weizmann. We've seen it. So that's something I wanted to say. It refers to what you asked before, but it refers also to other people said.
Remembered. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I remembered the the other thing. I think that's what makes it extremely relevant now, is that if we take the theme of the dialogue seriously, and if we take the Buberian inspiration seriously, we are talking about a way to meet the other. And this is really important and relevant. And the idea of meeting the other, and I think Michele was putting it very nicely, that it's not about the way I learned modernism, that it's the architect who responds to the modern condition and revise the canon of architecture. Actually, it's about meeting a new reality, a new person, a new culture, and responding to it again and again. So I think that the idea of anticipating post-war modernism and meeting the other, and I think it came up beautifully actually in Luisa's lecture yesterday, and I was very impressed that you were very keen about the specificity of his work, and then you said, okay, but we can be more delicate in responding to it. And I think that the idea of the new and the idea that you can take these attitudes and refine it all the time, and all the time meet what you have already in the city and respect it as far as it's different from you. And the more that it's different, the more you have to do this negotiation. I think this is a lesson that is extremely important in the age that sustainability puts out challenges onto our table.
I've been asked to stand here for the frame, so I'm sorry. 3 questions which bring us a bit down to earth. The first one, from these 2 days, I've seen the dialogue on Mendelsohn is being carried out between 3 countries, which are Germany, Israel, and Poland, and we're still missing England and the US. Don't you think that adding them would sort of improve the
They're in.
Yes, but they weren't present here.
Yeah, but they were present in Berlin.
Okay. The second question is, how many sites that, of course, we all appreciate Mendelssohn's architecture, even if it's not in its pristine original condition. But how many sites created, planned by Mendelssohn's do meet this criteria, especially integrity in the sense of wholeness, that the surroundings have not been changed dramatically, and the legislation of the country guarantees the protection of such sites, because these are essential things for nominations, as far as I know, if I'm not mistaken. So, in fact, these are the nodal points, not if we convey it and we say it's a migration, because migration is fashionable these days. Everybody migrates. The world is full of refugees nowadays, so it's a fashionable theme. I don't think this is enough. if the criteria. The second thing is, do these criteria apply to each individual site, or if you present them as a group, there is associative value, and then one can be less pristine than the other, but it's complementary, and therefore you can present it as a group. So I think maybe these are, what do you think?
I'll just give you a little update. Actually, maybe Eran, you will give an update. We have buildings, right? It's 7 buildings right now in 5 countries. No, the ones that we said are definitely
Between 11 and 14. Yorkshire,
Well, there's a huge discussion about that, because we have, for every building we have a patriot. So well, this is the fact. So we were talking about safe buildings, which means we believe that the state of conservation is well enough in the sense of integrity and authenticity and so on, and the surroundings and so. And it's the Einstein Tower. It's the Delaware Pavilion. It's the Bet Tahara. Weizmann. We have to. It was, but we have to. There are these high rise. Okay, it was. Well, we are. So let's place Schocken Library. Yes, and it was and when it the Metal Workers Union Building. Moment, hallo, ihr bringt mich ganz durcheinander. Also, nochmal. Einstein-Turm, Einstein Tower. No, Bet Tahara, Einstein Tower. Metal Workers Union Building. Weizmann House. Bexhill, definitely. The Bexhill is super. And we had one American synagogue, and that was the one in Mount Zion. It was Mount Zion, but then Daria sent the granddaughter sent informations about these friends of Mendelsohn. So we thought we should at least discuss it. And this is why we made this film, because I haven't been there. Only very few of us had been there, so that we get an impression. Cleveland, Ohio, the Park Synagogue, which is for sale right now. But there is an initiative within Cleveland, which means social or society engagement and so on. So we thought it has lost its purpose, because the congregation moved further out of town, but still the site is pretty well preserved. And Michael made these wonderful photos, so we could present it. But this is kind of short list, which must be shortened concerning the final narrative and OUV. So what we decide how to deal with this, how to put it. But I learned that when we say the migration is the topic, we do, and I have a problem to put in Einstein Tower and, well, those buildings before the migration, that they can be treated differently. But I would personally, I would prefer to reduce it again, because I know from the process in Darmstadt with the Mathildenhöhe what a terrible work it is to do all the requirements. So with this management plan and 1,000 things, and I would like to really focus on those that are safe, that we are not in trouble, where we are sure that we will not become have any trouble, and these are really few. So we could enlarge later, as was done several times. So yeah, we need to discuss about these buildings. This is the reason why we had these films.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe some thoughts which came to my mind during our discussion. What is the difference between the already listed sites representing or conveying the modernism or the international style? I think we have to realize that it is a question of international style, modernism versus cosmopolitan architecture combined with vernacular construction ideas and material. I think that is for me a question which is really relevant. And I know this morning I mentioned that we are not going to nominate the CV of Mendelsohn, but I think we have to nominate buildings which should convey the OUV. On the other hand, for instance, I think for the work of Mendelsohn, it was crucial that he moved from country to country, as Jörg Haspel this morning showed us in one of his slides. And therefore, I think that is a different, that makes a difference if an architect works in different countries or designed maybe in France or elsewhere buildings for other countries. And I think that is for the value, and that is that he lived in the countries where he was working. I think not only for months but for years. That is very important for his approach to deal with architecture for social and for social function as well, and even to reflect the significance of architecture for identity. And I think that we have to consider as well as a value. And then for me, it's quite obvious that we could make clear what is really the difference between the international style represented by Gropius and Le Corbusier and others, and by his architecture, and which is done by a person which worked and was a cosmopolite in a certain way.
I just may point on one specific topic that you were talking about right now. We must see that, let's say, half of the buildings were designed in Berlin, and they are now in Poland. The Polish buildings at the time were built in Germany. Just to make the point that this the political situation has changed, and he designed the buildings in Russia that we haven't got on the short list because they are in a bad state of conservation, and we have no partners to bring them forward. But the conditions aren't in a way that we could even think about it. But it's also Oslo that was designed from Berlin. So it is, we have half of, I guess it's about half of the work that was made from Berlin, and the rest was, the second half is something that has to do with the migration. So this is also something that might be integrated in the formulation of this narrative or OUV.
Yes, I do not want to grab up, but only one hint, because we always said that we have enough information and did the researches. I am under the impression of the excursion, and I would like to know more about this, not the state of conservation, you say good or green, yellow, red, but how is the state of conservation? When Ita did her PhD, that is, as I learned today, it's 40 years ago. That's that's a last century. You know, that's my last life. That's not updated. So no, we cannot refer to this kind of researches. And I think we should do the research on the site. It's not maybe sometimes also in the archives and so on. But what we need is to know what is there from what is originally, or what can be defined as a historical layer of importance and of value. What is disturbing? What is a bad impact? Can it be repaired? And all these things. And I feel that we do not. And what are mitigation measures? For example, are there possibilities to reduce it? For example, I remember then we discussed White City, Tel Aviv, with the Dizengoff Square. There was the opportunity that, and it was promised that it will be tried to repair it. And now we can discuss if it is successful, but there is something. So we have to include this also in the management plan. How are the options for this different? And I would like to have more information. I do not want to talk about, do we need 20, 15, 10 or 5 objects if I do not know what is behind the object? That's not a question of literature. That is a question of an inside documentation and report, which has to be done. And I fear that it's not perfectly done today.
The numbers or the object that I told was only to limit this work. Because it's also nice to know what you should not try, because they are obviously not in a state of conservation in which they are possible candidates.
Thank you. Yeah, the issue of the CB. I was just contemplating Darwin. And there was the debate on Darwin and what? And his laboratory, the laboratory. So you're talking about Berlin. Also, Vauban. There was Vauban. It was also they wanted to put on his office. So in other words, where in fact it took place. So there's a lot of other comparisons which need to be made, because in fact we're in a system which has certain precedents, and these precedents are important for us to understand. And I agree with George Casper that in fact we first of all have to understand what is this statement that we have, and then we can then say, because if we're I'll take it ridiculously, but the value might be in the particular spaces of privatization of residential buildings. So I might find a door might be the attributes, and it might be. I mean, just saying to just more of an intellectual way about what we need to do, and therefore we'll find which are the ones which will be most critical, which will be representative. Oshrat can tell us all about the transnational groupings, about what needs to be done, and whether in fact that it's going to be all the parts then can add to create the whole. The integrity is essentially quantity. Authenticity is quality. Authenticity is not necessarily original unless you want to speak about that is the value. Authenticity is to authenticate the value. Therefore, what we're doing now is authenticating the value. We are discussing this information to authenticate that value. Now, what it is that's what we talk about. Is it migration of people, migration of ideas, localization of climatic trends, directory of modern times? But these are statements which I've heard, which are all very relevant, which need to come together. So I think that there's a lot of technical homework which needs to be done. So therefore, like I'm just saying, just to see the precedents which have taken place when we're talking about people, we need to rethink about then the modernities. And I think that the idea is that our comparison is not Frank Lloyd Wright or Corbusier, it's something else. Then what is it? Then who are we comparing with on this aspect, or what are we comparing on that part? So I think these are my main points. I think we just got to continue. This is a exceptional way forward, and this must be documented. The process must be documented. That is absolutely critical. That the process of who is involved over time in generating ideas is, to my mind, essential in generating that authenticity. Do I have anything else on my page? No. And we just need a bit of luck.
Only a bit of All right. I think it's time for us to wrap up this session. Thank you so much, Guy, Brigitta, Mike, Alona, and Eran. I think it was, and all the contributors from the audience. I'd just like to say that I think perhaps we need to rethink what is the main target of this process. Is the target to gain the World Heritage status? Is it to achieve conservation for all of these amazing buildings that we are in the process of identifying, I suppose? Is it to generate research, updated research? Is it to create a platform for contemporary criticism against these architectures? Whatever the target in the end is, I think maybe we can just think of this as a journey, a voyage to an unknown as of yet target, but the view along the way is going to be beautiful. So thank you all. Alona wants to say some final words for the conference.
One thing I want to say, all of the above. And maybe from my point of view, particularly the Hadassah Hospital is going to go under major revisions. And for example, even if it would not be the pure example of integrity, we can turn the building into what it was, and maybe we need such a community. And also what is really beautiful about all of us, I guess, is that everyone comes from a different discipline and direction, so we can each pick up one of the points. But the main reason I wanted to take the microphone is first to say a great thanks to the team of the center. Primarily, first of all, to Yael Forman-Naaman. That does not like it, I know, but deserve it more than we can imagine. And to Dana Lantzman and to Hillel Nitzani, the student that is working with us, and Orian Shachar, on the other hand, she's the manager of our publishing house and contributed a lot. And to so Dana and Yael are a team that you all know. Team was congratulating her. And if you've seen the little exhibition that is in the hall of the work of Galia Weiser, was put for this occasion by Yuval Waldner, who did it on its own. So it was a great honor and a wonderful way to collaborate with Inbal and with Eran and with Jorg and Rugina for some time. And for me, all can say that it's thank you for putting us in and for coming along.
I just remind you that the conference is finished here, but it will continue, or the events will continue tomorrow in Rambam Hospital on the tour at 9 o'clock. You have, for the ones who don't know how to get there, there are instructions sent by Yael, by Heritage, by the Heritage email, how to get to Rambam. We start there at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then we move to Tel Aviv. We start there at 9 o'clock, and then we move to Tel Aviv for the opening of the exhibition on the Bauhaus Center at 1:30. Yes, and we change the clock tonight. Yes, so we go an hour forward. So now it's already 8 o'clock in the evening, actually. Okay, remember it turns between 2 to 3 in the morning.